Hey there, fellow PUBG mobile players! The skills gameplay of Gearfront massively changed up the strategies of players. For the sake of adding even more variety to the skills, we've added 2 new skills as part of the version 2.4 update. They're the player launcher and tactical camouflage. Some existing skills have also been combined. Let's check them out. First new skill, player launcher. Players can now launch themselves like a ballistic missile for high-speed travel. Move to any location you can think of, no matter if it's the top of a bridge or tower. These spots are great for ambushing enemies, which makes this skill great for large maps like Erangel. Second new skill, tactical camouflage. Players that choose this skill will be able to put on the special camo suit. It greatly improves stealth, and it also boosts the speed of climbing over obstacles. So, no matter if players prefer a stealthy approach, or if they'd rather go in guns blazing, this skill will come in handy. In the new update, Supply Scan and Lucky Backpack will be combined into one. Lucky Backpack also no longer increases carrying capacity. Players can scan for nearby supplies and convert items. Furthermore, Vehicle Airdrop and Playzone Analysis have also been combined. The new updated Vehicle Airdrop skill now has the secondary passive ability to automatically detect the location of the next playzone and airdrop whenever calling for a UAZ. Players will be one step ahead of their enemies in reaching safety. In the new version, players who choose the Black Market skill will not only be able to get a free basic crate 5 minutes into the match, but they'll also be able to purchase in-match crates that come complete with a set of gear. By purchasing these high-quality supply crates, players will get access to airdrop quality supplies. The Trace skill could originally only mark the position of enemies that were hit by firearms. It now also shows the remaining health of enemies, and can now also be activated via damage from grenades and Molotov cocktails. Lastly, we'll recommend some new skill combinations. Players can use Player Launcher with Lucky Backpack to quickly loot an area, and then move quickly over to high ground to ambush incoming enemies. If it's a map like Erangel, try using Tactical Camouflage with Trace. Take cover in grass with Tactical Camouflage, and make use of Trace to not lose sight of the enemy. Eliminate enemies quicker than ever. Of course, there are plenty other skill combinations to choose from in-game. See what combinations work best for you. Gearfront will be available from February 15th to March 12th, and will be playable on Erangel and Livik. Invite your friends now and explore PUBG Mobile together.
Wake up.
Wake up.
You are stuck here. You must accept the fact that there's no help but self-help. Come on, fight back. Remember, success is a journey, not a destination. Have faith in your ability. You will do just fine. Now, take them all! To know oneself is to study oneself in action with another person. Always be yourself. Express yourself. Have faith in yourself.
Pria itu sangat lelah. Malam itu, dia terjaga sepanjang malam dan memikirkan apa yang harus dia lakukan untuk mengembalikan kepercayaan diri. Perlahan, samar pria itu mendengar suara seperti ada yang sedang melakukan bela diri. Dia kagum ketika melihat satu sosok di depannya. Menyadari ada yang memperhatikannya, Master menghampiri pria tersebut. Sejak itu, Master dan pria tersebut terus berlatih bersama-sama. Seperti yang pernah dikatakan oleh Master Bruce Lee.
Remember, success is a journey. Have faith in your ability. You will do just fine. Always be yourself. Express yourself.
In yourself. Tiba-tiba Tiba-tiba 4 musuh datang dan menyerang mereka.
Hey there, fellow PUBG mobile players! The skills gameplay of Gearfront massively changed up the strategies of players. For the sake of adding even more variety to the skills, we've added 2 new skills as part of the version 2.4 update. They're the Player Launcher and Tactical Camouflage. Some existing skills have also been combined. Let's check them out. First new skill, Player Launcher. Players can now launch themselves like a ballistic missile for high-speed travel. Move to any location you can think of, no matter if it's the top of a bridge or tower. These spots are great for ambushing enemies, which makes this skill great for large maps like Erangel. Second new skill, Tactical Camouflage. Players that choose this skill will be able to put on the special camo suit. It greatly improves stealth, and it also boosts the speed of climbing over obstacles. So, no matter if players prefer a stealthy approach, or if they'd rather go in guns blazing, this skill will come in handy. In the new update, Supply Scan and Lucky Backpack will be combined into one. Lucky Backpack also no longer increases carrying capacity. Players can scan for nearby supplies and convert items. Furthermore, Vehicle airdrop and play zone analysis have also been combined. The new updated vehicle airdrop skill now has the secondary passive ability to automatically detect the location of the next play zone and airdrop whenever calling for a UAZ. Players will be one step ahead of their enemies in reaching safety. In the new version, players who choose the Black Market skill will not only be able to get a free basic crate 5 minutes into the match, but they'll also be able to purchase and match crates that come complete with a set of gear. By purchasing these high-quality supply crates, players will get access to airdrop quality supplies. The trace skill could originally only mark the position of enemies that were hit by firearms. It now also shows the remaining health of enemies, and can now also be activated via damage from grenades and Molotov cocktails. Lastly, we'll recommend some new skill combinations. Players can use Player Launcher with Lucky Backpack to quickly loot an area, and then move quickly over to high ground to ambush incoming enemies. If it's a map like Erangel, try using Tactical Camouflage with Trace. Take cover in grass with Tactical Camouflage, and make use of Trace to not lose sight of the enemy. Eliminate enemies quicker than ever. Of course, there are plenty other skill combinations to choose from in-game. See what combinations work best for you. Gearfront will be available from February 15th to March 12th, and will be playable on Erangel and Livik. Invite your friends now and explore PUBG Mobile together.
Wake up. Wake up.
You are stuck here. You must accept the fact that there's no help but self-help. Come on, fight back. Remember, success is a journey, not a destination. Have faith in your ability. You will do just fine. Now, take them all! To know oneself is to study oneself in action with another person. Always be yourself. Express yourself. Have faith in yourself.
Yesterday is the past, today is another history in making, as only one team will actually qualify themselves in the next stage, which is going to be the Sea League later on. Welcome back, ladies and gents, with me, Choo Choo and Sir Cloud in the Sea Wildcard PMPL Spring 2023, and it's going to be another day for the teams to have another battle.
Oh yeah, new day, could be new results, because so far, yesterday we saw 6 rounds, but all of them different chicken dinner winners, and there was a lot of changes of who gets that #1 spot. We changed from like what? We started off with West Point Mamba, and then it changed to teams like SEA Esports, to GE. There was just so much happening yesterday. We saw teams that were on top went down, like Flash Vision. We saw teams from bottom go up, just like PBE. So who knows what might happen today, Choo Choo?
Yeah, well, speaking of the #1 spot, there's only one team that can actually qualify to the Super League later on, or PMSL. But speaking of the swap between the first and second 2 places, but also don't forget about your new ultimate set. There's going to be 2 sets given away. Not really give it away, but make sure to actually get the set in the game, okay? Because it's going to be a very limited amount of time for you to actually get this one, and it's very rare to see this because it's only now. After this, you won't see this anymore.
Yeah, just like the previous one. And same goes for this as well. Yes, this one may be a little bit long in the game because it's the new Royal Pass, but after it's over, you never know if it's coming back. So make sure you get this, and look at how worthwhile it is. You will get lots of stuff in it. You guys played the game before, you guys know what I'm talking about. There's just more than just one item. There's the buggy, there's the DBS, it's super popular right now. There's the bag, there's a parachute, there's like full suits with the mask. Everything's in this, so you don't want to miss out on the Royal Pass.
And also don't forget to follow us for the latest update when it comes to the Sea League or even the other participants for PMSL. So make sure you guys stay tuned on all our fan page, which is going to be our Facebook, also our PUBG Mobile YouTube, and also the TikTok for latest memes and also latest content creation. And also don't forget to tag us away if you happen to have really cool stuff going on. So just share it with us, because we are more than happy to actually share it alongside with you. But here it comes in case you missed the entirety of the league itself.
Oh yeah, where have you been, guys? So we played a 2-week group stage that comprises of 20 teams, and from there we found our top 16 that will be playing in this grand finals for 3 days. This is obviously day #2, and they'll be eyeing the moolah prize pool of $40,000 US. The point system, of course, this season is a little bit different. Winner chicken dinner gets 10 points.
Yeah, when it comes to the Super League later on, so we're still waiting for our crown champions for the representative coming up from Wildcard, which we're gonna hope is gonna be one of the best team to represent the Wildcard region. Also, they will join in the PMPL Indonesia champions, which are gonna be Boom. There's also PMPL Malaysia, which is gonna be Gig Slate, Hill Esports Thailand, and the Xavier's coming up from Vietnam.
Yeah, and yesterday we started off with an initial bonus points that was collected over the league, and so some of the teams got a head start yesterday. For example, West Point Mamba, they were #1. They got 38 points in total out of the 2 weeks, so they had a little bit of a head start. But of course, that also means that other teams too. So everything can still change because the gap is not that far. But this was what it was used that time, and its format, I believe, for a couple of seasons now. You guys would know it by now.
Now, in case you guys have no clue who's actually ranked first in the league, so it's going to be from the far left down to, and then going to the right side. So West Point Mamba, Osja, FOD, KE was actually the top 4. And then second is going to be GE, YG, SKR, APG, Sin, Enigma, well, you got the drill, right? Like, yeah, that's going to be the graphic, guys.
Yeah, that's going to be the graphic. But these are superstars for today that we're going to feature for you guys. Our head-to-head between Ranzer from SEA Esports and Ichi from GE. So you can see the stats. Average eliminations pretty close, only 0.1 difference, but the average damage from Ichi, this guy has been carrying the team. Such an outstanding player, and of course that is also why at this moment GE is currently on top. They've been fairly consistent yesterday.
Yeah, but there have been ups and downs, especially when it comes to Rango. But when it comes to Myanmar, they are pretty much decent. They're balancing out when it comes to every map possible. Now, GE is still 88.5 point difference if you compare to the gap between us, Esports. And we do have 5 of danger. FOD is one of the team you should watch out for. Same goes for SKR. These are the team that will surprise us today because they are those of the team that can actually make a one-shot call of something within a day, change so many things. And we have a tiny in the 4th spot here, but if you look at the first page down to maybe 11th place, it's within their reach to actually still take the number 1.
Yeah, there are like so many teams that can possibly get the number 1 spot at least by the end of today. But of course, we gotta highlight some of the good performance yesterday. We got Vipers that got their chicken dinner, and they were at number 16 when we started the week, and at least they've gotten the chicken dinner and they moved up a bit, so they're showing some potential as well. It's just that they need to be a little bit more consistent. Some of the highlights here that we can see some great plays. KE as well, one of those teams like to play the long range. They are specialists in it, but yesterday they also shown that they are specialists in throwing nades.
Not just that, I have to agree for a fact GE do have better team cooperation and teamwork. If you compare it with all the others, they're moving as a team. Now, you don't have one sort of a spotlight for one particular player. Yes, except for, I think it was Smile, or coming from GE, is it? I think kind of have extraordinary sort of a play. But when it comes to teamwork, right, there's no one player that always under the star or the spotlight for these guys. But for the side of Falcon, they are one of those actually in the bottom as well. But you can give credit to a side of Chandler. When it comes to long shots, he knows what he's doing. At VE, I'm loving the fact that they really bump up their performance yesterday, but it's down to their consistency. Can they make it for every single map?
Oh yeah, I remember that May W's clutch with the DBS. That was insane. The chat went insane as well when they pulled that off. So a lot of interesting plays in day number 1. I mean, we can see that all these teams are really up for the grand finals. It feels different than the league, because at the league, the objective is to make the top 16. Of course, getting bonus points is great, but for the grand finals, you want to be the champion. You don't only get that title, but you also get to move on to PMSL. And speaking about teams stepping it up, top sign-up performers, we have KE, Enigma, West Point, Mamba, and GE, the number 1 team right now.
If you look over for the total damage, KE is one of those teams that didn't actually manage to wrap things up. Don't have the execution, they managed to have the knockdowns, but just couldn't transfer or exchange it into 1 elimination points. So they have to be aware this time for KE to actually get themselves those points instead of just knocking them down. Just making sure also have their eyes out and looking out for a third party coming in, because KE do have high potential if you ask me. They're still in the top 5. But for Enigma, on the other hand, they are on a roller coaster mode. I have no clue what's going on with them.
Yeah, Enigma, they had their moments, and yeah, they really had their moments. So that's one thing. But for today's matches, so again, it's going to be the same. So we're going to start off with Sadhawk, Erangel, the next 2 games, and then we have Miramar, and then we have Erangel to wrap up the day. So if you just join us for the grand finals, it's a little bit different than what we see in the league, because in the league they only play, each team only plays like 4 games, but we have 5 games in a day. But for the grand finals, it's going to be 6 games straight, so it's going to really test their stamina throughout the finals.
It's going to be just, I mean, like, if you put in your mind, it's going to be just 3 days instead of weeks, right?
Yeah.
So at least these guys really have to, push it out and just do whatever they can with whatever they can actually do with their own body and mental right now. But for predictions of today, I'm going to start with FOD for the day here, and SKR as well, and APG. Now APG, I do want to see them getting a better performance, just like how YG proved to us yesterday. So for FOD and SKR, I have a feeling today is the second day. So this is where teams getting aggressive just to get those elimination points. And today is the day where they start to testing stuff and experimental stuff if they want to really getting themselves up there in the top 3.
Yeah, so my prediction, of course, I'm a supporter of the page 2 teams. So G-Lab, Falcon, this time BG kind of slid down, so still looking for them to find their footing. They were somewhere in the middle when we started the campaign, but now they are at the bottom 3, so it's not a position that any team wants to be at. Of course, they are a experienced organization within the Southeast Asia region, so they have a lot of expectation. I'm very sure the fans would be cheering on for them as an OG team. Yeah, fans must give your energy to them.
Take their energy. Come on, show your hands in the air and just give the energy for your favorite team, because we're heading over to our first Sunhawk for the day, the only Sunhawk for the day instead. And we had really tough circles, starting off with all 3 islands compressed in that one circle, but it will be the same sort of event today. Let's head into Sunhawk.
Oh yeah, Sanhok it is, and this is going to be game number 1 of day number 2. So let's hop into Sanhok. Can't wait to see the flight path. So here it is, going to start off from the areas of Sahmi up all the way to Camp Bravo, a little bit on the left, but don't worry, this is Sanhok. Wherever the flight path is, teams can still drop onto their natural drop spot directly. It's going to be, the bigger question is that how is circle going to be, because yesterday's circle, the initial or the first circle, it comprises of 3 islands, and that kind of circle is always very tricky to play.
Yeah, but I'm hoping for the same thing. But sometimes hunting circle is not too bad either for us. It's going to be very entertaining to watch, but for the players, it's going to be a bit of a scratch on their hats just to get into the circle in the first place. But still waiting for circle to pop, while the players are dropping their own initial drop spot, hoping to actually loot up as usual. PUBG Mobile is fly, drop, gear up, and survive, and that's it. Sounds simple, but it's not as simple as it is. Back towards our map, we do have KE uncontested on top of boot camp. That's going to be one of the best places they can actually defend themselves, because it's in the center of the map itself, and it's easy for them to rotate anywhere else. But we're still waiting for the first circle to pop, and it happens to be right at the bottom island there. So a bit of a Camp Alpha in between. It feels like more to the side of a Camp Charlie, if I'm not mistaken there. And then it's going to be really a lot of teams might be gatekeeping around Painan as well if there's somebody try to cross over.
Yeah, but looking at the Painan might be a good, will be an interesting place to see fights later on, because if we predict the circle, normally like the first circle, when it shrinks to the second circle, it's a little bit more centered. So if we kind of cut out the sides, then it's very likely for it to be in the Ruins Island and the Sami Island. When it comes to the 3rd, 4th, 5th phase of the circle, then it might get a little bit wonky, and then it gets a little bit more balanced towards the end. So that's currently the trend of circles in general for most of it. So with that being said, that means we can expect that with teams with that knowledge, it's likely that they will make fast rotations, especially for teams on the main peninsula and the Camp Alpha Island to move into the Ruins Island. And the Ruins Island, not the biggest island, hence we might see more fights happening earlier.
Yep. But so far from what we witnessed, right, when it comes to this map, it's kind of hard for us to actually see aggressive start. We're not gonna lie. The teams are extra careful, extra vigilant, extra cautious when it comes to Sunhawk, because it's gonna be once a day Sunhawk anyways. So there's not much information for them to revise, to actually study of the rotation of the teams. Even the teams sometimes keep on changing their drop spot due to how few the maps they have been playing so far in Sunhawk, because it's going to be main focus onto the side of Wrangel. Definitely it's going to be 3 out of 6 maps. It's going to be half that you can actually gather points to get into the number 1 spot. So it's best to actually focus on Wrangel more. But when it comes to Sunhawk point, it's still going to be points. So these guys, whoever cannot actually make it when it comes to the OG map of Wrangel, they try to gain as much benefit and take advantage of this map as much as they can.
Yeah, definitely every round is important. We can't really say that, oh, because it's Sanhok, it's only played once. Yeah, we can like kind of let it go. If we get points, that's fine. No, because at the end of the day, to be champions, you really need to do well in every single map. And speaking about doing well, oh, it looks like KE had a good start. Yesterday, KE in Sanhok, they were they checkpoint themselves at the high grounds on the southern side of boot camp, and it was perfect for them because the circle kind of cut out through there, meaning that teams try to swim over, they will be gunned down by KE. So they managed to gather a couple of elimination points from there. Now looking at this is a good start. I really like to see where they are, and looks like they are still on pretty much that side. But Falcon, ooh, got one.
Getting on Boy Sean of KE. Now KE, today should be their day, right? Today is the day they should actually push themselves way more because they are desperate to get themselves in the top 3 here. And Falcon on the other hand are desperate to actually prove themselves they are worthy to stay in this tournament. For the Rallies on the other hand, coming out for West Point Mamba, taking on one of our players, FOD. Falcon on the other hand, still having a go again. Osja Esports with KE around there and still trying to hunt down KE, but I have a feeling Osja might actually win this. And it's going to be Andrew knocked down from afar, and Kaya having a bit of exchange between Falcon and KE still.
Well. Looks like Sin managed to steal one as well for themselves. So this is what I expected, right? Because the circle is as such. Although it's like, oh, first circle pop, 3 islands, but giving the logic of the pattern of the circle, like the first to second, it will shrink pretty much centered. So that's why we can see all these teams heading the same direction. And look at the amount of colors on screen. We can at least see 3 teams in the same area. That's why we see all these fights happening, because they know they need to get across.
It's kind of true. To get across is already a big problem. Stay alive is an issue to deal with. D2Y might actually click with Holy Lunge. He's going to grenade. It's going to be a first one. Still trying to cook for another, but Cloud on the other end coming up from the flank side. Off angle to the side of Lanju. A bit too late getting on D2Y Falcon, but Cloud. Wow, this guy, Holy Lanju, have been clutching quite a number to the side of Falcon.
Oh no. Falcon, 2 points in round number 1. That brings them to 40 points in total, equaling Burmese goals. But that also means that, well, Burmese goal is still alive, so they can still pull away from Falcon. But that will make Falcon remain at the bottom 3, unfortunately. Let's see what GLAC can come up with. If GLAC can come up with something great this round, then, ooh, Falcon, number 16 as a start.
Yeah. They tried, they really did, but it just didn't work out for them still. It's just the timing bit off when it comes to look at an angle. It just didn't work quite right for them. Back to the side of FOD. FOD, they had one finished off by the side of West Point Mamba. Now still chasing and breathing down their neck. We have WPM just scouting out over their backside. As FOD has to be extra vigilant when it comes to making a move. But RVE on the other hand, taking a bit of a glimpse to the side of Osja across them, but waiting for the circle to pop again. Is it going to be Tambang Circle? I feel like it might be Tambang Circle here. But look at how concentrated around Painan is right now. It feels like everybody is there. For those coming out from the right side, on the east side, it's just too much for them.
Ooh, tucked into the corner. That's how I like it. That will force a lot of teams to really move. And yeah, that's what I talk about. Like, teams will move really fast in this round. So we're already like, what, 55 players left. We just saw one being eliminated. And it's going to continue on, because right now we can see the choke points. They're being blocked. Like SKR, they're having trouble getting across. There's another team waiting for them. And that team is FOD. They are number 3, number 4 meeting each other. We can see how FOD is holding their grounds. SKR almost has no way to get across. They need to find an alternative.
What are the alternatives here for them though? FOD still cutting across. John just scouting out for the last person, which is going to be Nang. He's going to go in first and leaving Nang behind. Vipers on the other hand, we've seen this before, Cloud. Swimming over in the blue zone as well. Feels really hard for Spoogle and a bit of a jiggle. Just really tough for him to actually dock himself. I just hope he actually make it in time to heal himself when he dock. But BG start to move as well, taking another fight against another team. For the side of DJ and the rest of Viper. Lucky enough, nobody actually guarding over this side. But I have a feeling it's going to be PBE waiting on the other end, possibly.
Yeah, let's see. We haven't got visual of PBE just yet, but we do have visual of Burmese goals who's interested to go fishing. The kid is currently down in the water. Yes, he can be revived, but the opponents are waiting on top of him. So if anyone goes in for the revive, that's it. Pretty much they'll get double eliminations. Edward sees one, Edward gets one, Edward gets a point in the bag.
Another 1 point. Just, you know what, casually farming over this side. Finally, we have one more team eliminated next after Falcon, which is going to be APG, the one that I'm actually rooting for. I'm not sure what's happening to them, but for the side of GE, they are in #1 spot here, but they're losing more they can actually count. Ichi being left behind as FVE just going to keep pressuring them from across the bridge. But at the same time, I'm talking about the Painan Bridge, yeah? So GE actually made it in. Nobody actually camp bridging this time, but like enough for GE, they might actually be the one doing it.
Yeah, I believe this is the southern side, whereby if I recall correctly, the last time we saw the teams drop into Sami, they move up to the north. So meaning that they're not interested to gatekeep this bridge. So GE kind of took advantage of it. So I would say there was good anticipation there by the in-game leader of GE to make that call. But right now, SKR and G-Lab, I wouldn't say they're locked in with each other, but if they head into the same direction, obviously they will. So far, they seem to be moving in opposite directions, so looks like they'll be okay. But Naughty really wants to get something out of this. Gotta be careful though, they're in the blue.
1 for OK. Marcus. Feels like a lose-lose situation for G-Lab as well. Dragon being knocked down from afar. And Exit tried to go for the flank side, going for off-angle view just to get on their sides. But, well, I did mention about Tambang Circle. This feels like it. And a bit of more water there. It's going to be 50% of water and ground to play alongside with it. We do have BG come up from Nakam. Speaking of Sami, you do have SKR and G-Lab crossing over where we witnessed early fights before. Vipers on the other hand, I'm surprised nobody actually guarding too much on the northern side of a bridge here. And Vipers will have to be a crossfire with PBE just to get across into the center of the circle. But they can actually reroute themselves to get into a different angle in time, which is a bit more safer. SKR still taking a fight against G-Lab. Dragon finally being finished off. FOD on YG. What is happening in the center of the circle?
Yeah, looks like some of them want to get a little bit comfortable in the center. But at the side, on the outside, we got SKR still finally taking down one of G-Lab. And they got themselves 5 elimination points. SKR, however, just nice in terms of utilities. So hopefully they'll be able to make their way into the circle without being blocked by other teams. But our #1 team, GE, out without a single point.
And this is not surprising at this point. GE, when it comes to Rango and Myanmar, you'll be expecting them to perform. When it comes to Simon, it's not their best strength. We have to agree with that at least. It's more towards PBE when it comes to Sunhawk, when it comes to their rotation wise. We do know for a fact that teams that are really performing on the top spot mostly are focusing towards Rango and Marama. Have a bit of problem to have a bit of a wilderness in the Sunhawk area. But KE the top now spotted out Sin. I do love Sin player, especially Holy Lanju though. He's really good. His reflex is just remarkable. It's just down to the timing of rotations. Their migration sometimes got caught red-handed by so many teams and being hammed down and sandwiched, just kind of stuck there. PBE on the other hand, just crossing over the bridge. We have Viper Spoogle still swimming for the longest time.
Oh yeah, I can empathize, right? Like because you can imagine, like with this kind of circle, like the entire coastline, you would have someone. So that's what they're anticipating. But that's the only choice that they have. If they just swim straight, like the obvious places, the obvious checkpoints, there will always be somebody. But Moxie from FVE being gunned down, and that is from PBE who's using the bridge. I was kind of expecting that FVE can become the gatekeepers, but looking at the minimap, there's someone behind them, so it's not possible for them to do that. Hence, PBE has a better entry point into the other side. But they are still not within the circle. They still need to fight their way through.
But PBE, left, right, and center. I'm talking about 3 teams have their eyes on side PBE. It's going to have VE, Enigma, Oja, and Sin at the same time. And the blue closing in as well. Things are not really doing so great for them as we string into further into in between Tambang and Nakam. But we might ended up in between here with BG getting himself center of circle. KE is right next to them on the northern side. Holy Land, you already make it into Tambang, while the rest of the team still gatekeeping to the side of PBE on the northern bridge. Enigma capturing it on with Spulgo, who just docked himself after a long swimming day. But Vic, on the other hand, for Sen, this actually might work out well for them and to get themselves more points for eliminations. But the thing is, it's more than just one set of eyes watching over here. We're talking about Oja, we're talking about Enigma, also trying to take down PBE, who's trying to cross over that bridge.
Ooh, speaking about Sin, right? So they are looking over 2 teams at least. So they got PBE and they got FVE that they can try to collect points off. It's just that right now Sin, they do not have the circle, so they're kind of forced to move a little bit back. But Sin, they're still not letting this place go. Ranger will be gunned down. Mompa goes down to the zone, and now Ares, can he get a double knockdown? Yes! There will be a double knockdown, and now Sin will give points to FVE. Sin down to last 2 players.
VE taking whatever they can work with wonderfully well with that shotgun just now. But Vic, on the other hand, being shot down by Aris again. This guy just doesn't know how to stop. It keeps on going with a shotgun. Just gonna finish things off, wiping the floor clean. And it's gonna be an easy elimination point just into his pocket. But PB, on the other hand, before they went down, they managed to secure 1 elimination points from afar. But because of how far they were in the bridge, just so hard for them to actually be saved there. Enigma versus Ozja with 1 player, Astro, the FMVP chaser, or the racer we call it. He's knocked down quite too much in the front line, tanking everything out for the entire team. They are a bit segregated for the side of Ozja.
Ooh, yeah, and well, at least they have the rim of the circle. But Osha Esports, they are only remaining with 2 players, so that's not really looking good for them. If only Enigma has information, they'll just rush in. They can open up, but who needs to open up when you have that nade? Just take down DZ, leaving Skyin alone. Skyin, that's a very far nade. Not sure how will that be able to connect, but looks like it will not.
Skyin tried to toss over. This feels like a perfect angle, but the structures in between making it so hard to land those shots and land those grenades coming up from Skyin. It's going to be just 100 meter apart between them. Cooper almost being finished off by the blue zone at the same time. It's going to be painful since we're talking about the 5th stage of the circle as well. And Skyin spraying over with a Vector, hoping to land the shots coming out, connecting to a sort of Enigma, but Enigma still finish off mostly by the play zone instead. They secure themselves 6 elimination, leaving out Caps here to fight again West Point Mamba. On the other hand, if he's going on the back line, if moving forward, he's going to be fighting against Skyin. You have to choose whether to fight the entire team or a single player that he's been going and duking. And never mind Michi.
Yeah, totally didn't expect that. I mean, West Point Mamba just came into the picture, securing that elimination point. They got 7 eliminations already. And if you remember yesterday, West Point Mamba had a lot of downs as compared to an up, so they'll be looking forward to trying to get back onto their number 1 spot today for sure. And it's so far so good. 7 elimination points and they're in the top 8.
Yep. Down to how much you can get for eliminations these days. Edward spraying from afar. It's quite far, around 250 meters apart, I think. May and MH. Amri's just camouflaging himself so well within the grass right now. Amura is always a sneaky ninja coming out from BG as well. SKR, they have been quiet for the longest time, but they already got themselves 5 eliminations here. I must take it on the side of us, just Skyin on the ground. Amish still have their eyes on West Point Mamba. It's just the water in between them here right now. Between the hills of Nakam and Tambang. They're fighting against each other at the shoreline as well. The small hills making such a good view to a side of PG. Got himself a vintage point. Elevation is a tiny bit there. getting himself a wide view to play around with. West Point Mamba, they're then just gonna resort to the side of the building. Same goes for SKR, but the thing is, they are at the edge of a circle. Now, if the circle shrinks again, they have to force themselves to move. The moment they step out from that compound, it's gonna be an open field and be shot down with a lot of fires from these guys.
Speaking about needing to move, right? I'm pretty sure Amura needs to move. Okay, there you go. So Amura needs to move and look at who's around him. So I think Ares is not going to be a big factor. He's playing by the coastline below Amura, so that's fine. But he has 2 from KE to deal with at the northern side. If he can deal with both of them, somehow clutch it out, then he'll have an easy entry. But if not, it's super duper hard. But maybe what he can do is that let them move forward and he can try to backstab them from behind. I think that he will still have the advantage.
And depends on the situation, yeah. It's all about the timing. If you're a bit too hasty, yeah, moving forward.
Yeah, let's see if they're moving too hasty or not. Well, they have not moved yet, but now they must move. Okay, because 6 to 7 phase circle, yeah, it is tough. Okay, just wait and see. Amura. Doesn't look like they're really checking the corners though. They'll be like, okay, we're just waiting. They probably want to see Ares, but they don't know Amura is there, so Amura could be the surprise factor. Oh, there you go. Oh! Wow! I'm even more impressed the fact that they were able to back up Amura. Wow, that was really, really on point there. Nice shot calling. But now, Ermas from West Point Mamba sees Amura, makes shoots. Can he get Amura? Almost getting it, but oh no, that nade! That nade, no! And Amura counter fire on it, that nade, that shake. He was not able to control the recoil because of it. Oh, I'm liking the spread out of BG right now. Just look at this. They have all angles covered. But MH, gotta be careful. On the right side, he doesn't know that someone's there. But now Ares onto Edward. It's gonna be 1v1. Ares has an S12K. But he's going up against the DBS. DBS versus S12K. Let's go. Oh, low. Oh, he doesn't know. May. Oh, luckily Marcos comes in with the jump shot now. Edward, only one. Okay, there's nowhere for him to go. He has to come out. Spray will be on to him. And it's going to be SKR taking home the first chicken dinner for today. Script. Not bad. Yeah, they're having a good track record now. Yesterday in their last game, they got third place with 13 elimination points. So that's pretty nice. And now, coming on to day number 2, starting it off with the chicken dinner. Man, this is interesting. I expect SKR to be on top because well, GE, we know they went out early. We didn't really see much of Austria Esports and FOD, so SKR could be it. But you wouldn't be on top without one of your key players, the MVP for this round, Naughty4K. Well, West Point Mamba, at least they're back. And I believe that a lot of fans are really concerned with their performance yesterday. But despite not having the chicken dinner, at least they are able to be somewhere up there. So, yeah. Third place finish, not too bad. And plus their full squad time was like only 4 minutes 54 seconds, meaning they played the majority of the round without a full squad, but still able to stand that long. And they managed to get a couple of eliminations too. I need to see the overall later on, but I think it was pretty decent. Maybe like a 7 or 8 or so. But as what we expected, this game was a little bit faster because of how the circle is. And hence we do see that the circle does affect their gameplay and how fast they move. And GLab themselves, they are going downhill. If we were to draw a chart, 0 points in this round. Yesterday they got number 8 with 0 eliminations, and there was number 30 with 2 eliminations, and now it's 0. So not looking good for GLab, but at least we have some rises in the overalls. But to me, okay, overall, let's see. SKR. Interesting. Yes, SKR with a chicken dinner, so they are number 1 right now, as we kind of predicted, and GE dropped to a 2nd place. But so far, we can see that majority of the chicken dinners are on page 1. We still have page 2 teams with chicken dinners of their own, but there's still a lot of work to do to get onto page 1, or maybe now, because it's day 2, right? We don't talk about page 1, like maybe top 3 at least, because it's still doable. Yeah, we gotta get her back. Yeah, but anyway, so there you go. So welcome back there. So yeah, overall that we can see that SKR, you predicted them, so that's on point prediction in this round. And yeah, I mean, actually there's no surprise if you ask me. Like SKR, they are one of the top teams, so I wouldn't be surprised if they will be challenging for the number 1 spot at the end of the day.
I mean, the problem is not about challenging number 1 spot. Okay, before that, just follow us, okay? We talked this many times. Come on, guys. We're gonna stop urging you to actually follow all the social medias, because it's really important for you guys to actually know what's happening in PUBG Mobile, in every scene possible. It's gonna be worldwide sort of news will be everywhere as well, so make sure you guys stay tuned. Now, back to the side of what we mentioned early on. You talked about they can easily getting themselves at number 1, but the problem is with number 1 spot is the hardest point is how to maintain it, because so many teams are crawling and just try to pull you down by taking you out in the first place. Now, getting number 1 spot is great, but at the same time, you're putting yourself in a bullseye target behind your back. And there's so many teams trying to drag you down, especially those actually in the top 5 here. We're talking not even the top 5, maybe even on top 10. Because everybody, we didn't reach to actually take you out. And the points is just so close when it comes to the gap in between.
It is. That's why we see almost every round there's a change. So that's one thing to remember. So hang on to your horses, ladies and gentlemen. I remember that one team that was able to hold on to the number 1 spot from match number 1 until the final match. It was in the Southeast Asia Championships. Xavier was the team. So yeah, I mean, it's hard to topple that record, right? It's crazy, it's insane. But anyway, SKR Sandhawk is done. We'll head on to Erangel after this, and if we do a little bit of a recap, GE and Vipers got chicken dinner in Erangel, including the final Erangel. It will be PBE.
Okay, gonna have to wait and see then. For me, SKR is one of those teams in the wildcard that actually have huge potential coming in to even play in C League. I mean, like when it comes to C League, they have the standards to actually put up a really good fight and even ended up with the top 5. I can see that coming. It's just whether they are ready or not. For the second match later on, which is going to be a wrangle, I mean, like predictions wise, it's going to be the same prediction from us like the entire day here today. I'm not sure about you, Claire, but for me it's going to be the same prediction the entire day here today. So it's going to be the same for you. Is it the same for you though, for that BG?
Oh yeah, come on, page 2 people, come on. And BG almost got it though. And BG was that second, they got second place, and SKR got a first place. So we're getting close there. We're getting close.
Close enough. I mean, like Falcon though. Like Falcon really tried. They're getting a lot of early engagement. It's just things don't work out for them. It just happens to be like there's always another set of eyes watching from the flank side. They didn't notice. So it's like, is it too hasty for them to start a fight without trying to scout out their perimeters first, or is it just a bit reckless, or just a bit impatient in that terms to actually start getting themselves points, or is it just too hasty to make decisions?
Yeah, I don't know, but if you kind of think about it, actually it's the circle is kind of wonky as well, so it was really tough, right? Not gonna lie about that. Like, it's stuck at the corner, it is Sandhawk, smaller map, things are a little bit faster, so I think we would need like maybe this one, maybe the Erangel, a balanced map, to kind of come up with better theories of what might happen.
I'm gonna have to wait and see, because Erangel, when I started off with a really tough circle here, maybe Erangel, usually the Erangels in the first 2 maps will be very generous. So it's down to whether we get a generous circle or just really extraordinary ones, which is more entertaining for us, but definitely not very fun for the players, since this is their life at stake here we're talking about. It's fun for us to talk about it, but these guys have breaking their sweat, tears and blood just to get to where this point of where they're at right now. So a lot being invested for the entire youth being invested for this moment as well. So with a lot at stake, can they actually try to make it out to get themselves at number 1 spot or not? Or can they still maintain for SKR? Because within a match, I think it's easy to actually swap things over, right? Just within a match.
Yeah, it is. I think almost every match so far we see a swap. So that is how crazy it is, right? And who knows, the swap could be as insane as West Point Mamba coming back up. So it doesn't mean that that team used to hold that number 1 and then he goes down, it doesn't come back. Nah, that's not the case, because it's all about the point system. But at the end of the day, of course, it's about the teams, whether they are able to perform in such a sense, and that will be the biggest concern, because you have 16 teams. There's a lot of teams to really take into consideration, and that's why PUBG Mobile is very interesting, that you never know what happens. There's always a surprise.
Yeah, for us, we get to see the player's name and the player's team here, but the players actually playing have no clue who's that. Sometimes they get confused. Is that my friend? Is that my friend or enemy? That's why you see sometimes the self-team explosion and this kind of stuff, because it's just next to the enemy as well, running in the same corner, just getting confused. It's something that normal, I think, for at this stage for some of the teams. So it's really tough to actually be in the player's shoes. But other than that, I mean, like, it's down to, you know, the best man wins still.
Yeah, but you'll be surprised, right? So speaking of like players who, whether they know which team and so on and so forth, whether they be eliminated or not, you'll be surprised that when I was observing like players, they somehow like they do keep a mental track of like, by just looking at the elimination feed, they'll know like, oh, that team is out, oh, that team is out, that team is out. I'm like, bruh, how? So somehow they're so used to looking at that elimination feed that they have a mental memory of like, okay, these teams who have been eliminated, because that will kind of help them at the final circle, assuming that they survive there, to kind of have a estimation of what, let's see, an estimation of how many teams are there, so that they would know that whether it's 2 teams they need to deal with or 3 teams when there's like 5 players, because that's the only thing that they can see that time.
Yeah, and that's kind of true. And also, not just that, when it comes to, you know, how do you handle the pressure for the players, it's just really tough if those teams are actually right below everything else. It's just not really easy task with the pro players, honestly speaking. You know what, I'm going to refresh things a bit, but Cloud, take it over for me.
Yeah, if you don't mind, like in a few more seconds, then I can do stuff that allows you to refresh without being worried. Yeah, but maybe, yeah, let's do the refresh right now. You have some time while we count down to the timer. Of course, we have a minute and a half more, and we are jumping into Erangel now. So Erangel again. While Choo refreshes, let me refresh you the history of Erangel in day number 1. So it was a GE with that chicken dinner, 12 eliminations, and then you have Vipers, nice comeback for them. Chicken dinner with 6 eliminations, and then the final Erangel, it was PBE, chicken dinner with 8 eliminations. I still think, despite PBE, 2 games they were too soon. The first and also the Myanmar game, I still think that they have a lot of potential when it comes to coming back up. And they were somewhere around page number 2 where we started the campaign, and now they're like number 6. So they're still on a rising trajectory.
Yeah, speaking of trajectory, circles, flight path, it's nothing in the control of any of us. Not even the everybody in the game itself can't even control it. It's down to us, the RNG gods. Okay, it's still gonna be. Is it gonna be a nice circle? I have a feeling we might gonna be a generous circle and general flight path because of how we're having a really tough start when it comes to Erangel. In Sunhawk. So usually when it comes to the alternations of the circles, this might be a good chance we're gonna have a very generous one. So let's not waste any more time. Let's get into Erangel.
Oh yeah, baby, Erangel it is, and Erangel will be the second match of day number 2. So it's 2-2. Okay, I'm trying that. But anyway, so another flight path. Looking at the plane, it's going to come from the north, because I see Mount Gatka somewhere. Yeah, there you go. So Severny down to Novo. I think the flight path is fairly okay this time around. But if you remember yesterday, wonky circles, 2 circles on way up north. And then we got one kind of tuck at the second one. The third one wasn't that bad. No, it was somewhere around Gatka Quarry.
No, the last one was around Ferry Pier as the start and Sonovska Motive Base. That's the worst one out of all 3 Erangel maps.
I thought it ended in Gatka Quarry area.
It was around Quarry, but it's not really like generous as a start, right? We're talking about the first 2 was actually quite okay with a lot of land in between if we compare with the last one, where it actually comprises around Sonovska military base. Imagine how more of a water circle can it be for the first circle to pop like that when it comes to the last map. And you have only one direction going towards the side of Quarry, which is going to be really tough for those coming up from the northern side. I mean, like, if we got a generous circle, it would be, you know what, I take that back.
This feels like yesterday, but a little bit more down south. This is even worse than yesterday because there could be higher possibility of military base. But now let's put focus on the fight that's happening right now. Moxie 1v3. Okay. I think a road rage is coming, and BG, they are on fire. They will want more. Oh, did he? Got it.
Oh, wait, what? No! He could actually just take a grab out of it, you know? Just, I'm gonna take a bit of a taxi drive with you and your customer, but outside of BG, they're having a very good start here. Secured himself 2 elimination points from the hands of FVE. Now, what happened to FVE? Why is this happening to them?
I mean, yesterday they were, at some point they were kind of okay, but now, not so okay. Even in Sanhok, arguably, it wasn't really their game. But speaking about a team that's supposed to be okay, West Point Mamba, one of them went out. But if you remember in the previous round, West Point Mamba, they were playing without a full squad for majority of the time. They only played with 5 minutes, but they still managed to get a top 4 finish. So pretty decent. They know what they're doing. But if you have 3 players, I think that's fine. But if you have 2 players, it's tough for FVE to do anything.
Yeah. I mean, like, FVE, it's just really one of those days, right? They are like once upon a time like Sin, So when it comes to the league, they always had this problem when the first moment they drop. Sometimes there happens to be somebody just affecting them too early on. Want to complicate things by, randomly jumping into where they're at, just having a really tough start. In case of FVE, that is what's happening right now. They definitely will be a bit more cautious, a bit more safe with playing as a duo. But I'm not surprised if they're working as a duo and try to get more eliminations by being third party. This way, it's great to have 4 men as a firepower team and really comprises a lot of information where you have 4 set of eyes watching. But the communication going as a duo is actually more fluent and more flamboyant if you actually compare it with too many people in a squad, like a squad having 4 people. There's gonna be a lot of clashes of opinion and a kind of misinterpret of certain information. But you only have 2 people here in the team. It's actually faster to relay the information. Things are actually more, how do I say this? It's like you're tossing hot potatoes faster, that sort of moment,
Right. Usually, even if the team is not playing with a full squad, like the other 2 are eliminated, normally the other 2 will contribute by giving information, and especially if the IGL is out. So the IGL will still make those calls even though he's not playing the game. Of course, type of communication between the teams are subjective. Some of them train differently. But in general, IGL still makes the call even though he's out. And for the players that normally don't make the call, normally they will still say that if they spot something that the players that are playing miss, like those really, really long range and the opponent looks like a dust, but one of the players who are watching the game actually is like, he sees it, he can still also point it out, like, hey, there's someone there, just spray, something like that. So I would say that even though if they're out, they can still contribute to the game. Hopefully they're trained to do so, but of course these are pro teams that we're talking about, right? I'm pretty sure that they do practice that.
Yeah, I mean, like, it's like you have 2 extra set of soul eyes, right? It's like a soul of your teammate that had actually died to actually watch out for you. Like, are you talking about a speck of dust? That's what happened in the previous map when it comes to BG. Remember how I think it was Amhesh and Amura who were having a bit of a duo, where Amhesh actually followed up where Amura was fighting against, and he barely can see them. This is just how great these guys can get when it comes to their vision and when it comes to their alertness to their surrounding, adaptations to it. They are just remarkable and formidable players. Back to a sort of GE, they're having a bit of a segregated time and just spreading out to make sure they are marking their perimeters right, and just to scout things out for the rest of the team, maybe loot up along the process. But AVE on the end, on top of Ferropia, you know what, they're just gonna be in here for quite a bit. I have a feeling, because it depends on circle really, because second stage circle, it might be still SMB, it might be just around in between SMB and Ferropia, it might be on top of a bridge, we have no clue. Yeah,
I don't expect them to be making much movement now. Plus they are, like what you said, in the circle, and this position, this house on Ferropia, considering that the current circle is not too bad. They could be there for maybe 3 rounds or 3 stages of the circle, so it's not too bad really. But if it when it comes to the point that if they were needed to go on to SMB, that will be a big problem because they cannot fight their way through. They can only try to sneak in, and your only way to sneak in through SMB, if you have a boat, you're kind of lucky. If not, you got to swim across. And we know that by that time, it was already the stage 3 to stage 4 circle, the damage, you will not be able to survive that. The swim is just too far.
Okay, guys, you guys watching at home right now, I have a tip for you. You know you're Asian and you know you're in trouble when somebody says in that how Cloud express it. Okay.
Oh, how did you do it again?
I don't know. You did it.
Oh
at
really?
first.
Oh man, it's so subconscious, you know.
Like, it's so Asian, you know. It's like
man.
We Asians have this sort of tone that when somebody says certain phrase in certain sort of tone, you know you're such in big trouble with doing that. Especially when your mom do it, you're like, oh man, I'm messed up.
Oh, it's like you are in big trouble,
Yeah, that you know that you know you're an Asian if you have that no matter which part of in Asian countries you are, that is gonna be the factor that you know you're an Asian in the first place.
Well, you've been to a few countries. Is it consistent in like the few countries you've been in Asia?
In C, yes. Most of it, yes.
So the next time I know if I go to any other Southeast Asia countries, I'll be like, and someone does something wrong to me, I'll be like, you are?
Everybody know you're pissed that time. But back to the side of APG, yeah? A big shot down from the side of the other team, just right beneath them. And it's gonna be Sen. Sen has been really aggressive here today. I'm surprised how they just bring up a different level of game here from their side.
Oh yeah, considering that they're at the bottom half. So it's nice to see that coming from them, because if you're at the bottom half and you continue to play passively, you're not going to get anywhere. But this is a sin that I like, because this is a sin that I remember when I casted in week number 1. I see that a lot from them. So, and it worked out for them, in my opinion. And they weren't doing too bad. So if they can come up with that sort of gameplay again that's a little bit more aggressive, willing to take down teams, that's the sin that I want to see.
I mean, like, it worked for them for this time, but you know, the other teams are adapting too, so they have to readapt themselves towards a different sort of approach. But back to the side of GE, YSG just arrived around the warehouse. Been greeted very warmly. Yeah, we talk about more than 2 teams around here, not just YG and GE. There's another team across here. Might actually bump into this as well on top of the field here. Master Ichi taking on Cute Loki, but couldn't actually spot him out. We do have Smile just helping on Ichi as well. Sundo with it. UMP trying to go on Cute Loki, giving that spray. Does any follow-up coming from YG? Not just yet, but he clipped quite a bit on the side of GE for now. As we are still waiting for Enigma, are they going in as a third party or not?
Ooh, okay. I want to see if Enigma does that, because they have done it before yesterday. So they're capable of third partying, and GE wouldn't like that. Their top spot being taken away, and if Enigma does that, it's going to be even worse. But anyway, we have to settle the score here first, as GE seems to be trading it back and forth. The DBS gameplay from Ichi. He gets another one. Maya goes down, but then again the trade came in. Ichi being traded back. Loki now the last man standing for YG. And there's one more, Smile. But there's one more behind as well. But before that, Loki ensures he gets that elimination point. Did he manage to do so? I don't think so. But anyway, let's finish up the fight first. 1v3.
I think he wants to help his teammate first for Loki, but at the same time, it's just too risky. You have to take up the fight. You cannot save Sundo. And that's it for YG, bowing down without any elimination points at that point. He got himself quite too knocked down at first. It was a really good call. It was really a good fight from YG, but he's just not getting those elimination as a close up. But Enigma not letting them rest at all. No reset time. Here comes Enigma, but Caps almost being finished off straight away. He managed to trade on West. It's going to be 2 down on GE. Not even a breather for them.
Oh, nice call here from Enigma. QB wins the fight against a potential jump shot. And now GE's in trouble. GE, are they down to the last man? No, they're eliminated. Only 4 points. That means that number 1 spot will not be theirs. Enigma really on point in their crash into the compound. But look at the minimap, Choo. Someone's looking at them, but looks like it's just a scout, and that's Skynin. So he's just looking, but his teammates are not there to crash in with him.
It feels like a repeat situation. It is a repeat when it comes to if Austria actually try pushing into Enigma as well. Because it feels like it's been repeating itself so many times, but it's just Skyning coming up from Austria. The rest of the cavalry is not there, nowhere to be seen. It's just quite far apart. So I don't think they want to go for it. So Austria are holding themselves 4 different angles, 4 different points throughout the entire map, especially inside. All of them are actually inside a circle. And they're just trying to gather information, relay back to the team first, and just biding their time, waiting for the right time to butt into their business. And so Austria is playing a very unique tactic if you compare it with all the other teams out there.
Yeah, Austria, that spread and sending 1 scout, I think they're playing it a little bit safer this time around. If they really wanted to crash in, they would like group up together, because the information they would have gathered the information, they would have heard the gunshots, and they would have like, okay, let's get together, wait for the right moment, exactly what Enigma did, and just crash in. But this time around, they're switching it up. So maybe they have their own reasons for that, and there's nothing wrong with that as well. Probably they have different focus, and that's absolutely fine.
Yeah, everything is fine. Whatever your tactics are, whatever your strategy is, it's just, if it works for you, it's gonna work. Like, if some people have said, like, oh, this is gonna be a snaking game all day long, it's gonna be super boring and camping it out. If it works for the team, it works. I mean, like, nothing can go wrong with PUBG Mobile. You can do whatever you need to just to survive. SKR Yahiko taking on 1 player here. It's gonna be G-Lap, newbie this time instead of Dragon. Naughty 4K. Exit tried to push in for the eliminations. Yeah, he's gonna wrap things up really fast for a sort of SKR. You don't want to extend this fight too long, because they might attract unwanted attention from different teams. Yeah, Marcus there started coming up from the back line with the UAZ, trying to give support fire, a bit of trading from the indoors. By SKR, both teams are actually not inside of the circle just yet. And Marcus spraying over Dragon, just gonna zigzag away, almost clear the entirety of it. He walks straight into the blue zone. Oh, Dragon.
That was at least 1 headshot, but now G-Lab, they need to reset quickly. 2 from SKR currently down, and they need to move fast because they're on top of the circle right now, on top of the zone. But it was interesting to see the fact that SKR, they came out of the circle to this compound just to save their teammate. I mean, that's what brothers are for, right?
Is it worth it though? We talked about this. Sometimes you have to build it. You have to build a ship, then just jump it away. Save this for the sake of team, but BG, they spot out the entirety of KE. Feels like heading back for a round 2 from that Sunhawk round early on, but BG this time trying to scout out Boyshine. We do have Enigma gaming behind them as well, so have to be extra vigilant, extra careful about exposing themselves way too much. The blue zone is shrinking even further. We have no clue about the next. Oh wow. Straight on the side of Pachinki.
Wow.
Austria is right in the center with Vipers in it as well.
Yeah, tucked into the corner. But Austria and PBE, okay, they are just next to each other. That's actually like a group of small houses that makes like 1 compound-ish. So they could fight. It really depends on what PBE might be thinking. But okay, if you ask me, is it worthwhile? I would say yes, for them to kind of secure this area, like lock in, because there is still a potential that the next circle might be theirs. And sometimes the airdrop is a clue, but I think that meta is kind of outdated. But hey, I mean, if you want those points, you can go for it. It's worthwhile.
Yeah. It's nothing more than being retro sometimes, but Kai being shot down by South Marcus. Now, I love how Marcus play coming out from SKR. You always know where the off angles are. I'm watching at the place that people are not watching, but this time he got so many people watching him right in this shack. Is the last play remaining for SKR. They just got themselves a really good round previously in Sunhawk, and now they have to bow out quite early on. Was being ambushed by Scotty from this side. FVE on the other. They also have Westport Mumbai, if I'm not mistaken, on the other end as well. So G-Lab Scotty, whether to take the fight or not, it's just gonna go for the position. He's the last member surviving as well for the side of G-Lab here. FVE is right across him, taking a small shack. Maybe no. Just gonna cut across. Oh, I feel really tense for him right now.
Okay, that was really brave, but he got away with it. Like, nobody shot at him. So, wow, gotta count his lucky stars. FOD on the other hand, currently in the circle. They need to reset. This area could be a nice position for teams to crash into because it's a high ground. But Kaya, oh no, he ain't gonna be Kaya after this. Looks like it's gonna be poor 1v4.
We're gonna throw the pun again. Here comes BG cooking up the net from the back line. It's gonna be just 20 meters apart from them. And Mix taking on Spoogle for Vipers, who's actually in the center now, taken down. But Kai is still fighting against MH. The one that actually tossing the niches now was BG in the first place. I'm surprised how Kai just managed to hold this long with Sean also on his side. KE, only boy Sean left in the shack, and he's trying to reset. Get in caps lock. But it's going to be Sean trying to play around, ring around Rosie, but Cooper got him from the back line. There's going to be another team out, which is going to be KE at 14 place. Back towards the center of the circle with still a lot of water ratio in it. We do have who was it again? Never mind, Spoogle just now. If I'm not mistaken, Viper's still in there, right? Yeah, Viper's at the edge of it. And Ozja Dizzy playing on the rooftop. Saying this for Renza. I'm loving how, you know, Ozja actually spreading out, looking at totally two different angles entirely at the same time.
Yeah, this is what they call the 2-2 split. So they just want to check their parameters, lock it in, and it's worthwhile as well because I think that with this current circle, there's a possibility they might still have it, and if they do, they would have a compound. So it's perfect location for them. It's just that their neighbors are annoying. The fact that they know that PBE is somewhere there, so they can't really move further than that parameter. But hey, looks like the circle does favor them. They have the compound, and they have a 2-2 split, so they can still take care of this parameter. If you kind of look at the circle versus where they're looking at directionally, those long-range shots would come in handy now. They can stop teams from coming, especially for the two that have split themselves on the left side.
Now, if the circle hot shift to the southern part, it's going to be really tremendous amount of winning advantage to the side of Ozja here. But Sin, with West Point Mamba taking on Vipers as well. Vipers finally eliminated on the 10th place. We're down to 9 teams and 30 players playing. Holy Lanju and Sin still trying to work around with this trio right now. But they are the ones that are actually not inside of a safe zone. They have to make way because time is not on their side. The Blues are going to shrink even further now. It's going to be really painful walking into stage 5, transitioning to stage 6. West Point Mamba still alive and holding on the compound. That one player of Michi trying to play it and win it for the team. You do have also FOD players still having a 4. Speaking of Enigma, just now BG still going at a fight with Caps just randomly drive over and got clipped quite a bit of a damage.
Well, this is a point, a necessary fight, but then again BG, they're waiting for it. They know that someone's going to come in. Someone takes care for the long range, and Edward comes in, finish up the player from Enigma with a DBS. And now Edward is not done yet. The nade will be cooked up. Nade tossed up, but Nade cooked up too long. It did not land us how he wanted it. And now the DBS gameplay a little bit too far for Spooky. Might be able to get away. Spooky now trying to get out of danger. Spooky still on the outside of the circle, wanting to come in, but Spooky and the rest of Enigma, a fail crashing for them. And that means that they're still on the outside of the circle, unfortunately.
They don't even plan to crash, and I think they want to take the compound. They thought that it's actually not that much of a player, actually for sort of BG here. So they thought like maybe we can actually take this compound for a bit if it's less than 2 players, but it was more than that. So they definitely want to build that one out, go straight into this safe zone and gatekeep from the inside instead. Whilst BG, they want to stay here, and noting that maybe the circle will be on their side for the next round, so it's not worth actually transitioning in the first place. Lucky enough, Enigma actually build that one now and just get himself in front of BG. At the same time, do have around the 4 is a lot of vegetations in between. It's going to be FOD versus APG. Now APG finally make it quite long survivor when it comes to this map here. They might be ended up in the top 3 here if they actually manage to push up their overall rankings as well at 55 points, but didn't actually secure any elimination yet. Same goes for PBE. They have been playing this very passively, very conservative, and not showing too much of their position just yet.
Yeah, no real big reason for them to move because they have the compound at the circle. Maybe the next one, and that will force them to take fights with at least their neighbors. So we'll see how it goes. But it looks like they choose to go up to the high ground, but APG is there. So scouting, a little bit of scouting work by Rankit. Gotta be careful not to be shot down because if he goes down there, there's no one to save him. But we'll see the circle. Ooh, they still have the circle. So Rankit just getting information and that's all. He can just retreat and be back with his teammates.
Ooh, Power been barbecued here. He's been roasted by sort of PBE and also FOD. APG a bit tense on their side. Two teams are hovering around in the center of it. And the Blues is just behind their back. Lucky enough, the circle shifted on the northern side, so it's going to be okay for them. They can stay here, but a bit more longer. But the thing is, this two team, APG and also FOD, is not willing to leave APG alone. PBE having their eyes on APG as well. So APG, it's down to them whether they want to pick the one on the left or the right. Pick their poison right now. But BG, on the other hand, they have to march forward. And they have to cut across so many teams. There's going to be two teams in between them as well. Cut themselves in a triangle. Make it 4 if Ranger want to be part of it. But I don't think Ranger want to be part of any fights right now.
Not at this moment. Considering that the teams are really, really close right now. But speaking about teams, oh, I'm looking over BG's eliminations. They already got 7. They're on a roll so far. And they still maintain a full score, but they do not have circle. Let's see where will they go. They might want to go up to the high ground, but there's someone waiting for them there. They need to take this fight. That fight is going to be necessary for them to get into the circle.
Right, side of us just scouted out the entirety of BG, just transitioning into the center. Oh, they just take down self. A grave for BG in the center of the war zone. Nothing to hide themselves, nothing to barricade except for the buggy that might not even explode because they've been brought down early on by AVE. Ranger, the last player, take away the last eliminations just now. Stealing off the noses off from all these guys. And Astro acts with a mini 14. Down to the shack. He spotted out the movement. Small movement. A minuscule speck of dust. He spotted them out. Just taking it straight to the knockdown. But lucky enough, QB is nearby for Spooky, so they can reset. They got themselves the smoke in between. Ranger cannot actually steal that one away. And just now just going to counter fire. Just to randomly shoot. But feels like it might hit Holy Lanju there.
Looks like Holy Lanju is blessed this time. Didn't get shot at, but QB on the other hand, counterfire upon Spooky, picks him up, but the zone will arrive on the room. They have a buggy though, but a buggy in this situation in an open area, I kind of worry that the whole BG thing will happen again, and plus it doesn't help that their buggy is facing inside, meaning that for them to get out is going to be even harder. Oh no, the buggy even is punctured, so this is it for Enigma.
Yeah. Couldn't do much, but at least they're denying the points. Nobody actually managed to take that away from them. So not giving away any points to any of the teams that's hungry for their blood. Back to sort of FVE Ranger, this small shack with an open rooftop. I mean, we do know this is a good place to actually take a bit of a check out. Like, just to holding off your positions in the center. But at the same time, if you want to get out from here and the circles not happen to be on the left side for the 7th stage, it's really a hustle to actually go out and have to cross.
Wow.
But that's what happening to BG May. Crawling over the open field of street. I mean, like, you asked for it.
I mean, yeah. My assumption is that he doesn't have any more smoke. So that was the best case scenario for him. Hoping that the terrain would kind of block the view of his opponent. But that wasn't the case, unfortunately. And now we're down to the top 5 teams. Ranger somehow still survive. I'm not too sure if he's still within the circle though, but what I'm sure is that PBE, finally they have to come out of their comfort zone.
He is in the shack with no rooftop just now. Finally being challenged by the side of Skynin. Finish him off with that molly just now. Oh man, he knocked down on Skynin, but that Molotov knocked them both of them down. And Skynin, I'm not sure if any of the Ozja players will actually try to save him, or FOD taking advantage of finish things off. Feels like, you know what, FOD tried to push in here from the back line. Astro, being such a good brother, just gonna revive him at the same time. Open up smoke just to making sure there's a bit of a cover before they rush in from the side of FOD. Now DD and the rest of Ozja going to do the same thing here. They might actually try to pop themselves a bit more deeper into the circle, popping off the smoke straight away just to be safe. But where are the rest of FOD? Look at how separated they are. They are widening their placement by majority of them dominating over the northern side of the circle.
Ooh, yeah. They have a nice spread. They still have a full squad. Okay, but maybe not now. I'm pretty sure John would not be able to be picked up. But now, looking at the current situation, PBE is the only team still on the outside, so they might need to consider where they're going to fight. At the same time, DZ tries to get more elimination points together with his teammate, tapping it away. looks like the pickup can happen. Interesting. Okay, this could be the moment for Austria to go, but a little bit too open if they want to crash in, and it might not be worthwhile because majority of circle is on the right.
Well, he's just gonna blow up for covers there when it comes to the vehicles to become his barricade. And the rest of those actually on top of a field here, there's gonna be haystacks to take covers from, but it's really tough for them as there are elevations on top of the hill. They need to climb the hill first, so they find themselves APG right straight into it, ramming in with the vehicle. So much vehicle in between, making it so hard for them to actually shoot. FOD, they caught themselves in the turmoil and managed to actually try to flush down APG, but actually eating them back from behind. But that molly will play such a big one for the side of Easy. Then he clip on Kid, but Kid, the one knee coming out from FOD. That was remarkable play by Joseph, finished things off and wrapping things up.
Alright, now these teams really at the circle, so everyone needs to move. Look at the current situation. I would say FOD, they are in a good position because they have the high ground. PBE, if they're able to overtake the high ground that's held by FOD, that could be their opportunity to secure the chicken dinner in this round. But they need to be careful as Austria Esports could come in as a third party, but Monboy will stop that. Renzo wants to move, but Renzo been nailed down.
PBA has been quiet all this while finally start to make a move when they're slapped with only three teams there. Try to gain themselves elimination points in the last minute. FOD, one bleeding out and one survive. Austria on the other end, all three of them inside of the blue zone. Oh, Deezy, this is too painful. He needs to push forward slowly. And there goes Skynin with the buggy. Try to push towards the side of FOD as well. Skynin just going to cover himself inside of a smoke for a bit more, but at the same time jump down to find FOD players running down the hills. They have PB across them as well, and a PB in Monboy checking out on Deezy. It's going to be bleeding out and knocked down here. It's going to be leaving Austria with only two players remaining to work themselves on top of this hill. But Monboy and Rankin, they already dominated around this hill, got themselves elevations. There's a huge advantage for PBE.
Oh yeah, and if PBE can eliminate the team on top of them, that will be perfect. But before that, Astro X goes out to Rankin. There's going to be another point in the bag, and that's going to be the last player for Austria's left. PBE, the only team with the full squad. Now I guess they're just waiting for the next player on circle and see if it's really necessary to take out FOD. But oh, okay, it's going to be the last one, so that means it's going to close entirely. So the FOD fight must happen now.
FOD, there's a hill sort of a elevation that separates them from PBE. The one that's really in a tough spot is going to be Austria. Not just the lower ground he's having. It's not even having a lot of structures in between. Skynin taking out FOD easy here, leaving Joseph alone. And PBE
Joseph!
rampage.
Joseph!
But it's just a clear shot from Joseph. Clear line of sight. The Blues are not in sight. He's trying to just eliminate one more. But they make it in the last minute. Oh boy, it was so close. Now leaving only Skynin that finished off by the side of PBE. And they got themselves this chicken dinner with such preserved patience. It was fruitful for them.
PBE, the team, the first team in the grand finals to get 2 chicken dinners. Wow, PBE. But I hate to break it to Joseph, but he knocked down Monboy. But unfortunately, Monboy, according to elimination feed, got eliminated by the zone. So the point was not secured by Joseph, unfortunately, and PBE very fortunate to not give that point to their opponent and securing this chicken dinner. It is a good round here for PBE. However, I want to see the elimination points, but let's look at that later, as now we see PBE, first team to get 2 chicken dinners in the grand finals. Wow.
No chicken back to back yet,
Monboy.
but it's going to be definitely 2 days in a row. But here comes Monboy for the MVP. Well, even though they got themselves 2 eliminations and 300 over damage, this is due to the reason they are waiting for the right time till they secure themselves in the top 3 just to get those rank points, and at the same time balance it out with a couple of elimination points as well. It's not the most eliminations, but it will actually play out so well when it comes to overall ranking, because they are trying to balancing both of the ranks of position and also the elimination points. So hence his contribution is 36% and 241 damage taken, almost very similar towards the damage output that he offered himself.
Yeah, I want to point out as well that PBE, the 2 chicken dinners that they had, both of them MVP is the same person, Monboy. This guy is just playing in a different level now, and I think he's really the key for PBE. And he has improved so much. If I remember watching him back then when he was PMPL NYGPH and there was the SEA Games, and now this guy is just stepping the game up and he's double MVP now, 100% record for his team. Whenever they get the chicken dinner, he's the MVP. They better take care of this guy.
Yeah, but usually it's just ranked. We saw quite a lot when it comes to PBE. I'm loving how they're just stepping up, each of them pulling out their own weight for the role of the team. But just now, Joseph had a clear shot. Just a shame that he didn't actually finish and translate into 1 elimination point instead, because of the timing of the player is just overwhelming to him. And at the same time, when it comes to eliminations, Austria still the most so in number 1 spot with 6 rank points, due to they are the one that eliminated early on, not really in the top 3, but those 10 elimination points really play such a huge part. Whilst PBE, their main objective is a bit more towards a position. They want to get themselves to the top 3 before they get aggressive, so they secured themselves at least 14 points this time.
Yeah, and the reason why PBE didn't get as much eliminations is because they had a compound, they had the circle, so they didn't really need to do much, hence only 4 eliminations. Austria, on the other hand, they had to fight their way through. They're like from the outside the circle, fight in, and through that they collect those elimination points. So that's why we can see the disparity between PBE and Austria Esports. But anyway, the difference is only 2 points, so that's kind of okay. But that also means that Austria now overtakes SKR to be the number 1 team and the first team to receive 100 and above points.
Yeah, I'm breaking the triple digit here when it comes to also the first team to actually reaching 100 points and above. FUD is closely behind because they got themselves 14 points in the last match as well. Then they got themselves at the 3rd place, but definitely pushed them out quite huge when it comes to getting themselves at 97 points. 1 point shy, which is going to be SKR. And J is not falling off that behind as well. We're talking about up to the 9 places within reach, even 10 place. Down to 11, make it even, to actually reach out to its number 1 spot. Still can make do with only 1 map difference. We're talking about the conditions is going to be having the double-digit eliminations is a must if they want to get themselves the top 3 here. And not just that, it's okay for them to actually not get themselves chicken dinner like how Austria actually did. They got themselves double eliminations, and you know what, the rank points like just in the middle bracket, it's gonna be fine.
Yeah, it's okay, it's okay, as long as you're still like, okay, we're not that bad, we're within reach, right? So why not? Consistency is the more important key. And if you ask me, PBE, again, I'm gonna say it, PBE might be the one that is like the dark horse from page number 2. My sixth sense is that they are title contenders. So despite them now still at number 5, don't look down on them. But hey, anyway, not looking down on anyone, we're going to look at our break time. So we will be seeing each other after this break. See you guys soon. My name is Sir Cloud together with Choo Choo. Be right back.
And we are back, ladies and gents, for more action pack of PUBG Mobile to crown ourselves the best of the best in the SEA Wildcard region for the PMPL Spring 2023 with me, Chu and Sir Cloud, for more Erangels and Miramas.
Yes, more Erangels, more Miramas. Obviously, we're done with Sandhouse, so that will be for tomorrow. So previously we saw that PBE getting that chicken dinner, the first team in the grand finals to get 2 chicken dinners, and both of them, Monboy being the MVP. Yeah, I mean, I can just talk about this guy the whole day. But anyway, we'll see, because we have yet to see a back-to-back chicken dinner. So we'll see if they can continue to be consistent at least. But what else that we'll see is we'll see some new skins. Let's go!
Now there's gonna be the Seafoam Assassin set, which is so adorable and also looking really cool with the vibrant colors and very pastel colors as well. So if you guys don't have this, the Utopia Design Project, the PDP project set, this is the time for you to grab yourself at least one so you can have real sort of feeling in the game and feels a bit more cheerful and happy and feel a bit of a ninja.
Yeah, and if you're not really into ninjas, you can be into Kung Fu Master. This is Bruce Lee. Have faith in yourself. Martial Arts Master Bruce Lee joins PUBG Mobile Martial Showdown. So if you don't know who Bruce Lee is, you gotta get into the history books because he's such a legend.
And also this is gonna be ultimate set 2KV1, the new ultimate set, which is going to be the Nether Phantom set and the Solar Knight set available for you guys. So jump straight into PUBG Mobile and check it out and just test it out, and do tag us in our socials if you guys happen to have this one. Is there any sort of animation? It looks like very sort of a, how do I say this, classic ancient kind of set maybe.
Yeah, but most important is that there's a lot of light shows. Yeah, but what's really important as well, of course, the new Royal Pass, currently available inside the game. You get lots of goodies with it. You can even get that buggy as a surprise. But while you're at it, don't forget to follow us.
Yep, it's gonna be the usuals. It's gonna be the updates on any of these pages, which is gonna be the Facebook page, the YouTube, the TikTok, and maybe more in the future, who knows, right? So far no Twitter yet for us, but if you guys happen to have all these contents that you want to share with us, don't forget to take us away in all of these platforms. We're more than happy to see your contents because we want you guys to flex out. That's why we have so many limited skins amounts, a certain amount of time, so you guys get to feel like you are super cool. You might not win the game, but you win in style.
Well, let's see if they can continue their win in style, as our next match will be playing in Erangel. So first game today was SKR, and then the second game was PBE. Next Erangel, who will fill the slot? And I can feel that the number 1 top spot is going to change again after this.
It keeps on interchanging within every, like after every single map here. This is what I love about the gap. It's small in between all the teams, even though it's down to 16 teams. It's still not too dominating because we can sort of have this sort of a narration of something very suspenseful, you know, something that's exciting, because we have no clue who will take away that number 1 spot, because there's only 1 slot for the team to go for the PMSL. It's not going to be 2, it's just going to be 1, joining the rest of the other regions as well and all the other teams. We're talking about 20 teams where we still have no clue who are the other 15, so join us on our socials so you know the update. But speaking of the number 1 spot, right, feels like everybody can be number 1 here right now.
Yeah, really at this point, like even like the names that you mentioned, especially like FOD, SKR, even APG, really, they can still catch up to number 1 spot. And BG today, if you kind of think about it, they're not bad. They're starting to rise up again today. Like today is like, oh, finally we see BG a lot. So I'm very happy to put them in my prediction, despite no chicken dinner yet. But so far they're doing so good. Who knows? They could be the next surprise team.
Yeah, it's kind of true. Especially BG today has been really aggressive, really proactive. When it comes to rotation, they're not those clustered into one of a clump of a player, of a team. They really put everything in work. Are we talking about their communication skills, their rotation wise, how they relay the information towards the other teammates? It's just in unison. They're working as a unit, and we love that. We love how these players are actually making the best out of them and just giving all the information that's necessary and going for off angles. Example, like the shots came up from BG earlier, even in Sunhawk. It was so memorable for me because it was hardly be seen, but still managed to clutch things out even though they are in disadvantage. You know, teamwork make the dream work. That's what they call it today.
Wow, I like that. That's like the theme of the day. Teamwork makes the dream work. Yeah, but let's see which team will get their teamwork up to make that dream work. Now, of course, we're going to jump into Erangel again. And so far in the Grand Finals, we see a lot of wonky circles. Is that Erangel? I'm loving it so far.
A lot of awkward and bizarre circles, if you ask me, specifically in Erangel. So far, no good circles coming out from Erangel. It's fun for us, but it's a torture for the players. But still, when it comes to the next Erangel, it's down to the flight path first. Is it within the reach for the players to get into their initial drop spot? Or will it be too far from them? Or is it going to be a circle right on top of a flight path as well?
Yeah, I know, right? So, can't wait to see what's going to happen in this Erangel. We have not seen a military base circle per se inside the Grand Finals yet. Hopefully we get to see it, but let's see if we get it inside of Erangel number 2.
Back to choppers hovering, and the flight just going to inside the northern part of the map instead. Nowhere near SMB, so this coming up from Milta, maybe up to Zaki even, so a bit northern sort of flight path. Yes, that's kind of exactly what it is, but it's down to the circle next. If it's down on SMB, we haven't got any 100% SMB circle yet. Maybe it's going to be a very generous right on top of Rozhok, or maybe around Pochinki. We did have that first map just now. I ended up right on the outskirts of Pochinki, so that's quite generous still, even though we had quite a southern first circle at first around Ferry Pier, Primorz and Sonovska, a bit of Sonovska military base. But you know, sometimes back-to-back circle are very similar to each other. I'm not surprised if we have sort of a very similar circle than the previous one.
Yeah, I mean, we get like the circle before this. I think that's kind of okay as well, because it gives you that 50-50 feeling of where the circle might be. It's just that the circle was kind of nice because it went to the main peninsula, so that's kind of okay. But you get a 50-50 and it goes out to military base. Best case scenario as a viewer, but of course, worst case scenario for our players, unless if you're like teams that try to drop into Novo and military base, then you'll have a different perspective. But hey! Woo!
Oh, that's it. I did tell you so. So I mean, like, yeah, I did tell you so. With Westport Mama makes on the ground quite early on. They happen to be right on top of where APG is at, dropping themselves in Milta. And there's only one player coming up from WPM that's going to be punching it out or even pen it out, because you don't want to waste any resources. Maybe even the kid didn't have anything on him yet, just a couple of gears, not much when it comes to weaponry. So, I mean, that's the best solution as a start to finish things off.
Ooh, but look at this choo-choo. Inside of school, we got two teams. We got Osja Esports and Falcon sharing the same area. And it looks like Osja Esports, they're kind of surrounded, but at least they have a vehicle. I think they will be able to get away, considering that the one inside of school might not get a good view. But I think I spoke too soon. Astro X, DZ, no. Okay, that's it. I was just reading a comment in the chat, right, that someone says that Carl James Maxino says that seems like Ostia will take this slot.
Wow.
Well, we have a caster's curse. I don't know if we have like a chat curse or something.
A bit too early, buddy, for that. That's a bit too early now.
True enough.
If you watch it since yesterday, you know for a fact that nobody can stay at #1 spot within the same day. Or even within the same two maps, right? It's like, there's no way they can actually do that here right now, because look at the gap in between, it's so close. Back to the side of Enigma and Westbound Mamba. It's not having a bit of a Mamba mood right now as Michi knocked down next. They lost Mix earlier, now another player down. Enigma on the other hand, try to finish things off or try to save their mate here. For Westbound Mamba, definitely go for their brotherhood first. They're going to save themselves up, but they're not going to go for the contending towards Enigma. I feel like West Point Mamba are still lacking of their gears. They need to find a compound to build their gear up.
And now they are down to 2 players at this point of the game. And plus the circle is that you need to force yourself into the military base island. And that means also Enigma, there's only one way for them to go. It's only that direction. It's either they go into the water, they wouldn't go to the bridge because it's just too open. So Enigma, they know it's fishing time.
Why not? You need to live and survive by fishing. That's gonna be for their survivability. Back to the side of Enigma, right? So it's gonna be just motorbike for them. They need more vehicles. They don't have enough gears. I don't think they have any utilities to actually push up, but they are taking the risk to actually push up this bridge. Federalis is swimming beneath. They're taking the high ground and the high road of the bridge itself. Enigma trying to rotate faster than West Point Mamba now, but at the same time this might dig in their own grave because APG already parked themselves earlier than them.
APG, oh, they came earlier. All right. So pretty smart move considering that they only have 1 vehicle, meaning that they did a fast loot and they only have like what, 1 micro Uzi, a couple of not really favorite weapons. So they did focus on coming into military base island first, which is a smart move. We got to consider that the flight path earlier on, it's not easy for teams to drop straight into it. So if you're able to make that fast move, there's a possibility that you can arrive here before any other team, and that's exactly what they did.
There's always a race of overtaking somebody else right across them first, right? It feels like a bit of a tag team playing by these players. But back to the side of PBU, got himself just the previous chicken dinner, and now they're having a bit of a cruise time with all 4 men in a boat. They are so lucky nobody trying to be the Marines at the shoreline right now. They are a bit secured as being the pirates for PBE. Now back to its I think they are trying to move to its side, the right side of the map here. I'm not sure if there's anybody around the compound at the shoreline, but so far feels like very vacant, so it's a bit safe for them. PBE, they're trying to make sure they evade any early conflict that's not necessary. Feels like they are the one of the team that, you know what, we don't want to go too aggressive because there's too much at stake there. They don't want to jeopardize the entire team's survivability, so might take it a bit more safer for them.
Yeah, so using the water route, it's been a while since I see teams actually focus that. There will be 1 or 2 here and there, but not that many. So for looking at the current trend, maybe for them to do that, they've evaluated the possibility. Okay, flip car there. They've evaluated the possibility and they felt that, okay, that's the best route because it's been a while since people really do it. And I think it's really smart of them to make that call. So they should be able to arrive inside military base island fairly safe.
Yep. Yeah, no, it's okay to play safe. Sometimes people don't like, they're like, we need more actions, right? I mean, we're talking about the career of a player. This is a career that we're talking about. So they need to know what's best for them as well. No matter how much we wanted more entertainment and more action, but sometimes it's best to play it, safely at this stage. YG happened to be sharing with BG right across. And this is going to be interesting because both teams, YG have been performing yesterday. They're always next to each other though, YG and BG, when it comes to their scores. It's just 1 point shy between them. Very similar sort of mindset when it comes to these 2 teams, but it feels like one will overtake the other. Like yesterday was a whole day of YG and BG have been very quiet. Today is going to be a lot of BG and YG has been very quiet.
But the silence could be broken now. They're getting information to know exactly where the members of BG are at. We can see like one side was kind of circling outside just to see if anyone shoots at him, and he'll get information to like, okay, that compound, there's someone. Right now they don't really have it, that's why they can't really crash in. So it's more of information gathering for now. But now that information has been gathered, they got an idea, they probably heard the footsteps. We can see them moving in now. And let's not forget, they're on the outside of the circle. So this fight, at this point, it looks necessary for them.
Yep, whatever necessary needs to be done. And that's going to be the nade and the DBS swap over to Salomon and then Edward. But the rifles and also the UMPs actually win the fight over DBS just now. MH going into the blue zone just for the sake of saving the necks of a team here. MH coming from afar with an AKM in his hands, trying to see and assess the situation from afar. Mura tossing out the nade, might actually hit his teammate, but you know what? It's a bit too late for that as well. Edward will finish out by YG. And Mura kept pressuring off towards the side of YG here. Man, it's really low. I'm not sure if he got enough utilities to heal himself up, but Sunder giving a bit of a pressure on the other side. And Loki got himself a bit more health to work with, but Mura, oh, he cancelled out to heal himself just for the sake of random shot of that DBS.
I don't think he would have made it anyway, so he was trying to get that knockdown at least. Like, that was the best thing that he can do to kind of gamble it. But obviously, either way, he was on the losing side. But 1 sec MAW, sharing the same compound. And if they have enough information, they would know that the BG is currently short-handed. I'm not sure if they really know.
Wow.
But I looked at the circle. Aha, okay. So looking at how crowded the bridge is, these two teams, BG and YG, will be in big trouble.
We asked for it. I want the SMB sort of a base or even the bridge circle. We got it today. There haven't been any kind of wrangle for the past 2 days, including here today. Yeah, I'm not sure about the final map for today because we're gonna end up in a wrangle again. We have to wait and see. But so far, nothing is very nice in a wrangle. Everything is just spies and messed up. Back to the side of BG, leaving only MH behind. He's just gonna build this one out. He came in a bit later than the rest of the other team, BG, who's been fighting against YG. Is actually a wise move for him to actually last longer, because that's what happened to FVE, right? They got quite a number of eliminations, just steals away from under the noses of the team that's too busy to fight against each other, and that can actually be done by the side of MH. He got a very good sharp set of eyes, can actually execute that as well, but he needs to get out from this blue zone first. It's such a long drive for him.
Yeah, there was a boat there as he drive by. Interesting that he did not choose to pick the boat. Because in all possibilities, I would say that it's higher possibility that the bridge will have someone, and true enough. But even without like looking at the visuals, like if you were a player, you're in it. Like I think the mindset would be like, okay, yeah, it's already very late. It's very likely there'll be people at the bridge, so that's a big risk that he's taking if he chooses to just go through the bridge. So if you like do that elimination possibility, maybe the boat would have been better. But let's see what he has in mind.
Maybe he just wants to be at the end of the bridge instead of crossing over the bridge for now, because it's not really necessary for him to actually cross the bridge this soon yet, because it's still not comprised of any blues so far, but it will actually close in. I'm not sure if they are part of the northern side of a circle or the northern side of a bridge there on the left side of bridge really have a bit of a land to work with, so maybe what was he's planning to do. SK on the other hand, just leaving out Fairy P, I think, and just gonna swim over to the side of SMB. But we have so many players already docked themselves, including G-Lab. This is going to be a good day for them if they caught side of SK red-handed. Just going to have a bit of a fishing day for them.
Yeah, so it's pretty much covered. Oh man, then it's not looking good for MH. I wonder where is he going to go and how many utilities does he have left. So Vipers, they use the boats, and which part of it is this? I think they're taking a really long rotation, like down south and starting and come in, but FV is there, so obviously they don't know we do, so that's something they need to be aware of. Looking at MH position, he's currently in Quarry, still on the outside, but look at the amount of teams waiting on the main peninsula bridge. Oh no, it's scary for MH.
I mean, this is so far for MH. It's not just that, the Blazer is gonna be super painful. I just hope he got enough utilities to heal himself up just to survive to get into the safe zone in the first place, because he might not get in for this next stage as well. We're talking about 2 more seconds to go, and it's going to be for circle commencing and the blue zone shrinking even worse, and the pain is going to be so much for him that he barely survived. Momboy again starting off with FOD this time, taking one of the players down on his knees, but they're not going to close things up here. They're a bit in a crate terrain. I'm going to play around the junkyard of the planes there. And Momboy being extra vigilant, trying to actually scout out about all his perimeters. But G-Lab happens to be visiting Master Ichi, happens to be alone in here as well.
Oh yeah, necessary fight for G-Lab, because if they want to get across where the circle shrinks, they need to fight. So So they might as well fight before the circle closes in onto them. Now Dragon goes down to the ground floor. Sees one on the left. There's two on the outside, just behind the wall. G-Lab. Now we are Dragon with the UMP, but we move on to Smile. Stopping people coming across. Can he get another one? He almost got it. Changes to an AK, but we know the recall from the AK is just too much for that long range. Now putting focus back onto GE versus G-Lab. It's going to be a 50-50 trade now for them.
YG losing two of the members, heavy toll on their side, and Ichi got himself DBS, trying to actually revive Matazai. Kai got shot crossing over that bridge. It was detrimental for him, for GE. This is so important for them to actually make it through, because the blue zone forcing them to actually leave their compound and just go straight into the bridge as well. G-Lab taking on Scotty. It's going to be West taking it easily, not breaking any sweat. It's an extra bonus alongside with their rotations. They're just going to have a bit of a revive, reset themselves, get into the circle, and having another go with all the teams that are actually bridge camping on the other end.
And G-Lab still has one player left, so I really want to know where that person is though. But now looking at YG's positioning, they are willing to tank out the blue just to stop teams from coming in, because they want to farm those eliminations. This is the right moment for them, so they wouldn't mind taking out the blue, maybe even sacrificing the side, as long as they got these eliminations. At this current meta, this current point system, it's probably worth it.
Is it really? Right now, because it's way too deep into the blue zone as well. For sort of GE and YG taking it on GE West next. Marnet taking it out. Master Ichi moving forward. We still have YG lurking around there. Finally being eliminated at 16. The first one to be out after such a long hurdle. This is surprising. I didn't realize still got 16 teams just now. Backside of GE. Now crossing over is such a difficult task for them. There's so many gatekeepers on the other end, including KE right at the end of this bridge. They have to be extra careful, extra cautious. Look at how KE won't willing to budge just for this sake. But MH, that's going to be the end for the side of BG, the last member down too deep into the blue zone. We do have a lot of players coming up from the southern part.
And now KE is the one playing the bridge throw role, eliminating GE. And GE starting off the day with the number 1 spot, now down to 2 players. Oh man, that's bad. So right now we can see that KE is retreating back. They do have the circle advantage, and it just so happened that the circle has this kind of like high grounds that they can still play. And we did talk about yesterday where how GE is so good at long range. But speaking about long range, easy, making it easy.
It's kind of a middle range right now for the side of Easy. Just around 50 meters apart between them, and also Enigma just crossing over that fence and finish off APG is dominating. Where are they? They've been running gun all this while. We didn't get a glimpse on APG yet. But Sin, on the other hand, just land themselves in the middle of a junkyard of a flight here. While KE still dominating with bridge camping. It works quite right for them. FOD, on the other hand, still lurking around trying to find their, hunting their prey, hunting their victims on top of their crosshair. But it's going to be PBE on the other end. PBE has been here the longest time, and they have been very quiet with only 2 eliminations in their hand by far.
Oh yeah, they're playing the middle of the circle for 2 rounds now, so switching up their strategy a bit for today, and that's good because it makes them unpredictable, and so far so good for them. But now we put focus onto Sin. Looks like Easy's going to be taken down. There's no way he's going to be picked up by his teammates. But Moy, at the same time, wanting to move, but been spotted from behind and been taken down by Shroud from APG.
Where did those guys coming out from? APG keep taking the kills there. We're talking about 6 eliminations, dominating across the board just now. Austria, if they are at number 1 spot, they have been very quiet. No elimination yet by far, with two members remaining. Look at how they split it into 2-tier formation coming out from APG on the right side of the map here. They're conquering those coming out from the right side. And Sin, Holy Lunge, now this is going to be really interesting because I love how Holy Lunge plays. But right now, APG just got it, everything within their palm, within their reach. So they tried to clip down a Holy Lunge. You saw the shots coming out everywhere. Holy Lunge is so confused. Where are those shots? It's like left, right, center. Where do I go now?
This is a tough spot to be in, right? Like you go left, you go right. Someone's still shooting at you. You're trying to find that angle to cover. But outside of the military base area, we do see that there's like at least 4 teams on the minimap. But at the same time, 2 seconds before the zone, oh no, I really want to see where the zone goes. But looks like everyone in this area is in the circle. So that's kind of okay. We can expect them to hold their ground for now. maybe the only crashing is SKR onto Osja Esports because that's kind of a good position. But you got to be careful that KE might just be the third party, and that's the only concern. But I think more action will happen at the southern side. Look at the amount of colors there, and they're not in the circle, so naturally they have to move.
I have to talk about KE for a bit. They've been so blessed all this while, taking their part when it comes to just bridge camping all day long on the northern side, and the circle shifted on the northern all day as well. They have been bridge camping and farming all the eliminations. Now they can get more.
Oh.
Not breaking any sweat. They don't even have to move. But one tap straight in the head. That was a perfect snipe from this far.
Oh yeah, that immediately made West Point Mamba needed to save their teammate, but Raul, because of that.
PBE.
Yeah, it's PBE. It's like, oh, you shot the other one. Then PBE was like, oh, that direction, and they took advantage of it. So the point could go to them. But the rest of FVE seems like they follow a different route, and now 3 of them at least crossed the road, but they need to get into the circle. This is where it gets exciting. Now, okay, there's a lot of plane wreckages here that they can still slip by, so I think that it would still be okay for them. But the moment they pass this open area, let's not forget the sniper towers around and some open areas that, you know, they could be shot at, like now.
I don't like
and
this.
That's it.
Not like this. I think not like that. I mean, like, that's just willingly sacrifice themselves in an open field with that motorbike, by the way. They got himself finally into this compound. It's so hard for them to actually have the grind here, leaving only one man surviving. I think for FVE, 2 of them still. Another team, West Point Mamba, being eliminated quite early on. Maybe they are not that comfortable, a bit awkward to play in SMB right now. PBE, on the other hand, have been very quiet. Finally start to make chaos and just open up the space and giving their position as well while they're just shooting people and taking advantage. Enigma and also the side of Osja fighting against PBE is going to be 3-way war here with QB almost lasting off health. Here comes Mumboy with a nade, double nade. It's going to be cool.
Did he get it?
Oh man, yeah, he did get it with QB.
Okay, DBS action. Oh no, that's SK action. So unfortunately that didn't connect enough. It hit the wall, and now with PBE, that nade, I think it was counter fire upon, that's why he got knocked down. But because of that nade, that opened up space for the rest of PBE to come and save him. A little bit of open space, so they're kind of playing this cautiously. But if they had our view, they would know that, okay, it's doable for them to go and save his teammate. Let's see if they do so.
It's doable, it's very doable, and they got himself quite a number of nations just by doing that just now. Even though he sacrificed himself to be one of the victims being knocked down, they got himself 5 nations just by going aggressive. APG, they would definitely save the kid, already being safe at the same time. Look at how many Shroud already got himself in the pocket. It's going to be 4 eliminations just by this guy alone, with a save and with the help of his teammate knocking down all these players as well. But Power leaving this compound, bit of a problem with his buggy right now. We do have KE starting again. KE is so blessed. Just so blessed.
Absolutely. High ground, and KE's specialty is long range. This is the perfect scenario for them. Not only that, majority of the teams are on the other side of the road. Only one team is with them, which is SKR. Even so, if they want to climb up, they have to go through teams that have the same vision as them, like the same ground. So right now, looking at the current circle and the current condition, looks like it's KE's game to lose.
Yep, it's nothing to be unfolding for sort of Sin in the other hand. Keep on doing the same sort of rotations. They're openly just driving through the war zone and crossfire in between so many teams. Caught himself in a trap here again. Here come FVE Rangers just cooking up the nade. Perfect angle as well. Clip a chip of it when it comes to the damage wise. Sin on the other hand, here comes the shotgun Ranger. You don't even have to aim with a shotgun here, but definitely he got himself caught in the trap as well. Vic close of getting knocked down too. He needs to heal himself up first with no first aid on Vic. Oh boy, he just secured himself another point coming up from Vic, but need to finish things off here. He needs just to get one more point from Ranger, finally close it in. The rest of FVE nowhere to be found.
Well, at least that makes 5, so it's going to be dominating for GE. But right now, looking at the current circle, KE still holds supreme on this area. Let's look at the amount of teams, right? They finding it difficult to climb up to the high ground. And just so happened that majority of the circle is there. There's not much space for them to play with on the outside.
That's true. They have to force themselves in here. Have to cross the wall for SKR. Yahiko and the rest of SKR are a bit too reluctant to actually push forward. It's quite an open field, but they do have trees to cover themselves into advancing into the safe zone here. But back to the side of KE. Now KE got the best place. They got the compound, they got the high ground, they got elevations, they got everything at their end. All they need is just dominate this sort of a circle. We're talking about them already taking like what, 80% of a circle just by themselves. How to place themselves spread out quite wide here. One more team being eliminated. Sin again got caught in the migration transition to it. It's going to be FVE taking a fight against PBE. There's definitely a bit of retaliation on that side, but FVE is the one being finished off instead. I'm not sure if there's any other team trying to take advantage of how PBE is doing right now, because they still need to reset.
I really like how Dalvan is just checking the flanks in case anyone comes in from behind. Of course, from our view, we get to see that it's very difficult for the teams, but for them, you never know. So he's taking the proactive move. I'm really liking what he's doing there. Doing a little bit of scouting work. And now the kid and APG, they are fending off Joseph. Joseph still pioneering on the circle. He should be able to still withstand the circle, but the next one, man, to cross the road, even if you can create a smoke bridge, it's going to be obvious that they'll just be sprayed down by either APG or even SKR from the other side.
At the same time, APG got caught in between now with FOD. Now they can take their own time to actually get into it, because FOD also is still inside of a circle. They got himself quite a fence and a small wall to actually defend himself. But APG slowly having a bit of a hike here, up climb towards the side of KE. And KE have to be sure they got someone to guard this angle. They cannot leave any loopholes here. They need to tie all the loose ends, because Davon, yes, he's scouting at the same time with that vehicle, but at the same time, they're leaving loopholes to a sort of APG to climb up and bridge towards this side. It'll be a bit problem for them as well, and lucky enough, Davon spotted them out. Shroud spraying over on the low ground towards the high ground. Power straight away finish off. What a clean execution coming up from PBE actually stole it away from KE's nose. PBE again doing what they do best, just stealing over this sort of eliminations from afar.
Oh yeah, well, you can steal it away, why not? But KE still has the opportunity to steal the most out of everyone. Now it's Boyshawn's turn to kind of scout up behind just to make sure that no one's going to backstab them. APG is crawling on their way to the high ground, hoping that they're not spotted out by Boyshawn. But right now it's going to be super tough for them to climb up. But before that, SKR is eliminated. PBE makes it to the top 3.
Final again. What consistency today PBF shown us, and have been showcasing such a good plays come out from them. APG on the other end, really just such a sublime performance as well. They've been having running guns since the start. They actually fought their way through into SMB. While we're looking over, KE has just been blasted all day long. I got one more Raimon knocked down. It's going to boy Sean. Been knocked down on the side of PBE first. APG actually lucky enough to actually being distracted by the side of PBE in this end. Top tried to get on the flank side, slowly crouching, and it's going to be PBE bowing down the third place. Still good consistency with 9 eliminations, but now it's down to 2v4. APG, they're trying to reset on Shroud. Oh, sorry, T. Shroud trying to picking him up. But at the same time, do they have enough time to reset him?
Oh, they might have enough time, because no aggressive move from KE, because they know they have control of this area. All they need to do right now is to wait for APG to come to them, and that's where they'll take them out. They have the high ground advantage, but 3 more seconds and we'll be sure. But okay, I'm really liking what KE is doing again. They are controlling the perimeter. The circle up on the high ground. APG has no choice. They must win this fight mano on mano, but the terrain doesn't favor them.
Bad day for the APG side. Shroud especially been burned off that Molotov. The terrain can actually be abused, but they don't have enough set of eyes to actually push through here. Kid try to open up a bit more space, but another one going down. It's going to Teeve, leaving down to Kid only. Oh boy, this is just a huge responsibility by Kid to just solo-handedly to clutch against a 4. Too much, but KE definitely had it going. Since the start, they got so much elimination from the bridge, and we finish off with a banger. With that circle dominating over those high grounds, just finish things off, not even breaking any sweat.
Not breaking a sweat at all. The high ground specialist KE secures their first chicken dinner in the grand finals. And not only that, you can't think about it. I'm looking over the history. Like they got third place before. They got fourth place before. So they're fairly okay. It was just that one round they got too soon. But other than that, they're doing fairly well. Maybe it's just other teams sometimes that just does a little bit better. But KE could be one of those dark horses. Let's not forget about PBE. But now, this is the moment for KE. We got to give it to them. Doing really well. If it's the high ground, it's pretty much theirs.
Yep, KE. I do want to know how much elimination they actually secured on the last minute there. Definitely a double digit. There's no doubt in that. They already got almost 10 just by guarding over that bridge side. And so many teams walk into their trap. Such a good game coming up from these guys. And this is going to be Kaya. Formidable players with 6 elimination. But it did not justify that 900 over. Almost 1,000 damage. With 111. There's a lot of good numbers coming up from these guys. Not really taking so much, but I still clip quite a bit of a damage for the team with 33% of team contribution. You can see the entirety of KE has been playing as a unit. Everybody pull off their weight here, making sure they contributed as much as they can. KE with the most travel distance as well, coming up from the main peninsula down to SMB, slowly coming in and got himself blasted in the center of the circle. Everything just so perfectly executed for KE this time.
Oh yeah, KE, and look at the amount of distance. That means they put in a lot of hard work to get into the circle. It wasn't like given to them, except the final few moments, but other than that, their early stages were so on point. The checkpoints were on point. They are in positions where they can gatekeep other teams, so they really, really know how to play the military base circle, despite that drop spot is not in this area.
We're looking back, the JE have been gatekeep like other teams as well, but at the moment some of the teams are kind of overextend themselves at the blue zone, like how YG and I think it was BG also fighting against each other. And because of the zone, it was too far, and the circle is just way in SMB. If you overextend yourself, or overstay yourself in the main peninsula, it's really going to be a problem. 14 eliminations with 24 points in total for KE. The only team that got himself double digit. Close enough for APG. I'm loving what they have to offer this time. And then PBE have been very consistently getting themselves in the top 3 all day today.
Oh yeah, you'll be excited for APG. They're in your list. Yeah,
definitely. I'm loving this.
Yeah, not gonna lie as well. I mean, APG, we've seen them for multiple seasons now. So it's always nice to see a team that's OG-ish to do well. Hopefully they'll be able to continue on their consistency, because the last we saw them, they are on page number 2. So with 15 points, will it push them up to page 1? Not too sure yet. We need to look at the overall rankings. But at least this is, let's see, this is their best campaign so far. No, their second best campaign so far in the grand final. So let's keep the consistency, APG.
Yeah, but it's all down to how long can they maintain their performance, right? Because it's exhausting to be the players to actually back-to-back so little amount of rest time, and not even to reset your mind. You have to learn to reset within a short amount of time. But we have triple digit on the top 3 here. Close enough, KE, GE and PBE will follow pursue. But we're looking at Allstar at 103, 1 point shy from SK. Now exchanging again the places. So close at FOD, just barely making 100. And we're talking about just what 1, 2, 3 point difference, and it's getting 5 point difference between KE and GE, and PBE is so close behind as well.
It's crazy, right? I mean, the points are so close, and yeah, it changed. Just saying, again it changed. I mean, this is such a roller coaster ride, right? I wouldn't be surprised if the next round it changes, because we're going to jump into a different map, and we know that there are teams that have different preferences in this map. For example, West Point Mamba, supposedly their favorite map, so I think it will just be not only the circle's wonky, but the overall ranking's wonky as well.
It's really awkward. I mean, like, it's like super exciting at the same time. But don't forget about GE though. GE, they have been really consistent in the middle bracket when it comes to Wrangle. But you guys don't forget to follow us for the latest updates again, and cannot remind you enough of this. Be sure to follow all our pages. But back towards the rankings just now. We talked about all the other teams, but GE, they know how to balance between the Wrangle and also Marama map. So I'm not surprised if they have a bit of a push in the last few games today as well.
Yeah, so yeah, tomorrow will be really interesting, not gonna lie, right? If this continues on, tomorrow will be like, I think we will see a few teams still able to get that number 1 spot on the last game. That would be so exciting. Well, of course, if you want to keep updated, do follow us on our socials. And just to remind ourselves, on the top, Myanmar performance is obviously still West Point Mamba at number 1, because they have set the benchmark for this map, especially for that chicken dinner with 21 eliminations. It is the record so far, the highest so far. Still waiting for the team to actually break that record.
Yep, still waiting. If we got 30-ish, that would be really cool. That half population of PUBG done. That's never happened before, right? But back to the side of the top Myanmar performer, you mentioned about West Mamba earlier on, FOD, SKR and Osjar here. And these are the teams that actually made it in the first page, definitely. But West Mamba, a bit of a slow start today, but they haven't been that not really their best day, but not the worst yet. So it's going to be in the middle ground so far on middle bracket performance today. But we do see a lot of SKR getting a lot of proactive sort of a play, have been moving around the map quite a number. But back to Assam Roma, it's down to still, first and foremost, down towards the side of a circle and the flat path. We have really unique set of Erangel. No kind Erangel yet by far the past few days of the grand finals here.
Yeah, no kind Erangel. In fact, we had some wonky Miramas. So yeah, I mean, the grand finals, it's like really everything is like set up for it to be wonky, and we like it. Yeah, I'm not gonna complain about that. I'm sure the viewers out there wouldn't complain about it as well, because yeah, it's exciting to see like wonky circles. Come on, let's not lie to ourselves. We love wonky circles.
So far we had sort of a Chumasera circle. Los Eagles we had early on, which was the last few days of the league. But so far when it comes to the grand finals, we had a lot of Minas Generalis sort of a circle, so it's really generous, which balanced out towards Erangel, because Erangel have been really kind of a tough circle for the players. So it's nice to have a quite generous circle for Miramati, so it's not too exhausting, not too stressful. You know the tension for the players is a bit too high. You don't have to face all this sort of a unusual, uncommon circle back to back for the entire day.
Yeah, well, I mean, if you want to be the best, you gotta have that stamina, right? You gotta do it, you know, you gotta prove it that you're able to win, even if it's wonky circles. Because let's not forget, you know, that number 1 team will face off against the top teams around Southeast Asia. So what better way is it than to prepare here with these kind of circles, right?
I agree. By the end of the day, you have to face it either, no matter what your condition is right now. There's no place for excuse, no space for that as well. But we're gonna go for the entire day with the same sort of prediction, because I know for a fact that I'm putting this prediction in mind that these teams have a lot of objectives when it comes to second day, based on the last few analysis coming out from the past few weeks of those leagues. So Falcon so far have been working out quite well for them. BG on the other hand has been doing quite okay. Game lap is just so tough for them. It's like, and no matter how much they got, same goes for Falcon here. No matter how much they dish out their damage output, it's just so hard for them to just get that 1 point to translate into their point for overall ranking.
Yeah, you are absolutely right. I mean, okay, so let's see here. They haven't even got like 10 points today so far. So that's still a big gap for Gila. And if they continue this on, I worry that the gap will be even bigger and bigger. And at the end of the day, despite you not being the champion and getting the next slot to the next round, you never want to be the number 16 team. Even if you're number 15, number 14, not number 16. Nobody wants to be there.
I mean, if you're number 16, but the gap is like less than half, I mean, that's something you should be proud of still. And it's not something like to be ashamed of if you're 16. Somebody have to be in number 16 regardless of, you know, it's a competition. It has to be ranked anyway. You cannot run from that number 16 spot, but at the same time, at least you end up with a star, knowing that it's not that much of a difference. Like everybody knows that everybody's deserve to win in this sort of contest or this tournament itself. So everybody knows that it's within reach. That's a huge statement you can actually pull out for everybody that's actually watching at home. Like, hey, you guys, yeah, congratulations to the number 1 spot, but we can actually chase you anytime. That's sort of a statement they can put out by the end of the day.
Yeah, so, and of course that's always very exciting for us as viewers, right? We want to see like teams really duking it out and really putting in the effort, because we don't want to see like not that we don't want to see, but in terms of entertainment wise, if like you get that one team that's like, oh, have a 50-point gap, for example, they'll be like, yeah, okay, whatever that happens in that round, it may not affect that number 1 spot. And if it's the league, then maybe it's okay. But if it's the grand finals, whereby the number 1 team matters and pretty much nothing else matters, then we don't want to see that kind of 50-point gap. Let's give us that 1, 2, 3-point gap like what we saw in the overall. I think that's perfect.
Try to get every single rank within like 1 point gap. You know? First, second, 1 point. Third and second, 1 point. Third and fourth, 1 point. And down to the 16th place, only 1 point gap. It's going to be really awesome. I'm not surprised by AMVAP today. We might actually have teams that actually have a tie for a certain amount of points. I'm not surprised if that happens. But it's really surprising. First place happened to be tied with second place. Now that's going to be painful. And we have to pull out the tiebreaker rule, right? It'll be interesting if we can get another team like number 3, and I think that's kind of possible as well, to really tie it up, and then you have to depend on the tiebreaker to know which team is on top of each other. So yeah, I mean, it looks possible at this point. Looking at the wild card, how teams are like it's just so close. Like even if you look at country PMPLs, for example, there are some country PMPLs like maybe 2 teams and they swap with each other and that's it, or maybe like 1 team that has a big gap. So a lot of them are like that, and even in previous PMPLs as well. But this time, the wild card, with the inclusion of the Singaporean teams, with the inclusion of the Filipino teams, I think it has just pushed other teams to try to do better, and that's why we see like the gap is that small. I agree. I'm looking at it's a bit sad that only FE is actually the only representatives coming up from the Singaporean side, but coming up from Cambodia, Myanmar and Philippines, they are so strong this round. We feel like everybody is actually on the same part of performance when it comes to their fundamentals, when it comes to mechanical skills, but it's down to the teamwork by the end of the day, and also the gamer's intuition, we call it, the game sense, where can you get the right timing to, you know, do your rotation, to peek over, to see the certain angle, to just be an off angle at a certain time, just to scout out for the rest of the team, because it's all about the timing, really. Sometimes that 1 second is a bit too late or a bit too early, that's it. But it's down to the players to actually decide their fate here, because all we can do is just a bit of chat. You guys are waiting for the next round. Be patient, because we're waiting for the next game, which is going to be the first Miramar of the day. The players are still getting themselves into the lobby. And speaking of Miramar now, we haven't got any accidents yet by far.
Yes. And I think if I'm not mistaken, some of the vehicle mechanics have been reworked. Ever since that one time back in the day, we always see accidents. Yeah, I think there's some rework there. That's why we don't see that many accidents as of now. Even if like they flip, right? They'll be like flip and then they'll still be back on force. So
it's like they installed Tesla and the vehicle, so the players don't actually have to do a lot of mistake by driving.
Yeah, maybe that too. Yeah, auto drive.
That's good. Yeah, the auto drive, the autopilot mode. Now, but at the same time, we haven't seen any bicycles. You saw the trailers earlier on, like the bicycles can actually run through of the small alleys between the buildings, right? If that can actually be done, like in the tournament too, it would be super great, because so many players, actually solo players, can actually hide themselves away from this huge fights or crossfires when they need to.
Yeah, that would be insane if anyone does that in a tournament setting. I know during the advertisement, I mean it's an advertisement, but if anyone really does that, that will be the most insane move. It looks simple, but it's crazy, man. And there was one bicycle move that I really like as well. It's like I don't know, maybe he like rode the bicycle, go up the ramp, and then went straight onto the second floor. That was crazy as well. I want to see in the tournament like someone does it.
I don't think anybody will do that. It's already hard enough for you to actually drive a bike, like ride a bike, and you have to ride a bicycle and that sort of with that kring, you know.
With a basket
so
in front.
But yeah, I mean, like, it's so hard to actually do that in Miramar. Maybe in Erangel possibly, but Miramar definitely it's gonna be the UAZs, the pickup trucks, the minivan working out.
Oh yeah, expect more of that here inside of Miramar. I don't think we have bicycle Miramar, it's only in Erangel. So yeah, you will be seeing it, but we will definitely be seeing Miramar. Let's go!
Finally, we got ourselves in our first Myanmar in day number 2 of the grand finals out of the 3 days. Today is the middle day and the most important day. We call it day of judgment from my side because everything experimental, aggressiveness is gonna be today. Everybody wants to change their fate in the future when it comes to the overall rankings. We have Valdemar up to La Cabrera when it comes to the flight path. Always down to the circle. Now we had a lot of Minas Generales, Lemrita, Junkyard, Graveyard Circle. Will it have it again today?
If we get a really far one, like an Impala, they'll be perfect. Because the flight path is
a lot of Impala.
But this time just with this kind of flight path, it's like, or maybe another one. Campo Militar. It's been a while since we saw that. A really long time since we last saw that.
I mean, like, the closest we got on top of Campo Militar is just around here. Bronca is the last few circle, even LSR. But it's not impossible. It's not impossible. But maybe we're gonna get a power grid, the most common circle as well, if it happens to be right on top of a flight path. If that happens, it's gonna be a good day for the players. If it's right around Los Leones, I mean, like, it's gonna be a slow one because so many structures and buildings in between. A lot of people are just gonna play around the corner of the buildings as well, waiting for the right time to peek out and just say, yeah, wow!
We got quite a number of south circles for Miramar and Grand Finals, right?
Yesterday was around here too.
Yeah.
Some of the circles.
I think the circle gods just love the Wildcard Grand Finals for some reason. It's like, yeah, I want more action. Yeah, take that circle. Yeah.
But I feel like it might be Chimasera circle. I mean, like, I really don't want it to be like Los Leones. It's gonna be so tough for the players to see everything through that window. But Holy Lanchu again for the QB. I think one of the viewers did mention about, I think it was Guap and Holy Lanchu just happened to be like sibling.
Oh yeah. There was a post at the all the social medias of PUBG Mobile. They did give some fun facts. So that's true. I think it was on the Philippine page, if I'm not mistaken. Because they're the team for the Philippines. So naturally they will get that kind of like, post.
It's not the first. I mean, like, having sibling to work around, it's really fun. I mean, as a team, because you get your communications easily across your point. But at the same time, the argument is like really annoying for the rest of a teammate because you've been growing up together for the longest time, right? Because I've never mind, go up, taken down Federalis as West Point Mamba, losing Federalis just within second. The waiting time in the lobby is actually longer than he actually plays.
Well, speaking about the siblings and growing up together, right? It's hard to beat the record that the Luxy Zuxi from BTR.
Oh yeah. Yeah. That's what I wanted to mention just now because I've been spending quite a long time with them when we were back then in China for that time was PMCO, right? So I spent a lot of time with these the Indonesian team players, so getting quite close to them as well. But I just like the whole team was like, I asked like these guys like when they're quarreling, they just leave it be. It has been like this, and I leave it be. The siblings quarrel is like really real.
Yeah. and sometimes that's a good thing, At least you're comfortable expressing.
Yeah, that's true.
Rather than like sometimes if you're
true.
friends and then like you want to take care of each other's feelings, you don't really talk about like what you need, things like that. So sometimes argue is a good thing,
It get your point across as efficient as possible if you're with your sibling because it's very comfortable with them. You'll be growing up with them. But those are not growing up with you. I mean, that would be really cool. We have four players as a squad. The entire squad itself is already a family squad.
Yeah,
Right.
that's why argument at home sometimes with your husband is not a bad thing.
Wow. Wow, it's too deep now.
I'm trying to relate, but yeah, I'm hoping that you can give me more insight. But never mind about that.
Provided that if you guys both play PUBG Mobile, then yeah,
Ooh.
it will actually work things out. But if you're not, then it's really hard for your partner to actually understand what you're saying in the first place.
Well, I'm pretty sure you. Okay, never mind. I was about to say I'm pretty sure that you both play the same game.
That's kind of
Yeah,
true.
I mean, I have your live stream to
true.
prove it. So you guys can check out the live stream if you want to know who it is. Do you see the
Aw,
clickbait there?
Thank you, guys. Yeah, me shouting over and just tossing over some stuff when I'm pissed. Yeah.
And the cat has to come.
Yeah, it just happened at the wrong time too. Imagine if we can have a M416 skin. Have you seen the memes, right, in TikTok and whatsoever, where people are using their cat as a machine gun, sort of?
What?
Yeah, it's like the cat is loving it. Your cat have to love you so much to actually let you do it. I do it often with my cat as well. When you actually put your left hand on their tummy and then you pull their back legs, just a bit of a. It feels like you're using them as a gun. Imagine if we have that sort of skin on M416 here.
Hello, Department of Veterinary Service. I want to make a report.
Like they're not. They are loving it, okay? Because we love to play around with our cats. I mean, I'm not torturing them. They definitely not harm in any way or so.
I'm not gonna lie.
Just
I do the same as well. maybe it's because we watch too much PUBG Mobile, right? That we'll be like, oh, PUBG Mobile everywhere. Oh, my cat is an M4.
That's true. That's true. What happened in our life when you're a gamer and you're just having too much of gaming in your life? That's what happened.
I have 5 different weapons at home. You got like what? 2?
I have 4. I have
4 different weapons.
The biggest one is gonna be a DVS.
Oh. you should make a TikTok video on that, so that our viewers today can follow you on TikTok. You can follow Choo Choo Gaming on TikTok, by the way.
I'm not a TikTok person. Like, I already have so much in my hands. I'm like, I have TikTok. You guys tag me in TikTok so I can watch your content. I love to watch people on TikTok, but I don't do TikTok myself.
Okay, so that's a sign, ladies and gentlemen. Follow Choo Choo Gaming on TikTok. Tag her if you see something interesting, and she might say it on the street the show.
I love watching people giving their content, especially the flex one, And then I'm like, yeah, you're flexing this. No way. It's so cool, but it looks cringy as well. Like those kind of moments.
I wonder what kind of.
Okay, back about the game.
But okay.
We don't talk about the game, but nothing is happening right now. Except for Falcon and West Mumbai happen to drop one of the members, with Sin getting himself 1 point. Same goes for West Mumbai. It's a bit of trading to do. But Sin now, we have to talk about Sin a bit more. So it's going to be really tough for Sin to actually... I do notice that their biggest problem is going to be securing the top 5 in the last minute, right? They always got caught in between, like we saw the early version of them in Wrangle, that they just blatantly, or just... I don't know, it's bold or a different way to go for it, but it's just blindly getting into the crossfire just to transition himself in the center of a circle. It was in center of a wall, so they parked themselves in the middle as well, nothing to barricade himself.
Yeah, but I mean, now that you think about it, now that you're talking about it, I'm kind of trying to think like how Sin is playing. They play kind of slow nowadays, but I had to hold that thought because now the circle. Wow. Okay. Man, this is even bigger than the Sin story, sorry to say. Wonky circle.
Oh, wow.
Again.
We got Los Higos again.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. Man, all these players, they're sinning. Now they're paying for their sins.
Los Higos. We got this twice now. It's so rare for us to get this sort of a circle. And we got this many times in this tournament.
That's like, what, the second time at least? Man.
Yeah, the second time. It's the second
yeah, the
time.
previous one was crazier, but of course we'll see if this goes as crazy as that or not. If it goes all the way down south, let's go, wonky circles.
Chumasera, where a lot of YG players trying to get himself. I'm not surprised at how this is happening. A lot of the teams, last time we saw so many teams dropping over to Chumasera Mountains just to get on the high ground to farm eliminations. This might be the case here again, as SKR taking on KE, Boyshon, Falcon still taking on the apartment, Devon, the KE, IGL be taken down as well. But APG from the back line, from the high ground, taking the advantage of all sudden on the second circle here. Everybody happened to be crossfire due to the transition of the circle itself.
Yeah, we've seen it time and time again. If the circle is tucked at the corner, a lot of teams will need to rotate, and majority of them will rotate in the same direction. And this is what happens. Plus, this kind of circle, high grounds on Chumasera, that will be the key area for teams to steal eliminations away, and that's exactly what they're doing now.
KE, they got himself a bit of disadvantage with this. They got the indoors, yeah, they got himself 4 walls to actually take covers from, but the thing is, so hard for him to land the shot to the side of APG. And APG can toss just a couple of hand grenades, more than enough to flush them out anyways. For the side of BG, happen to be hovering around the corner, lurking around. Same goes for SKR here. KE got the middle ground, but they need the high grounds, where APG got himself such a good prime position to see whatever is going down here. That's why so many players try to climb up the Chumasera mountain as fast as possible and loot up as fast as you can when it comes to Miramar. This is the reason why the terrain playing such a big part for them. When YG take it on QB, different sort of a compound to play alongside, but YG definitely having such a great view here.
Oh yeah, it's so great that it's spooky. Okay, I'm trying here. That spooky doesn't seem to have any vehicles, even if it does. Okay, if it does, maybe. But without any vehicles, there's no way he's going to get out of this. And YG's going to take this advantage. They know that he's all alone, so he's going to go straight onto him. But Spooky now being backed up by Caps, maybe. Caps focusing on saving himself. There's nowhere for Spooky to go. He's going to go out.
Oh, wow, it's a bit of a turn when it comes at crosshairs. Feels like it's like going 360 degrees just now. Sando slowly climbing up the hill here. Kid Loki giving his support fight from the back line. APG just raining over on the top of a hill. It's so hard for them to actually challenge the money, trying to go for the offside and completely coming up from a flank. But we're looking over, it's just going to be right on top of these mountains, and in between there's a bridge here to the side of Los Higos. But the circle is just so hard to predict at this time. APG got the most crucial, vital place they can actually stay at, but Enigma and FVE are trying to fight themselves among this to get this compound just to save themselves in the next couple of rounds.
Oh, and I realized that there's a substitution, so Chewy is playing this round. Aries is taking a break. Probably Chewy is more comfortable in Miramar, maybe that's why they make that swap.
Yeah.
But let's see if they're comfortable in taking this fight, as Enigma only has 2 players. FVE trying to get that information, but Enigma, man, they have to defend this. There's no way they can go out of this, because if they go out through the back door even, FVE could still catch out to them. And on top of that, Austria Esports will be waiting.
Enigma Cooper biding his time, waiting for the right turn to pick out, but Roll got shot left, right, and center. There's gonna be YG from behind, taking the advantage. Monet finishing off, got Roll. It's gonna be a free point coming up from Monet. They're taking their nose into this business as well. Enigma being saved by the grace of YG from afar. But at the same time, they won the elimination points by themselves. FVE tried to rush in, but it's a failed rush as they slowly been taken out bit by bit. It's going to be YG start to close in from the high grounds there, as Enigma leaving with only 2 players. West Point Mamba on the other end, moving to side Spoogle from Vipers.
Oh yeah, YG. They're going to take advantage of this. Look at this. Look at the vantage point. They can see 2 teams. The moment they come out their house, that's it. They'll shoot them down. So they'll take this fight indoor. But then Nate takes down Koopa. Now Caps is the last man standing. He doesn't have any first aids. He doesn't have any choice, even if he has the molly to buy time for himself, but the bandage, that's not going to be enough.
Caps need to buy this time. You have to be really extra careful, but here comes Moxie. Finish of the entire team here. Even though he sacrificed his teammate Chewy along the process for Moxie, but it's for the better of the team as well. And Moxie, he will try to actually revive his teammate while waiting for it. They're not going to let them wait there. YG coming in to finish off whatever left.
Sando.
It's going to be a housekeeping team coming from YG. And it's going to be burning off those who actually are holding on to DBS. Sin slowly coming in as well. But YG pushing in with whole cavalry coming into swiping off FVE. But the DBS in Ranger's hands. Making so much work for this team as well. Finally down on his knees. Moxie, only like 10% HP left here. And Sandra trying to find him off with another DBS in his hand.
Oh, up to the top floor. But that's going to be Moxie out. Sando has his own DBS. Again, as usual, it's going to be DBS and DBS and DBS. And FVE is out. And look at the corner circle. We still have the high ground that's held on by APG. And look at KE. They don't have the opportunity to go up to that really high ground where APG is at. They're still somewhere on those slopes.
It's going to be the intersection of Los Higos towards a bridge where they might be centralizing that for the last few circles. Vic for Sin trying to give a bit of a challenge to a side of a brawl with I think it's going to be Falcon just now. And coming up from the other side. Vipers on the other hand being chased away by West Mamba for a longest time. West Mamba on the other hand just going to place himself right on top of a bridge just to bridge camp for a bit. The J forced to be here due to West Mamba chasing him out on top of that bridge just now. Not sure how much longer he can actually stay here, but he can actually do because he's right in the near the center of the circle as well. As long as nobody hops down and spot him out, it's going to be really great for the judges just hiding this one out as the last player for Vipers.
Yeah, I mean it is a good place to be at. It's very hard for people to spot you out, so yeah, you can just chill there. But maybe for only one circle, there's a possibility that in his position the circle might move away, so you gotta be prepared for that. But even if it comes out, I think he has some room to play with to actually slide into the circle.
Yep. Sliding seems very simple and sounds like very easy, but it's not as easy as it sounds. Sen take a bit of a glimpse to a side of a Fruity Falcons breeding behind their necks here. Holy Landry gonna make way for the team as usual. Just to find a bit of a space to just make an entry. Holy Landry with a pickup truck finding its way to the side of the hills. I'm not sure if they can actually have a bit of a view to a side of a Fruity. If they can actually got themselves in a high ground, so many teams they can actually take down just, you know, farming the points there. Problem is to get the view in the first place, just so hard with this sort of a terrain.
Yeah, it is challenging, not gonna lie. But let's see. I guess it's also it also depends on what the next circle is going to be like, and we'll find out in about 45 more seconds. So that's going to be that's not going to take too long. I can see that most teams seems to be comfortable in the circle because no one's really moving. Everyone's holding their ground, so that sometimes is a sign. And plus, we are at the stage 4 of the circle, so it's still fairly big enough for like 14 teams. But for stage 5, 14 teams, it's a little bit cramped. And that's where we'll see more teams be eliminated. I think will be more than what we've seen before.
I think we should put a name for this intersection here. We had Medusa intersection in Rango, right? So there's gonna be like what?
I don't know. I see someone dancing.
Stuff. Yeah, I see someone. The dancing. We can call it dancing intersection.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah, we call this dancing intersection because we hardly get this sort of a map, this sort of a circle, this sort of an intersection right on top of this circle. We're gonna call it dancing intersection. So back to us on the side of the dancing intersection towards a bridge. It's gonna be a FOD taking the high ground, spotting out SKR who got themselves DBS in their hands. I mean, like, do DBS work in this sort of a distance? Maybe they're playing around the corner. Moy just pick up one of the teammate coming up from Vic. It's gonna be a bit of a reset. Holy Lanchu as usual trying to make an entry, spotted out Falcon, sprayed it out. He's gonna be on the side of Falcon, prepared to toss over that nade if they're not living this here.
Oh, Sin, they're sharing the same area as Falcon, but both of them need to move. Not only that, another team's right in front of them. But remember that player that was like underneath the bridge, DJ. Now it's time for him to move. But okay, he's playing this very, very safely. I can see a lot of open area now that Moy is in this high ground. So let's see if Moy will be able to spot him out. But before that, it's going to be Falcon all the way. Falcon smoking up their vehicles. Do they have active vehicles? I don't think so. So they're going to take this fight against Sin to get in.
Cloud slowly closing into us at the entry, making a front line here. D2I giving support fire from the back line. Sin having a bit of a tough time to actually pick out. They actually will take them down, but Cloud is on the ground. He's going to be trained. But still, Falcon bowing out earlier than Sin. They barely make it in. Holy Laundry have to bow out to us the side of Lay Zone. They make it for the revival. Two teams going down back to back. He's going to lose leads for the side of Sin and Falcon, but YG versus APG going to be next.
How? Okay. They had the high ground, but they lost that fight. But now APG with the compound, they're going to hold this area. YG on the other hand, they have the high ground. So it's high ground versus compound, but not necessary for them to crash in just yet. They'll need to wait for the next wave of the circle. Right now, they are okay. APG just covering all their angles, but it looks like G-Lab is interested.
Everything is interesting as Vipers finally down on in the hands of FOD right now. We have APG want to take the advantage was Man is knocked down right at the current moment. 1 second open up the smokes. The same goes for Sando, just smoke himself. That's to make sure they just want to buy the time here. 1 second at the same time trying to secure the perimeters. Here's Sando spotted out, just Skynin, just running around to his side of his teammate. A lot of them actually on the low ground. Now high ground don't really matter anymore for these guys because they are at the edge of the circle. They have to climb down the high horses, get into the dancing intersection if they want to. And back to a side of FOD. It's going to be a bit of a rush and try to flush, but it's going to be fill one or a successful indeed.
Oh, looks like they managed to defend this ground so far, but they need to be prepared because there's another team on the other side. But look at the current circle. It's unlikely they'll be crashed in by the team on the high ground because this compound might not be worthwhile for them to do that when the circle shifts next. As we look at the high ground around this area, there's G-Lab, there's APG, YG. Both, all these teams definitely will not move. Everyone's just giving warning shots. But what's going to be interesting is the stage 6 of the circle. Will they still have it? That will be the question mark. If it moves away from them, everyone here will move pretty much at the same time.
The most advantageous team is going to be a G-Lab right now. If it happens to be moving, it's going to be them trying to hunt them down. And they are the closest ones to get into the circle in the first place. Same goes for APG, but APG will be guard over to the side of G-Lab here. G-Lab, everything is in their hands. There's no way they can actually put this into a blunder. They definitely cannot flunk this one out, as YG is the one in the toughest position. Same goes for Austria. They're across the road, have to go down, but it's possible for them to actually hide at the cliff of the mountain. So it's going to be doable for them if they cross over the road in the first place. But APG, how to get out from here?
Oh yeah, it's tough. It's tough for APG. Eyes from the high ground is looking over them, and they have another team just behind them. That's going to be YG. My oh my, this is kind of locked in. But 5 more seconds and the zone will close. They need to be prepared. But there's sandwich in between. I wouldn't want to be in APG's position.
There's no time anymore. They have to move here for all two teams, including G-Lab, slowly crawling into this side of the circle. But APG, they are solving the crate here. The moment they step out, it's going to be open field, nothing in between. The kid tried to just peek out, but he's a bit too careful now. A bit overthinking, overwhelmed by the fact they have been surrounded by 2 teams at the same time. Now I spotted out Austria. This is what I talk about, foot of the mountain. Skyny still can save his mate here, but they need to move forward. They already got himself a bit of a gatekeeper. It's going to be SKR going over inside of Austria. There's nowhere to run or hide. He's dancing. Dancing in the section really make them dance so hard. They're bleeding out at the same time.
Yeah, Naughty is like, dance, you dance. And unfortunately, they were too open. They got knocked down in the middle of the road, and that's where opportunities were taken by other teams. But speaking about opportunities, could YG take this opportunity to go up against APG? APG now is 1 player down. At the same time, we can see that other places, the West Point Mamba getting a knockdown onto another opponent somewhere else. Fights happening left, right, and center, Juju.
Yep, it's the high ground versus a compound like you mentioned before. It's going to be tough for them to climb down these high hills there. YG, try to just go for the flank side, go for the side of a hill, try to spot out G-Lab, but it's just not part of terrain. And for the side of SKR, they're still on the low ground, but they are more than safe there. They are right in the center of the intersection, and they got themselves the foot of a mountain to guard themselves from the vision of these teams coming up from the high grounds. G-Lab try to gatekeep this one. This is what I mentioned earlier on. G-Lab got the most advantageous position when it comes to all these 3 teams on the top. But at the same time, can they actually make use of it? Can they take advantage of it by trying to get out and just peek out and not being too hesitant about it and farm those eliminations? APG just stuck in the corner. They cannot even peek out.
Oh yeah, they can't. The moment they show themselves, that's it. But at least APG right now, they're in the circle, so they can still buy time for themselves. But the bad news is that APG only has 3 players, so one area could not be covered. But at the same time, they are also spread out, so it's not looking good for APG's positioning at this moment.
Now G-Lab don't want to waste any more time, a bit too overcommitting towards a team that actually on their higher grounds. They try to place themselves a couple of shacks to work around with, just to make sure there's nobody gatekeeping them. And this is going to be Scotty guarding up and just setting up perimeters for the side of G-Lab. We have West Point Mamba slowly encroaching in, but the thing is, they have to cross that street. A street is always the bane for the players. Such an open field. If they don't have smoke, it's going to be the end, and it's going to be paying with their death though with that. YG trying to still have a glimpse on the side of APG, but it's just so difficult. APG, it's safe for now, but we're talking about less than 30 seconds. They have to make a move. The blue is gonna hurt them so freaking much. They cannot even survive for the next couple of seconds, and that's gonna be it. G-Lab finally make a bit of a bold move. Just peek over the spot at the kid, and the rest of APG is gonna be history. But G-Lab also exploited their own position by doing that.
The kid couldn't react fast enough, hence he was knocked. But now putting focus on the PBE onto GN as well as GE. Cool. Super duper low. Critical at this moment. Managed to reset himself. He has the DBS in hand, but the DBS with that kind of distance, it's not the right moment to use it yet. However, PBE, they have the high ground. They don't have the circle though. They need to move. They need to reset first. They still have a bit of time. But will they be able to use that time well? Because GE might be aggressive. They might push it onto them. And GE, yes, they will. Going up to the high ground. 2 knockdowns for GE. And Zai once more.
Rank is like, no, I'm gonna run now. Sorry guys, I'm not gonna save this. No time for it. And G is just too much for him to handle alone. But still got on Raimon, leaving just Rank, if I'm not mistaken, on the side of PBE. I'm not sure if he managed to survive for that. Couple of players left for the side of PBE. Only one, if I'm not mistaken. And Michi spotted out. SKR, it's a crispy shot. Spray coming from Michi. A beautiful one. Making an exit out. Another one from Michi. But he bounced out down. But Naughty finished things off with the DBS. Eliminated West Point Mamba next. And now they have to think about how to climb this high hill here.
Absolutely Naughty there with the DBS. The jump shot on him could not land as fast as the DBS, and they got eliminated. And now we have KE with 5 elimination points, now dominating. YG needs to move forward, but before that, YG wants to take out SKR. They want the points in the bag.
Thunder keep pressuring to the side of SKR. X is still bleeding out as Marnet have a bit of a reset. Almost shredded the entirety of his facet. Not spotting out Yahiko within that smoke. But they have to be extra careful, extra vigilant. And so many teams coming out from the left side. They don't want to overextend themselves, giving so many of their positions at this point. So Sando and the rest of YG have to figure out how to get into the center here. While the rest of the team coming out from the northern side, a bit too overcrowding. And GE, Master Zai and West still hovering around and still spot out ranking in the center of everything that's happening right now. APG taking on G-Lab as YG spotted out. No T4K. Back to the side of Vici, spraying over YG again. That's such huge pressure coming out from the side of YG. They cannot even make a budge of it.
And KE would have wished they had a full squad at this point, because they had the circle. They have the compound, they're in a good position, but with only 2 players, it's a little bit difficult for them. They're hoping the other teams cancel out each other. YG, for example, onto SKR. SKR somehow still survives. YG can't seem to eliminate them. It's been such a difficult mission for them to do that. It's as if that SKR are like immortals. YG, they're spending all those bullets onto them, but getting nothing at the end.
They're like zombies. They keep picking up themselves up here. It's so hard to actually finish things off in the side of SKR. Even though they have 2 teams, and YG being shot from afar. Oh boy, Marnet taking a bit of a risk to move forward. No more baby step, just gonna go right in the front. He got only a couple of first aid to work with. Masaichi spot SKR finally down. It's gonna Yahiko first and exit next. Within that smoke, Ichi spot them out. What a vigilant player this one. Formidable plays coming out from the side of GE, making such an entrance there. SKR, they were taking so much domination on that spot, but finally being slowly chipped off bit by bit by the side of GE from a flank side.
Oh yeah, and GE is not done yet. They are still a full squad, hence they could demand for more. But now, okay, 6 teams, and this is the 9th stage. This is the most I've ever seen so far, Choo Choo. That's like still 12 players, 6 teams.
To blame, or what to blame in this sort of situation, I have to say it's going to be the terrain, the geography of this map as well. When it comes to this angle and this sort of geography coming up from right across Los Higos, just so hot. And Naughty 4K finally finish off by GE. GE is the bane for SKR as we speak here, with them getting so much elimination, 5 points in the back. 4 players still well in life as a full squad. KE got 1 bleeding out. The top cannot be saved by his teammate as they are rushing in from the side of G-Lab towards this compound. And G is still getting on YG Marnet. At the same time, they're not showing any sign of stopping.
Kaya! Beautiful spray by Kaya. He managed to win that fight, and now he can move forward. But GE, they seem to be in trouble. YG seems to be in control. Let's have a Sando with that headshot onto him. He gets eliminated, and now we're down to the top 2 teams. GE or KE?
It's gonna be GE here. There's no way GE gonna flunk this one. They got a full squad to work things through. KE, they got a bit of time to reset their teammate there. The top will be picked up by Kaya. But thing is, do they have enough resources? They've been tossing out so many of their hand grenades, everything else, but it's gonna be GE. Finish it off with a strong bang as well. We're talking about yesterday, they have been taking so much of the number 1 spot. Now feels like they're back taking up the throne, and the podium is theirs to take with this sort of performance when it comes to that circle. Genesis Esports made it in.
Oh yeah, Genesis Esports, and this is their second chicken dinner in the grand finals. They have been missing for a few rounds, number 13, 15, 14, but now they came back with the chicken dinner. Wow, they must be waiting for the Myanmar map to actually perform. Seems like they're comfortable. I mean, they are one of the top performing teams in Myanmar, so not gonna lie about that. It's working out for them so far.
Yeah, I did talk earlier also regarding, the teams that we talk on prediction is one thing. I did mention about GE. They know how to balance out, even though they're not the strongest in the wrangle, but they are in the middle bracket. But when it comes to Myanmar, yes, we have Voice per Mumba, one of their favorite maps as well. But don't forget about GE. This guy, you saw how the damage been not justifying the 2 eliminations here. He's been given so much for the side of his team. That damage being dished out here is overwhelming just by Ichi, but they are working as a unit, working as a team for GE. Look at how they split it into 2-2 formation, taking over those to see those on the high ground, the low ground at the same time. They're so aware about their surroundings, so hard to get past them.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Ichi, 665 damage could have been like what, 5 eliminations, maybe 4. But he got 2. Just means that he did a lot of work for his team. I want to see the overall, like how many eliminations GE got, but I think because of his contribution to the team, dishing out that much damage, probably other team has got those eliminations. But that's absolutely fine. As long as the team gets the points, why not, right? And look at the travel distance, way above a lot of these other teams.
They grind themselves to get into the circle. G-Lab had it. G-Lab had it in their hands. They got themselves the point where they actually can gatekeep all the teams that trying to pass through them, including KE and YG at first. They're a bit too late when it comes to making the judgment call. They were right at making the right time, but the thing is, sometimes it's just milliseconds away, and that's just going to cause the entire team here. But valiant effort coming out by all the teams up there, but at the same time, GE is definitely will place themselves in the first place, as SKR still garnered quite a number of eliminations, and at this point we've got himself like maybe 6 to 9 eliminations. But GE, they got themselves not really double, nobody getting that double eliminations. A lot of average across the board. It's gonna be 4s and 5s.
Yeah, I was expecting a little bit more from GE, but I guess sometimes the terrain is a little bit hard to see, so that's why it's hard to secure those eliminations. We saw how Yangon Galacticos tried to eliminate the entire SKR, but because of how the terrain is, it's just that difficult. So I guess it's pretty much like the same for most of these other teams as well. But speaking about difficulty, Austria Esports, no points in this round, so that's a little bit difficult for them. West Point Mamba only managed to get 4 points, whereas this is supposed to be their map. So we do see like some of the really like top or consistent teams, they start to fall off in this round. But that also means an opportunity for GE to get number 1.
Yeah, that definitely is a number 1 spot here. We're not going to deny that anymore. But I do want to know where FOD and the rest of the other teams have been pulled down for overall ranking stand here. For the overalls here, finally GE standing with 5-point gap between KE. Now SKR, they place themselves at 3rd. We have 5 teams getting that 100 over points, with PBE falling very closely behind. But it's going to be anybody's game still. It's going to be 6 teams that's really close to contending at number 1 spot. There's only 1 team can actually win. We did mention about if it happens to be the first place getting a tie. So far it's going to be 2nd and 3rd place getting a tie.
Yeah, yes, it's still, yeah, it is the same. But you know what's interesting as well in the overall charts is like you don't always see a team with a chicken dinner. It's at the bottom. There's Vipers. It's very rare to see that. So it's unfortunate that after that chicken dinner, maybe it's not consistent for them. Looking over a lot of too soons they had. Let's see, Vipers, I would say, yeah, a lot of too soons today. They didn't even make top 10 in all their rounds so far.
It's just the consistency they need to keep them working, and if they got it right, they balance it out. It's not even a problem for Vipers. I mean, like, that's most the case for all the other teams that actually on the second page at the bottom as well.
Yep. So, well, I mean, there's still a lot more games, but for teams like really at the bottom at this moment, like Vipers, like Falcon, like G-Lab, for them to really catch the number one spot with the amount of games left, yeah, I think it's starting to take shape by itself. But you know what else is starting to take shape? It's going to be our break time, ladies and gentlemen. So we're going to take a little bit of a short break here. My name is Sir Cloud, together with Choo Choo. We'll see you after this break.
Pria itu sangat lelah. Malam itu, dia terjaga sepanjang malam dan memikirkan apa yang harus dia lakukan untuk mengembalikan kepercayaan diri. Perlahan, samar pria itu mendengar suara seperti ada yang sedang melakukan bela diri. Dia kagum ketika melihat satu sosok di depannya. Menyadari ada yang memperhatikannya, Master menghampiri pria tersebut. Sejak itu, Master dan pria tersebut terus berlatih bersama-sama. Seperti yang pernah dikatakan oleh Master Bruce Lee.
Remember, success is a journey. Have faith in your ability. You will do just fine. Always be yourself. Express yourself.
tiba-tiba 4 musuh datang dan menyerang mereka.
Welcome back, ladies and gents. You guys are tuning into the PMPL Wildcard SEA 2023 Spring, and I'm Chichi. This is gonna be SeaCloud. We'll be with you the entire day here, including tomorrow as well for our last day in the grand finals. We're down to 2 more games, Cloud. It feels like the next mirror are gonna be a tough circle again.
Oh wow. I mean, not only today, it was yesterday as well. A lot of tough circles, and we did see that it was really, really tough for these teams. Even some of the teams, even the team that got the chicken dinner, GE, couldn't even get 10 elimination points. But of course, somebody had to get the chicken dinner at the other day. So it just tells the story. Like, if you look at the stats, we base out that, how challenging the circle is for even these top players that we're talking about.
It's like the entire day the circle has been really insane, but also what's more insane is gonna be the Seafoam Assassin set, which is gonna be the PDP, the Pitobia design project for you guys to get your hands on this set, because it's gonna be a very limited amount, very exclusive and really cool, because I love how the ninja is so vibrant, so happy, but very deadly.
I like how every time this promo graphics come out, it's always the same sequence between you and me. but that's where we need to have faith in ourselves. Yes, I am repeating the sequence as well. So check it out inside the game. Master Bruce Lee. This guy's a legend. I watch his movies. There was even a part where I think Jackie Chan was his was one of his what do you call that?
Colleague?
Not colleague. Those are background people. Yeah, I forgot what they call that.
Background people.
Yeah, he was one of those background people that people don't really matter.
The extra,
yes.
Yes, it's more extra for you. Not just the ultimate set 2KV1 just now, which you saw the Nether Phantom set and Solar Knight. This is also going to be the Royal Pass available for you guys as usual. You guys love the DBS, so we have a telescopic face for the DBS. Oh no, so just show us whatever you got from this season in our fan page and all social medias, because yeah, we love to see it. Just flex it away. We're just going to take it in how you're just going to bounce around with your cool gears, okay?
Yeah, not only that as well, you guys can tag us on our personal social medias. Just saying. We would love to see them as well. So follow everything, tag everything whenever we create content. And of course, we gotta reintroduce the matches to everyone in case you just joined us. So yeah, these were the previous Chicken Dinner winners, and it's all different, but some of them will repeat because of yesterday. But next, who would it be? West Point Mamba, looking at you guys.
It's gonna be the last Mirama of the day, and I feel like we might have sort of maybe this time it's gonna be Chimasero Circle, because that was the sequence before this when you got a lost sequence. It's gonna be repeating the same sort of circle in certain area of the map. We have very similar circles going on around the entire league of, I don't know what's wrong with the World Cup, but it feels like they're being cursed with all these terrible circles. But we had fun watching it. Yeah,
we can not only call it the wild card, we should call it the wild circle. Yeah, there's a Southeast Asia wild circle, ladies and gentlemen. Wow, that sounds more like it.
And the worst part, I mean, like, the World Cup having one of the most terrible circles throughout the entirety of this tournament as well. We're gonna go with the same prediction the entire day. So FOD, SKR, APG have been really cool today, but BG have been finish off with a lot of bangs there. G, Lap and Falcon always have the same sort of a boat situation. We're talking about them just happen to be in between the crossfire when they want to cross over.
Yeah, I mean the circle was wonky, right? Any team would have cursed the circle. It's like they must be like, I can imagine like behind the scenes, if we can have a recording of what they say, they'll be like, oh no, again? Really? Miramar,
I wish we do have that.
Yeah, play your comms, right? That'll be nice.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to see the play comms coming out from the teams when their reaction when it's like, oh god, this circle is just.
Yeah, they will be face palming.
Especially the coach and the analyst for the team. We have to see their faces reaction because it's just definitely one of the reaction that we can treasure it so much because it's like so rare. The circle, all the rare circle, the SMB circles, the Lost Eagle circle multiple times in here. There's also the Far North circle. There's also like the Tree Island circle in Zanho. It's just so incredibly bizarre. That's just blowing off the player's mind. It's not our mind, it's just the player's mind.
Well, I can tell you for a fact that I work with a particular manager who's very animated when it comes to tournament day. Circle, bad circle, good circle, you will always see something out of him. But let's see something out of this Miramar. Let's not waste any more time.
We are back with this most land map, but assume there's no land based on the circle that we saw earlier on. It's best to assume that now. Back to us Miramar, here we go. We're gonna have the last Miramar push when it comes to second day out of 3 days in the grand finals of the wildcard here, and the circle not popping, but the flight path is cutting across around Voldemar, across the Chimasera down towards the side of Impala. Now, can we get a northern circle for once? Because so far in the grand final we haven't seen any north circle yet coming up from Miramar.
Well, if it's all the way north, might as well Oasis. Yeah, that's one.
Yeah.
If not so north, I would say Crater Fields. Crater Fields is quite difficult to play as well, so that's going to be interesting. And if Crater Fields, they have those really, really high grounds around it, I would expect to see KE there.
I don't know. I mean, like, do they want to go up north that far based on the last few days of the circle? They will be hesitant to drop on the northern side for the players, though. If the circle happen to be on the southern part again, it's such a tough challenge for them to actually get into the southern part. So I think, well, never mind. It's gonna be on the right side all day long. Is it gonna be Impala? Feels like it might be on top of Minas Generalis. We've seen this sort of a circle before, though.
Yeah, I think it was it was one of the Miramar yesterday, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah.
Just one of it. Just one.
Yeah, just one. The other one was Extreme. That was fun.
It was incredibly fun for us as a viewer. But FOD and Amura, I love it. I'm sorry, I choked myself. For BG, right, the thing that I really love about them is they know how and where to pick exactly at the right time if it's a very long distance fight. But when it comes to CQC, that's where they're a bit having a bit of a tough challenge there. They get easily taken aback with those sort of an ambush.
Yeah, it's time to work on the DBS, I guess. But speaking about weapon choices, right, you know, I want to point out that it's been a long time since I saw M249 used in one of the final moments. So yeah, earlier I saw one. Now it's being held on by GE. So yeah, I mean, it's nice to see something of a switch. If not, you might as well just put DBS as the only weapon.
I just wish they actually put DBS back in the airdrop.
Yes, please.
Honestly speaking, they need to put it back in the airdrop. Like, make it better, make it more painful for whoever to actually have to fight against DBS. Make it a wider spread when you actually have the shot out. But it's only in the airdrop, you know?
Yeah. And
even put a scope on it. I mean, I don't care, but put it in the airdrop. We had enough of DBS these days.
Yeah, it's a true story. I was having breakfast with some of the DBD players recently, and even they say that, oh, DBS is just and DBD, they don't really depend on DBS as much as other teams, So, but they have a way to counter it. Of course, that's a secret sauce. They wouldn't leak it to me, but but their point is that still put it in the airdrop again. Even the pro players say so.
Everybody wants to put it back in the airdrop, but
Oh.
I think it's BG taking West Point Mamba. Feels like West Point Mamba being hunted down in this map multiple times. Just now we saw in the early map, one of the first three to be knocked down also coming up from West Point Mamba. Usually it's gonna be mixed. Feels like it's mixed again this time.
Yeah, I think so as well. Yeah, I mean there's already like a couple of rounds that they always lose that one player. I remember the stat inside of Sanhok. Yes, they got like number 3, but the amount of time that they had a full score was like only 5 minutes. So it's been almost every round that they lost one player super duper early. This is something that they really need to rework on.
Yeah, it feels like I don't know. Is it too late for them to actually change their initial drop spot here in the last minute? Because we're talking about them to play in the very unfamiliar sort of a surrounding when it comes to changing their drop spot. So it's a bit too risky when it comes to last minute change for some of the teams, especially West Point Mamba, because they do actually have a shot to actually get in the top 3 in the very last minute. But when it comes to the gap in between the teams, we do see a bit of a stretch becomes a bit distinct between the 6th and also the 7th place right now. Previously it's just like 10 points difference or less than that, but it feels like a bit of a stretch here for 6th and 7th place finally.
Yeah, it's starting to shape up a little bit more, right? Unless you see a team like West Point Mamba somewhere around the 70s mark, right? They go like 3 chicken dinners in a row or something like that, something insane comeback, then maybe. But if not, looking at the current trend that a lot of these teams seems to be pretty equal, that's why we see a lot of swap. I think it might continue on to like shape that that maybe it's like until number what would you give it? Maybe YG for now? Until number 7?
Yeah,
the top 7.
But if you want to include YG, you might as well include up to maybe FVE or Enigma here.
Okay.
I think like up to Enigma. Up to Enigma.
Yeah, maximum.
Yeah, maximum is like up to Enigma. BG, Sin, G-Lab, Falcon, and Vipers can actually do it, but they have to really put sort of an outstanding performance with double-digit back-to-back chicken dinner, or not even chicken dinner, back-to-back double-digit is more than enough. Back-to-back double-digit is what they need. Rank point-wise, you don't have to care that much, even though you got just 1 point of the rank point system, it's fine. As long as you got sort of a 13 up to 15 eliminations, you definitely will be up there.
Yeah, perhaps they need to do like the West Point Mamba and Miramar, the 21 eliminations, like back to back, because we must consider that the teams on top will add points as well. So taking that into consideration, then yeah, you just have to be that.
No, what happened to that West Point Mamba, the one with the 20-ish eliminations?
Yeah, that one. Yeah, like teams at like number 12 to 16 now need to be that in order to really catch up to number 1.
Yeah, I want to put a spotlight about the 20-ish West Point Mamba. Feels like they've been drowned by their overwhelming anxiety, or maybe even the overthinking they had right now. Because West Point Mamba is nowhere to be seen nearby about what they were back then in the league.
Yeah, not at all. I mean, during the league, they managed to collect like 38 points. Meaning, for the bonus points, they only dropped 2 points. That's obviously the most. And that just shows how outstanding we were in the league. But this is a totally different team. It's hard for me to comprehend why. But yeah, the only answer that I can give for now is that like the early eliminations that forced them to play as a trio, that could make that big difference.
That's true. Especially Mix. So Mix is one of their FMVP. So it's definitely going to hurt them quite a bit when it comes to taking the firepower away from side of West Point Mamba. In that terms, they have to be extra vigilant, extra careful when it comes to dropping themselves in certain drop spot. Feels like West Point Mamba always starting to drop themselves a bit too separated when it comes to this sort of a map, Miramar, specifically Miramar. It worked quite well for them, but if they're not adapting and the other teams are starting to revise their game plan, they start to recounter them, They have to take a step forward, a foot forward, because if not, they're going to be left behind when it comes to their attention. But wow! Why is this heart shape on second circle?
Wow.
All the way down to the Patron. What is going on?
Yeah, look at the amount of teams on the south side. Everyone's going towards the same direction, so we're probably going to see some action. And obviously because of that, you never follow the main road. So Vipers, they know that, they're aware, so they're falling like at the slope. So they managed to evade FVE, but FVE, I guess they're still trying to find the consistency. Hence, they don't want to take that fight as well. But hey, looks like they're forced to by DJ.
Chewy's on the ground right now. Rain want to finish things off by pushing forward. Immediately want to secure those elimination points. I think Vipers had it enough when it comes to, they just got themselves so many knockdowns, but just couldn't secure the elimination. They're just gonna splat it over. Not gonna even jeopardize to pop out and just waiting for the gunfire and stop. But DJ caught in between of FVE right in the center as well. He should have made a big U-turn just now.
I mean,
oh man.
Maybe he should have anticipated that that's kind of like a bait, and FVE would kind of think that, okay, you're going to loot that box anyway, so they kind of set up like this trap for him. So DJ, maybe a little bit too much of a hasty move for him. He could have just shot from afar and just secured that elimination point. That's probably it. Or maybe even better, even more big brain, like use Chewy as the bait to get FVE to him, and then they all shoot at the area. That would have been better.
Yeah, there's so many ways to actually do it, but things happen for a reason now. They got a bit of a redemption on the side of FVE. At least it's going to be 1-to-1 trade between them and also the side of Team Absorb just now. Back to the side of Osja. They got themselves the warehouse, but they will have visitors just nearby, very nearby. And Vipers, I really wish they can actually put themselves out there more. I want to see them getting close when it comes to like 60-ish point if they got themselves last place here, but at least the gap is not too far off. West Point Mumbai must again being picked off one by one, slowly dying for the team here. Sin going in for the eliminations, but there's going to be a very slow minivan climbing up and down, but very fast when it's going down. Very tanky vehicle with a minivan, but they have to leave out the one that's splitting out. There's nowhere for them to actually save, and there's so much same players already swarming around this area right now. It's best to just leave it be.
Yeah, and they're lucky it's a tough terrain, so because of that, Sin couldn't really chase onto them. Oh, okay, alright. Wow. Oh, okay. A little bit of a stop there. Could use some help.
Oh man, the vehicles won't move now. There you go.
Okay, that was kind of lucky. Yeah.
Very lucky. Lucky enough nobody's actually hovering over just to shoot them down.
But we can see that the circle, again, quite a hardship towards the northern side. Osja Esports in the circle, GE in it, Enigma in it, right in the middle, so that could last them another circle at least. And it's great that they're in that position because, like the road intersection, they're on majority of that circle that has the least possibility of crossing over.
You know what? It feels like PUBG Mobile right now listening to our prayers, listening to our plea by giving us really northern circle all the way up to Tierra Bronca. We've been asking about the southern circle quite a lot for the past few days, and finally we got ourselves a really northern circle. And I think the players are not anticipating this as well. Look at how much of a clash and brawls going on too early, even on down to this third phase here. We have already so many teams only have a couple of players left. And Scardy next one, and when it comes to G-Lab, they try to take out towards the side of PBE in the center of it. Look at how they're cornering PBE all around.
Ooh, yeah, and plus PBE has a good chance, but now they're being caught out by G-Lab, and G-Lab will be happy to take those elimination points. Kai needs to be picked up, but G-Lab is still putting pressure on the PBE, and definitely 2 points in the back for sure.
Scardy just going to tossing over with the hand grenade, finish things off, but PBE has smoke bottom so many times, but the moment it dissipates, almost enough, and it's going to be Raimon left. Nowhere to buy his time anymore. G-Lab will hunt down the rest of PBE. They're left with two members there on top of that compound. Scardy is not happy about this, want to finish things off. The whole cavalry of G-Lab already arrived. But we do have Enigma fighting against FOD. Oh, Nung just gonna corner Spooky as well. Spooky, you can't run, you can't hide, but Spooky still managed to knock down a couple of them. FOD, they thought they had this going, but what? How? Why?
Wow! What precise shot that was! But now we put focus on the G-Lab. They're not done yet with PBE. Now down to the Storm and more boy. Can he clutch it out? He has a DBS in hand. 1v2 at least. Comes out. Gets one. Can he get a second one? But no! He loses the fight. And PBE is out at number 15.
I mean, I'm still baffled for the fact that what happened to FOD. They had the advantage at first. It was one person to actually pin them down entirely. And Nung was actually right across. I mean, like, that was something that should not have happened. We didn't see the POV of the player. Maybe we didn't actually see what they're seeing. Well, from the map, it didn't lie. They had them surrounded at first, but FOD still couldn't win it.
Well, I would presume that it's the headshot precision. That's probably the best answer. Yeah.
That person, I think they didn't even whiff it.
Not at all.
Just so precise. They didn't even need to reload that magazine anymore.
Yeah, not at all. So so you gotta give it to them. I mean, these players are top players for a reason, right? So for them to, if you just make a slight miss or a slight mistake in that kind of scenario, you're bound to be punished very easily. It's like how I always see casual players. They like overpeak over the windows a lot. Like they stay and then they aim for a very long time and they get punished immediately if it's a good player just through a headshot. So that's, if that can happen in like community level or casual level, what else if this kind of players, right?
That's true. I cannot agree more. But back to the side of Astro X, finally taking on BG Amura. While G-Lab just now, they fought against the team on the outskirts of the zone, so they definitely will have to fight against the zone instead. But BG, they're trying to climb the high hills here. Definitely more than one contenders are fighting against them. It's going to be two teams securing this spot, including West Point Mamba, chasing the tails out of them. And Osja, making sure they deny the entry of BG from above.
Oh, okay. Doing some scouting work there. I thought he would have spotted them and maybe want to spray, but looks like that's not his role. But the top, that's going to get one for himself. Another one, Edward is super duper low. He definitely could get it, and there's going to be 2 points for KE for sure. Again, KE showing their long range specialty.
KE, when it comes to Kai and the top, always work well as a duo, but right now Falcon finished off at VB, next one to be eliminated. At least they didn't go empty-handed. Falcon back to the side of West Mamba, eyeing out and just denying all the entrance. The Falcon that spread, even though they're not inside of a circle, but they make sure they are heavily guarding towards the side of West Mamba. Couldn't even pick out, and Ned would just want to finish things off. It's not jeopardizing, not putting a race, it's just going to get this point here. Just going away from there, and Chandler got himself in the high ground, and they're trying to get across Sin, who's taking the advantage of the high grounds and also gatekeeping them at the same time.
And now Michi's surrounded, so it's bad news for Michi. And finally been taken out by the top. Choo Choo. I think today the FMVP will change drastically. Like that number 1 will be taken by another player.
But at the same time, the FMVP is actually including the league session now. So that within 3 days, I don't think it changes as much. But maybe in the last minute, it might be. Maybe.
Yeah, we'll need to wait and see because, yeah, of course we have to sum the day up before we'll see if that happens. So that's going to be really interesting though because they've been dominating. West Point Mamba, all 4 players have been dominating the FMVP throughout the league. And for it to change at the last minute, oh man.
I'm looking over Kaya versus the rest of the team. Now, Kaya in the top, I love how they move as a duo here. Every single time. Davane and Kaya got shot down even though they're sharing the same vehicle. Sin, on the other hand, just heavily gone into his side of Falcon. There's no way Falcon get out from this. KE from behind. It's going to be Sin from the front. For the circle, though, it's going to be GE taking this one again.
Yeah.
And APG coming out from the northern side. Clear path for them for the entire day of Vimirama now. But the one on the southern part, they barely make a living out of it.
Oh yeah, it's just tough. It's just tough. Considering that G-Lab, they have the high ground, so they are overlooking KE. But KE, high ground specialists, if they can get that, and plus KE, they are in a better position because of the circle. They just need to get on top. If they can get all the way up, I think they stand a good chance this round. But it's going to be tough because the one that's currently on top not only has a high ground, has a compound, Austria Esports. Yeah, it's going to be a tough fight for KE.
I'm surprised how Skyny just leave his post just now. He got himself quite an elevations to work with. Now moving forward instead for Skyny just to make an entry, just scouting out and scouting the perimeters. I should have left the one behind because it feels like YG climbing up. There's another team coming in. I think that's going to be SKR coming out from the right side there, or maybe the left side of the map. Skyny. You have to be extra vigilant for the team here because nobody's actually eyeing out the backside for the team of Ozja. Mani already squeezing into it. Let's go on next one. The moment they cross their road, it's going to them climbing up this hill. It's all down to the circle, really. But GE again, they got themselves what a blessing of a circle. Same goes for APG. Northern side, not much of a contenders. They can actually put their nose into everybody else's business between them. They're just going to scout things out and just being a third party. They can do that all day long.
And speaking about scouting, good scouting work there by Scotty. He knows that someone's on the right. It's a little bit too much for them to handle. Follows the left side. And now they're clear into the circle. At least one of them. At least able to be a marker for Kai to come in later on. But SKR, okay, SKR is distracted. So they're kind of busy together with another team. And that would give some room for G-Lab to actually come in together.
G-Lab. Hi. He definitely sees those player. Now SKR player Nerty will be actually spotted by him. 1 second just across. He can steal this away if he wants it for YG 1 second. Oh boy. G-Lab finally getting it. And Kai still getting those eliminations right. But at the same time, YG Sundo just taking advantage of the side of SKR as well. They're kind of stuck in between here. Not yet. He could take it on 1 second. Finish it off with a UMP straight away. Monet trying to redeem himself and take it on. Accent. Marcos is down as well. This is not doing great. SKR leaving only one man left for their team. They might lose their third placement here.
Ooh, yeah. It's scary right now. It is. It is scary. Oh man, SKR. Because there's Austria Esports that's not too far behind them and they still have a full squad. So there's a possibility that they might overtake SKR. But right now, Austria Esports managed to get a grenade elimination. I'm a little bit worried for YG, to be honest, because when the circle shifts, they might need to cross the road. And we've seen this time and time again. Crossing the road is never fun.
Yeah, I just hope to make it in time and do have enough utility, especially smokes, to actually build a bridge over. On the side of Sin, they got himself quite a flat ground, nothing in between for the structures to take covers from that do have the elevations. Back to the side of the circle, who will favor by? G is still in there. With APG touching a rim on the northern side, the one actually really struggles is going to be SKR. They got heavily guarded there. SKR, the last player, Yahiko in between Skynin and the rest of YG coming in. And I think Ozja, they're slowly pushing out within the southern part. But Ozja, KE taking it down. Kaya as well. And Sin start to move against it. It's going to be two teams taking on the side of KE at the same time. But Moit's on the ground, leaving only Vic. Can Vic clutch it for the entire team?
Ooh, Vic together with Guap has joined them. But now KE, they're trying to reset as quickly as possible because of the slope. Sin couldn't get a good feel onto them. On the other hand, we can see that YG Water went down. Kaya, we finish off by Austria Esports from afar. Austria Esports crossing the road. There's another team on the outside of the road as well. Need to plan how to get into the circle. And now Sin putting focus on trying to get in. But at the same time, there's like at least 3 teams right in front of them.
Yep. How to get in here? It's such a tiny space for them on the side of the teams that's not in the circle yet. The southern part is just too oversaturated, too crowded for them. SKR Yanko still barely hanging in, but Guap finished the job. KE couldn't make a living out of it and left with Sen Vic remaining. On the side of Sen, on the other hand, they have Ozja guarding heavily over this side. Not just that, there's also GE taking advantage on this side as well. Oh boy, Sin got stuck in between here. It feels like they might share the same fate as what Yahiko has to go through.
Well, I can say that right now, G is the happiest of the bunch. Look at their opponents like KE, SKR, FOD, all of them eliminated. The closest one that might overtake them after this is Austria Esports. Even so, Austria Esports playing as a trio. So, G as a full squad, it's looking good for them this time around.
Nobody gonna contest it when it comes to number 1 spot here. The only remaining team might be Ozja, and Ozja, they have to really got themselves double elimination points here, double-digit elimination points to actually overtake the number 1 spot. They can do that with 19 players remaining, excluding their own teams here. They definitely have it going. 6 teams remaining before we go down to 5. But APG, uncontested so far. Vipers, they will try to migrate towards this way where APG stands, but they are more than ready. Look at how they're hovering around towards the side of a window. But if they don't have anyone to place out of the compound, it's going to be a bit of a problem. But they do. Kid, and also I think that's going to be Power, actually on the outside, or Teve. It's going to be really crucial for them to actually scout out what's happening outside. Monet also coming into a side of APG. APG have 2 teams to scout out for. Loki and Sunday were actually going over to a side of GE. They're hovering around to a side of what's happening in front, and it happens to be the airdrop dropping in between everybody else.
Yeah, who dares to go for it? But yeah, I mean, at this point of time, it's not going to be worth it for sure. But it's interesting to see that YG, they managed to cross the road, so they managed to secure themselves at least on the safer side of the circle. But speaking about the circle, now 3 more seconds, and let's see if GE still has the circle or not. This will be a crucial moment for them. I can see on the minimap, I don't think anyone is really in the circle, including GE.
Yeah, it's just YG now. It's just YG barely hanging on to the trail, but he got himself Loki, got himself a huge upgrade as well. Just level 3 out of everything right now. It's so comfy for them. Even got himself a circle. APG, oh man, there's gonna be Monet guarding over with an AUG. GE on the other hand, trying to finish off Sin, and it's gonna wrap things up, but it's gonna attract unwanted attention coming from Ozja. Ozja might steal this away from them as well, as Master's Eye putting so much effort to knock them down. It's gonna be Skyny taking on Q at first. He got on the flank side and spotted out Vic as well. Renza tried to also put a lot of work for the side of Ozja to gain those couple of elimination points, but at the same time, GE feels like a far-fetched from them to get those eliminations, and it's not as easy as the other teams to actually get into the circle too.
And Ozja Esports collecting those points now. They know that they want to catch up on to GE, and now they move up to number 4 at least in the overall charts. Now we're down to the top 5 teams. GE, however, has 1 man down, needs to be picked up. DZ has the high ground against GE. They will be happy to eliminate GE at this point.
Yep, Ozja more than happy to... got stuck there the moment we compliment them. YG Monet finally taking a bit of that fight as well, as Sando taking on elevations, and the ground for the side of APG is not doing well because they're too far from the circle. Got finished off by the Blues, but Renz is put out by Sando. Oh, high ground, and no, this guy don't care, don't give a care in the world anymore. Monet with an AUG still scanning out to the side. They're trying to take down on Ozja. At the same time, Saw Vipers Spoogle happen to be rotating. They got a bit of a retaliation on that side. APG barely making it into the side of a circle, and Kid barely hanging on the last thread. The last play coming up from APG, they got a clear pathway before, but because of nobody passing over them, they didn't secure any elimination point just yet.
Ooh, YG, high ground onto APG. APG will have a tough time right now. The Kid is last man standing. No one else to save him if he gets knocked down. There's no knockdown for the Kid. There's only elimination. There's only sent back to the lobby. But now looking at the position of GE, they still maintain full squad. Vipers, on the other hand, still staying put in the shack. But Ozja Esports needs to reset quickly.
Everybody trying to get on the highest ground possible, the center of the circle itself, but it's going to be a bit of a bomb of a small hill there. But Ozja and Vipers are playing around this terrain so hard, making it so difficult for them to see each other. Our team gets from YG couldn't actually have a glimpse about what's happening the other side of the mountain here. And DZ, this hill, playing just to scout out perimeters, give all the information needed to the side of a teammate. It's kind of moving forward with an UMP and just swapping over to the grenades, cooking it up less than 10 meters apart. Just gonna drop it on top. Spoogle, Kobe possibly, but didn't land it and didn't connect yet.
Oh, okay, that was surprising. I thought he would have got it there, but it looks like not yet. DZ, he needs to reset. I mean, his health is like only like 1%, but the Kid somehow, he managed to survive up to now. That is amazing. He was pinned down at some point, but somehow he managed to survive.
Here comes YG pushing into it slowly, baby steps into the smoke right across him. He's gonna be Monet giving away the positions as well by Sando going straight in the face of Ozja. He got knocked down here for Vipers as well. They're being surprised by the side of Ozja. Ozja suddenly just dominating around this small circle. APG Kid taking the advantage from the back line. He's taking off from the flank side. He can actually steal this away. They need to just a bit of pick. And it's going to be Kit. Finish off couple of eliminations for APG. Secures it anyway for Spain. But funny. Been finished off by GE. Master Ichi secures APG and it's going to place himself at 4th place.
But he kind of held GE, we kind of think about it. So GE owes him one for that, and thanks to the point as well. Vipers will be eliminated. Now it's either Austria Esports or GE. The two teams that's closest to each other in terms of the overall points. But now the next final circle will close entirely. But Austria Esports still has the high ground.
GE, can they get themselves a back-to-back chicken dinner here? Also a question. They just pushed themselves in the last minute. And now they want for more. They got one knockdown. It's going to be equal out the playing field. As Austria got 3. But GE are like zombies. They're picking back on their 2 feet here. They got themselves a bit of reset. Austria have to run away from the blue zone. But it's closing on their side first. GE, they got the lower ground. But Austria have nothing to hide themselves with. The moment they try to rotate themselves in here, Master Smile pulling out but got pinned down by Renza from afar.
Punished by the AUG. And now they're not done yet. DZ putting pressure onto the shot. They know that the rest of them are inside of it. 2 of them at least. Ichi's on the outside. If they manage to get Ichi, that means the only place that GE is at is only in the shack. Renza's moving in at the forefront. Now he'll be the one to frag. Can he secure those points? Skynet almost getting Ichi. Skynet super low. Could be punished by Ichi. Finally goes down.
Oh, this is going to be really 50-50 call here. 2v2 for both teams. Skynet managed to reset. Finish off Small straight away. Renza still with an AUG. Lock and loaded. While GE kind of got themselves the small shack to work around. Do they have enough grenade for a side of Austria to take this double chicken away from the hands of GE? But GV a lot at stake here. They got shot down from the small window. It's going to be their bane the moment they peek over.
There's nowhere more for them to go. They might as well deny themselves onto the zone, frankly speaking. And Austria, they're not going to give those points away. They want to make sure they secure it. Can they make it in time before the zone takes it down? But looks like they're able to get Zai. But West denies himself to the zone. So that's only 1 point from that push. Anyway, it's still 2nd place for GE, but Austria Esports gets the chicken dinner.
How many elimination points now? That's what really matters for this team. Almost close to getting a back-to-back chicken dinner in our wildcard finals here for the SEA Spring 2023. Oh boy, Austria finally back for the game. After they've been very quiet playing in the middle bracket, they are in the top 5 in number 5 spot exactly now. How will they fare by the end of this match? Can they take down that number 1 spot? Will still GE reigning over the rest of the other teams in the number 1 podium? Yeah,
I think they will still be at number 1 because they have quite a gap, and 1st place, 2nd place, it should be okay for them. However, for Austria Esports, it could be a big leap for them with this chicken dinner. And Austria Esports, this is their 2nd chicken dinner inside of the grand finals as well. So we're seeing a lot of 2 chicken dinners in the finals. And look who it is. It's going to be DZ.
And their first chicken also landed in Miramar when it comes to yesterday's performance. And they got it again for the last Miramar. It's always the second Miramar that performed extraordinary coming up from Austria. They got this like 868 with 3 eliminations, really? Who took it away from DZ's hands?
I know, right? Man, he could have gotten more from that, but it doesn't matter as long as his teams get it. But Austria Esports, a lot of work done. Traveling 14,000 plus meters. As compared to other teams like YG is the closest 12,000. Well, GE, they didn't really need to move the whole round up until the final circle. They got the circle, they're at the compound, so yeah, no reason for them to move really.
Yeah, but YG also traveling quite a distance there. Sin and GE, I mean like GE got the circle almost so many times set for the last few too, right? But back to the side of PBE, they have been really aggressive. So many teams have to be dropping by like a bit of a clutch if you compare with the last Miramar as well. But speaking of West Point Mamba, one by one they pick off by the other teams. They're losing men before they can even fight.
Yeah, I know, right? West Point Mamba, I mean, I don't know. Something needs to go back to the drawing board for them. They cannot lose a player that early. It will impact the entire round. And it just shows again, like they only managed to get 1 point in this round. And this is supposed to be their map. I mean, it's really sad to see them in this situation.
Now back to sort of overall across the board here, overall ranking, I feel like Austria still possibly on the second or first play. I'm not sure, but it's going to be 23 points here. While GE just gained himself very close gap when it comes to the top 5. I'm not going to lie, this is like the closest we have for ending our day number 2 here, especially we only have one wrangle left. And that's going to be, you know what, GE's advantage as well, because they're balancing out in the wrangle. But for Sin though, I'm loving how they've been performing here as well. They have been down there for quite a bit. And we do love that as a lot of a team that's on the second page, including Falcon here, making a bit of a improvement. Or just hope it's not too late for the teams on the second page here.
Yeah, it's nice to see that G-Lab managed to collect like 7 points in total. And all the eliminations, in fact. So maybe that could move them out of the bottom. And yes, it did. So Falcon is now at the bottom. They are swapping. But G and Austria, 1 point difference. Ooh.
That's why I said it's going to be anybody's game. Because how much elimination coming up from Austria? It's just 1 point, man. Imagine if it's a tie by the end of day number 3.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy right now. I mean, it's crazy. It may come down to the final game for us to really know who gets that who gets that championship, and it may involve like 3 teams, maybe 4, maybe 5 teams. Oh man, it's just so tight at the top.
But the one that we should really watch out for is going to be SKR. Look at how much elimination points just by them only. They don't care about their rank points whatsoever. They got the lowest rank points when it comes to the first page among one of those few. But if this team can be so aggressive coming from SKR, this is what really matters for the last day tomorrow. Because they are the team that can just proactively scout around and hunt people down. And just going to shut down the teams on top as well.
I mean, yeah, but I do look forward to like if page 2 teams could really like challenge it, like give us a surprise. Maybe like, I don't know. I do hope that West Point does do a comeback. At least if they do a comeback, then well, it will be a nice Cinderella story. But really looking at the current condition, it's really hard to tell if they can actually do it.
Feels like they are sort of in a slump right now for West Point Mamba. I'm not sure if they have enough time, if the gap stretch even further between the first page. They are still on the first page, barely make it in for West Point Mamba. Actually on the, maybe it's at the top second page there. But the gap is just a bit too far off now. We're talking about like what, 50-ish point gap sort of when it comes to the first second page. So for West Point Mamba, I mean, like, it's still doable, but they have to really put up everything they have for tomorrow.
Yes, it is. If not, it's a little bit disappointing that their campaign ends with... it starts off with a high, but ends at a low. So there was a lot of hype around West Point Mamba, obviously, but yeah, it is just what it is at the end of the day. For them to really catch up now, yeah, they have to do like really what they did in like the league, like get that 21 elimination chicken dinner, some crazy stories for us to tell. Then we might see them back there, but it's just a downhill for them for now.
Now we're gonna focus back to the side of like Aimlet, Falcon, Vipers, right? Surprisingly, these teams always fight against each other quite early on. And none of them actually winning in those fights, because it's going to be a third party come out from the top 5 teams, just happen to be third party from afar, and all these teams happen to be losing either into the blue zone or the players that actually being the third party. And usually they are the ones that actually initiate the fight. They really try putting the effort in, but it's just they didn't secure any eliminations.
Yeah, it's always a lot of knocks if you notice. It's like knock, and then they lost that fight, and then if you revisit the overall, it's like, oh, you actually didn't get anyone. It's so sad.
Yeah, I feel like they're definitely gonna be swearing or cursing towards the teams that being the third party when they are fighting. But that definitely shows that they need to go back to the drawing board and just figure out how to avoid that in the first place. But I do love for fact also Sin and also I think Vipers just now to really kind of put out their best effort to actually make a comeback, but it's just not the right timing. It just gets in the way. And then Circle just today was really unpredictable. I mean, nobody can read the Circle today.
Yeah, it is tough. It is tough. I mean, not only today, we kind of think about it, even yesterday as well. So, well, we like uncommon circles. Like, oh, so come on, give us more, give us more. I am very hard. It's hard to satisfy me, you know. You gotta give me more. bring it on the final
you will be happy if the circle happens to be in Vikendi. Because it's in Vikendi. Up to the point that it's in Vikendi. Nobody knows where Vikendi is right now. Well, yeah, okay. Speaking of circles, right, Cloud, we do have the last Erangel. So far, today's Erangel has been really excruciating circle for the guys.
Yeah, it is very interesting. So what did we get today? So we got what was the first one again? I think the left side 50-50.
It was left side, and it was like outskirts of Pochinki field, in between the quarry. But at first it was right on the south part, including SMB. The second one is totally SMB.
Yeah, correct, totally SMB. We always remember the SMBs just because. So okay, so if you get to pick one, so now we got all those out, right? Even yesterday, right? So if you get to pick one, what would be your wish list?
I mean, we never get Zaki. Like, what? Might as well put it in the bag, right? Like, throw it in Zaki, right? Zaki never exists. Put it in the circle, sort of. Why not?
Yeah, you might as well just you take that eraser and then you just erase Zaki. It's like, okay, then Zaki. There's no difference.
Yeah, I mean, like, at this point, I'm like, if you want to really get crazy circle, why don't you give us Zaki? Like, it fits some sort of purpose in the game as well. Like, it has to be a reason why Zaki exists, right?
The day if Zaki comes up, Zaki circle, not the big one, like zoom in, like small, like circle 7, circle 8, Zaki. I think that's the day I retire. I'll be like, okay, I'm done. My fulfillment of being a PUBG Mobile caster, I'm done. It's like, okay, I've seen the Zaki circle. I casted the Zaki circle, I'm done. It's like, yeah.
Yeah, might be the same for me here. which means it's never gonna happen. Out of 5 years of us casting PUBG Mobile, I mean, like, for me it's gonna be 5 years. None of this circle ever had drop in Zaki ever.
Man, that's why it's a reason. Like, if it shows up, it's like, okay, we're done. Like, it's like mic drop moment. It's like, pop. That's it. Okay, I'm done. I'm out of here. Like, when the circle pops there, like, even during the game when we're casting and the circle is like number 7 at Zaki, I'll be like, okay, I'm out. The door is that way for myself.
Okay, hopefully it's not gonna happen during this session. Because I won't have any partner for tomorrow.
Oh, yeah.
But speaking of next Erangel, right, I feel like it's going to be a generous one. I mean, like, these players deserve to have a generous circle today. We're talking about the entire day here today, Cloud. None of this circle plays alongside with the players.
None. Okay, yeah. Okay, if we want to give them a break, you'll be like, okay, we give you a nice maybe middle circle, or a very nice flat circle, like a Medusa intersection, somewhat flat. Okay, yeah, you guys take it. We'll just be here like, oh yeah, okay, it's a nice circle. Yeah, it's okay. Yeah.
Or maybe even like Khmer Mountains. It's not so great. Like, it's not too hard for the players to. They're used to that sort of circle. But we've seen a lot of Rosshawk. I think yesterday was a lot of Rosshawks. So yes, now Apollinaire as well. Even I'm not requesting for any SMB for the last map here. So we're being nice to the players. Okay, love us more for a bit, please, players.
Okay, yeah. Speaking about Gatka Mountain, it's like, it's been a long time since I see Gatka Mountain. Not gonna lie. Like,
usually it just hard shift in the third circle, pulling it away from Gatka Mountain. So.
Yeah, that would be kind of fun as well. So yeah, Gatka Mountain. Okay, I think we have a vote now. We have a consensus that it's gonna be Gatka Mountain. Well, it's as if we are the one drawing the circle, right?
If only we got that power, guys, it'd be incredible. But we're waiting for the players to get into the lobby. I know you guys like, let's talk more player. I mean, like, we don't have a choice. We still have to wait for players to make it into the lobby. They need to have a bit of a glass of water, maybe go to the restroom for a bit before they get into the lobby. So they are humans too, okay? Give them a break, cut them some slack. But back towards the overall rankings we mentioned earlier on, it feels like such a tight game. Oh man, the only difference if that happens to be a tie in the last day tomorrow for the first and second place. That's so painful for the players that actually place on the second place there.
If it's a tie for that number 1 and it's determined by tiebreaker rules, even better if the tiebreaker rules goes down to the last tiebreaker rule, that is the previous round performance. It has never happened before, But hey, Wildcard is where everything is where histories are made, right?
Just to break it down, the first tiebreaker will be possibly based on the chicken dinner, right?
Yeah, it's chicken dinner.
Is it still chicken?
Yeah, it's chicken, placement, eliminations, and then the last round's performance. The previous round's performance. Yeah!
I want to see it till the last round performance. But that's going to be a tall order coming up from us, because when it comes to the first, second place, even the placement points and the elimination points is quite a difference already. So I think it was just towards the first tier of it.
Yeah, that's why it has never reached that. Not that I've seen, even I've seen tons of scrims and all the other tournaments. It has never reached that point of tiebreaker. So normally it's like maximum placement points, and that's it. But let's see if it happens in the Irago. Maybe not.
Let's go! Last map of day number 2 finals. Tomorrow's gonna be the last day, guys. Let's cheer up for your favorite teams out there. Give these guys some motivation and just vote for Car Mountain Circle, because right now flight path coming out from Milta Power up to the side of Korea on the outskirts of it. But is it going to be SMP Circle? Feels like it, because we had this earlier. It's just the other way around for the flight path, though.
I didn't say it. We're supposed to be nice this round, you know, Choo Choo. For once.
We want to be nice, but the game will not allow us to be so.
Oh,
so
man.
I'm like...
I think the game like took our mojo. Like, oh, the caster's mojo. Okay, evil circle. Okay, let's go. Okay, but okay, I'm holding it. I'm holding it until it really comes up. Right now, the fly path is not that nice because it's kind of like at the bottom. So some teams that like to drop like Yastaya will find it a little bit difficult shooting. Saverni, obviously, Jogopui, obviously as well. So yeah, circle. I can't wait for you. Show yourself.
Now it makes me wonder for other regions, right? Do they have this sort of circles when it comes to the last day of the league itself? Because I don't. Oh my god!
I rest my case.
This is our dream circle. This was our dream circle back in the days. Like both bridge right in the center, SMB entirely in it. Barely make it in the main peninsula island. I mean, look, this is our dream. This was our dream circle back in the days.
You know what, Choo Choo? Now I can say that the players cannot blame us as casters anymore. It's not our fault. We wanted a normal circle, and yeah, it's just too bad. So don't blame us, guys. We're innocent now. You heard us.
What is happening today? The entire day can go no way worse than this, right?
Yeah. In your 5 years of casting PUBG Mobile, you have never seen an entire day of wonky circles.
It's just so... Oh my god, a circle's so trashy today. It's total garbage.
Oh, I haven't heard that word for a long time.
Yeah, we miss our friend, right?
Yeah.
It's not even my final form.
Oh man, I miss him so much. But hey, Holy Land, you won't miss that. DJ, 1v1. Can he pull it off? DJ gets more. Okay. Yep. DJ the
But I
man.
did mention about Vipers, Falcon, Sin, and G-Lab. Always the first few to fire.
Whoa. Calm down, people.
Oh my god!
Calm down. Oh, wow.
DJ! This guy needs to perform exorcism now. Let's take the ghost out. He's on rampage, but he's just going crazy. That is so scary. Feels like he got himself infected with some sort of a spiritual thing there. But lucky enough, Sin Go Up can actually pick him back up. But he needs, at least he got some upgrade of loot from the DJ. You should thank DJ for that.
Yeah, he's fighting against Sin now. He doesn't want to be a sinner, so. But oh, Choo Choo, they have arrived.
Oh boy. Here comes the other half of the side of Vipers, leaving only 2 of them behind. They're still gonna go for it. They don't care. They want to go for commitment. They want to go for elimination points. I mean, like, if we go down, at least we are not empty-handed. That's what the Vipers and also coming up from Sin's mine. But Sin they also exchanged with another 2 trade here. Both teams feels like they're digging their own grave.
Yeah.
It's too early into the fight. They don't have anything. Spoogle going
go.
in with the AKM. I couldn't win with that sort of a spray coming from Vector.
Dude.
Vic with a shotgun.
Dude.
Oh boy.
Dude, 10% health. Wow, he survived that somehow. And Sin eliminated Vipers. Didn't Vipers start the fight? Or was it Sin? But it doesn't matter, I think.
Both of them.
But
Both of them start at the same time. Feels like.
yeah.
But you have to remember, I think it was DJ that actually go crazy.
Oh, yeah.
First. You have to blame DJ for that.
Yeah, it's his fault now, you know, that we get this action. See, we're being nice now, okay? We're being nice for this round. It's like, boys, please
It's
play it
so
slow.
3 teams already down to 2 players within just like less than 2 minutes into the match. That's too fast. I mean, like, this is still the first circle. I think the players even gave up for the circle. Like, we're done with the circle today. We don't give a thing anymore. We're just gonna go for the fight. Might as well just go for it before we have to go the torturous way of getting into SMB where Federales, where the whole team is on the UAZ.
Oh man. Okay, objectively.
What is happening?
Objectively, I know they want to make a fast rotation into the military base island, but not that fast because, okay. Are they on the military base island? Oh yeah, okay, alright. So they are. So yeah, it just so happened. That's why they only have 1 vehicle. They want to do like really, really fast.
But at the same time, this is going crazy because it feels like the players are just so done. I'm like, we're done. We're just gonna go for the fights. Who cares about the rotation now? The circle's not gonna play with us anyway. Gonna make it really hard for the entire day. We're done. There goes. They're chasing down the tails of
Bruh.
Power. APG.
There's nowhere else.
I swear to God, Power is just screaming right now. No! No way! He managed to take it on the way out. No Power! You lost the power. Yeah.
You see, Chu, when we are nice, they are not. So whose fault is it now?
Circle's fault, man. It's always Circle's fault.
Oh man. Today's
APG down to 2.
Today's show is just so fun.
It's just really unpredictable. I feel like everybody gave up. They've given up with like they had enough.
Yeah.
I mean, I had enough for the entire day of the circle. I couldn't blame the players at this point because look at how much aggressive been shown for some teams here. We're talking about a lot of teams down to only 2 and 3 players too early on, with Vipers getting out way too early. Way too early. Less than 2 minutes into the game, they're already gone.
Yeah, I can totally imagine like they'll be like military base circle pop up and they're like, no, and they throw their phone.
It's like they flip the table. Whatever. Like, yeah, we're just gonna go.
Yeah, I'm done.
Yeah.
Let's just fight.
We're done. And Yahiko almost chipped down quite a lot here. I'm not sure if he got himself first aids, but APG again coming up from around a. I think that's gonna be Nova or maybe Nova. But BG taking on YG Sando along the process of transitioning. I'm not sure where all the rest of the team here because Marnet for the save as usual, the hero for the team. But Edward is not gonna be giving any leeway for them to actually make it out alive. Amura as well from the other side. Now different angle entirely closing up at the same time. This is gonna cause Marnet down as well. As the police don't clip and in, it's not gonna be as painful. Still a first stage, but BG. Why are we looking at BG while YG is actually going for the fights here?
Because we want BG to do well. Yep.
Yeah.
That's all I can say. On behalf.
I'm questioning our perspective right now.
But hey, you know what? Anyway, May W open up and he's going to go for the backstab. But the best part, you know, it feels like they've done this before. You think about it. Okay, but before we talk about that a little bit more, Edward goes down. And that's going to be a DBS gameplay. But Chuchu, if you remember, they did this in the SMB circle, that map, whereby they were fighting in the blue, blah 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 blah, and all that, and there was no way they could survive.
Yeah, both teams doing the same thing again. YG and BG is the same repeat, rinse and repeat in the I think the second wrangle of the day, exactly as it is. But here it comes. I'm not sure if KE is just gonna go over that bridge again like how they did early on, but For the side of G Lab, it's gonna be FVE. They're cooking up the nade here, but Kai tried to take those actually in front of
Kai?
them.
Seriously?
But they didn't work out.
What? Okay, I mean, if you want to throw that molly, he could have done it from behind his box rather than just rushing it. But okay.
What is he thinking, Kai?
Interesting. But Raul now versus Skadi. Skadi spraying with the vector. That's not connected to Raul. He needs to reset. That just happened. But
that reload.
hopefully it's a worthwhile trade though.
A lot of sus.
Yeah.
Very sus movement coming from both team, but G Lab.
Okay.
Just gonna go in. I mean, like, why would you reload and going forward at the same time?
Okay. I would say that that's a trade. To be fair, G Lab never really lost anyone. So it's a trade.
Yeah.
Okay.
They got
fine.
6 eliminations now, G Lab.
Yeah.
They're really going in, all in. But apart from G Lab, we do have PBE going on the other side. But I don't think they're going to bump into anybody just yet. They're a bit too far from the rest of the other teams who's too busy to do whatever they want to do right now. But nearby, it's going to be Enigma. They spotted out Spooky and QB. But on the side of Raimon, you know what, he's just going to chill over, just going to boost himself up for a bit, and just going to go for another round more. So many teams already out in the second phase of Circle. Down 3 teams already out here, with a lot of teams remaining, including YG in the blue zone. I feel like this is a deja vu, exactly as it is.
Yeah, it does feel the same. And it's starting to feel the same for West Point Mamba, to be honest. One of them went down and now looks like Enigma is crashing in, and we have seen Enigma crash in before. Hey, is that an accident? Okay, never mind about that, but Mix goes out, taken out by Spooky. Federales tries to get away, and he's going to be the last man standing for West Point Mamba again, Choo Choo. West Point Mamba struggling in the round.
Yeah, they got themselves 2 eliminations. I just hope Federales didn't actually bomb into entire cavalry of team or a couple of squads in front of me. That's usually the case for West Point Mamba these days. But Enigma have a bit of a trading items to do, just to make sure everybody keep themselves fully loaded. And just gonna go for another round after that. FOD on the other hand taking their own time to get into the circle, barely crossing the bridge, but I don't know, they want to go for the bridge since it's waiting at the other end though. I'm not sure if this is actually a nice idea to go along with. They didn't have time to find for the boat since the blue closing in, but they're going on towards the side of a beach, so that's gonna be okay.
Oh, but not okay for Falcon, as Enigma knows exactly where they are. So now they'll be shot at by Enigma. But oh, go up not the last man, but the second last man of Sin against 4 from FOD. That's why they call it 4 of danger, and FOD easily takes it out. He's actually the last man right now because his teammate Peaks is out.
No way.
Yep.
Go up. No way to run. It's just, you know, you feel like you're being haunted by all these ghosts, and those ghosts are coming out from 5 of dangers, not leaving you by. But back to the side of Falcon, the moment they docked themselves, Enigma waiting. Spook is really spook up right now. And try to hunt down this goblin. Oh, goblin, how to swim up here. Enigma heavily guarding over these shorelines. Definitely will spot out goblin by time. The moment he wants to take a breather up there on the surface. Oh boy. Okay.
Okay. They're not going to gamble by using the bridge, it seems. So the water's the next best way.
But they're just digging their own grave again. Like, oh wow, Kaya. A bit of a damage clipped on, but the moment
okay.
The moment they swim over, Enigma just waiting on the other end.
Well, I guess it's sometimes a roll of a dice, and let's see if it brings them the best of luck. That's all I can say. Falcon as well might wait on the other side. But I think it's yeah, you're right. It could be Enigma. But now focusing on the bridge. Oh, that's why they don't want to get across using the bridge. But now John managed to get away. Rankid couldn't secure that elimination or secure that knock at least. At the same time, he's taking damage. But he got one. Momboy trying to go for the high ground. Race for the high ground. Race for the checkpoint.
It's going to be Momboy spraying over. Last second, Velvet managed to actually flee from that scene. Oh boy, QB taking on Kai. KE feels like they taste their own medicine in the previous map. Right now they are having to face whatever they gave all the other players before. But back to the side of PBE, it's going to be John and Momboy having a bit of exchange of looks right now. But John bleeding out and didn't make it because it's going to be tough.
Yep.
PBE surrounded him everywhere possible.
Yep, nowhere to go. And PBE, they are really good at this kind of fights that's like really, really aggressive, really dirty fights, I call it. And now PBA, easy entry for them into the circle. They have a compound that they can play with, so they'll be fine for now. But Federales, last man standing for West Point Mamba, he goes out now. No placement points for them.
Feels like they're in the same boat for FOD as well. FOD, and it's like, it's you or me, buddy. It's you or me. One of us have to go down here. And Nung is just doing the same exact thing how Federales is actually doing, but Federales definitely got the clue. But I'm not sure if Nung actually have any sort of information there's somebody else in front of him. And looking at the next circle, Ocha getting himself in the center. It's going to be Skynin. APG coming in from the bottom of the this southern part. But we do have G-Lab on Rampage. We're talking G-Lab is dominating right now with the current score. It's going to be 6 elimination by far with the highest across the board. Next one is going to be Enigma with 5 eliminations. Both teams got a full squad to work with.
Oh, Skynin, let's go 1v1. He needs to reload. Does he have enough time? Yes, he will. He does tag him. Skynin now super duper low. Skynin will go down. The rest of Ozja will need to come and back him up. It looks like Astroax is going for it.
DZ coming up from the flank side. Try to push on towards the side of SKR. Marcus, where to run or hide, because Astro is here to seal the deal. Got a bit of a bunker to actually take him covers, but Renzo coming out again is going to be everywhere for the side of the Marcus. They're going to go in, and DBS again, and going ring around the rosy.
Renzo.
Oh boy, almost got it, and finally got it. Renzo almost lost his life for that.
Oh, plus Astroax got knocked. If Renzo lost that, then it's all down to DZ. But yeah, I think DZ would have covered everything else. He came in at the right timing as a backup. But anyway, Astroax will be picked up, and they are currently on the high ground. This is going to be a good position for them. But Yahiko taking a bit of a risk, climbing this mountain. I'm sure he would have heard the gunshot, so that's why he's like moving towards the left and maybe trying to take advantage of if anyone shows up.
But they are spreading too wide between the SKR2 players, a duo. Yahiko is nowhere near to us and Naughty at the same time. We're finally going to catch up and reunite, but I just hope this motorbike didn't attract Ultra to make a big U-turn again and just going to get another go to the side of SKR here. That motorbike would cost the entire team, but GE is here. It's not Ultra anymore, it's going to be GE, the next contender.
Oh yeah, GE has a prime position up on this mountain. I like their position right now, but let's see if they can make the most of it. And at the same time, we do see that there's a player actually got eliminated by drowning himself. Not too sure what happened there. But Yahiko tosses a nade. He sees Astro Rex. Whoa! On point! That point will be his. At the same time, he can save his teammate.
Oh, Yahiko. What a Kobe just now. Now gonna open up a couple of... he does have a lot of smokes there. He can actually pop one if he wants to, but it's not gonna attract any attention. So he's not gonna pop it off just yet. Just gonna revive behind this rock. But here comes G-Lab. Oh boy, they spotted him out. Feels like going down the drain for that revival, and there goes Naughty. And SKR have to say goodbye for the last map of today, placing themselves at 10th place. Oh boy, nobody gonna contest on the first, second spot here, set for Ozja and GE. Maybe after they have a shot.
Oh, Ranza 1v4. DBS gets one, but just too much for it to handle. I mean, the math does tell the story by itself. If you manage to clutch that, will be like a highlight of the year or something like that, because there were 4 of them. But oh, Enigma as usual! Third party Enigma, let's go!
Here comes Caps coming in for the rush, and QB coming out from behind from the back line, but QB got knocked out first. Spooky coming in for the spot fire. GE Master AG playing ring around Rosie around the corners, and Master Smile got spooked up by Spooky! Here comes Spooky, guys! And clutch it out for the entire team.
Clean one for Enigma. 11 eliminations so far for Enigma by playing this kind of aggressive gameplay, third party gameplay. What a good move that was. Great timing for them. Now looking at the circle, not only that, they get the circle with the compound, but PBE to me arguably has the best position for now.
And look at that, Marnet make it in. Market barely make it in. He just stuck himself in SMB and finally got himself almost out of the blue zone. Still not out yet, but he got himself alive. And well, it won't repeat himself in the second map of Wrangle today. He made it in alive this time. But PBE got themselves in the high grounds. But the next contender is going to be Enigma. Now, Enigma, a team that we used to have so many fans in the first week and lost their touch on the second week, quite in the league. Finally back in the second day in the last match.
Oh, not looking good for Federales now. He has company. Where's he gonna go? But good thing is that he's like in this military base building that has multiple levels, so it will take some time for APG to spawn up. It doesn't seem like they know that he's there though, so if they get backstabbed, you know, they'll be looking back at this VOD and they'll be like, we should have checked everything.
Yeah. If only. But sometimes, you know, they might actually have a glimpse of Federalis because the gunfights towards Nung, that's going to be the last member of OD bowing out as well. The top 5 teams are nowhere to be seen. PBE actually do have a shot to push themselves just on the top 3 here, as long as they're staying alive. Another team out is going to be Mane, the last player of what you barely make it in the SMB in the first place. But here comes G-Lab, spotted out Spooky, and Scardy just going to be the front line. So far apart for G-Lab members where they're standing at.
G-Lab, they need to back up their teammate quickly as Newbie is currently calling out for help. Kai is on the way. But the bad news is that Newbie, he's on the outside of the circle, so the blue will pressure him. At the same time, we can see that Enigma is looking across, seeing if they can get more elimination points. Enigma looks like they're focused on getting to the circle, getting to a prime position. Again, high ground for them.
Spooky secure himself 6 eliminations. Cooper getting 4. There's 2 guys just not showing any sign of slowing down or stopping here. Spotted out Scardy for Enigma caps. Smoke out vehicle. You need to definitely exchange that vehicle with another one. G-Lab Dragon spotted out Cooper and also maybe Spooky from afar. G-Lab trying to reposition himself, spot out another buggy across him. But at the same time, this is the fastest round we have for today.
Oh yeah, it is. We're like stage 5 and we're like 5 teams left. Wow, this is insane, this round. And we're not done yet with the action. We can see that PBE securing a prime position with the high ground. Now they have advantage over Enigma. Enigma has a compound instead. So it's kind of 50-50 between the both. At the same time, Federalis is finally out. So West Point Mamba managed to only get a top 5 finish with 2 elimination points.
3 Philippine teams versus 1 Cambodia. It's going to be APG with 2 players left. Well, G-Lab and PBE got themselves even Enigma and a full squad here. The hardest part is going to be APG with their disadvantage of firepower, but the rest of the teams here definitely got themselves the places they want to be here, taking each one of structures for themselves. Mumbo and Ranky playing around the vegetation and the rock, and Enigma on the other hand taking a small compound to work around it as well. But the circle always plays the biggest part here. It favors Enigma at this point. G-Lab's got to barely making it in. PBE the furthest away with APG just beneath there, and they are uncontested. They're coming up from the southern part and just move away from PBE, but instead they're gonna challenge PBE across these hills.
Well, I would say PBE might move towards Enigma and challenge that compound. Let's see what they're gonna do. But looks like they're evading. They found another route inside the circle, and now APG will have a problem because PBE will still be there to stop them from coming in. And Shot having trouble. Shot will take it down, and APG down to the last man.
Down to T to make a play for the team now. They're giving away that where they're coming out from for PBE. They know exactly where Shroud is, so they know for a fact they're coming out from those plain area or the playing field coming out from the SMB here. PBE Raimon trying to just make sure every territory covered. They try to find the last player of APG, still nowhere to be found here, but he needs to make a move. He's still giving a bit of a couple of warning shots to the side PBE. Knockdown ranking, and Wombo is really low right now. Lucky enough they got the smokes to cover themselves to be revived at the same time. But we do have G-Lab have their eyes on the side of Enigma, have a bit of exchange fire. PBE Wombo be knocked down by the side of Enigma at the same time. Scardy taking advantage of the third party as PBE Raimon tried to retaliate on the same time. Enigma, it seems like this is going to be a 3-way war between all these 3 teams.
Oh, Enigma better recover quickly because PB could come in anytime, but PB is kind of busy as well. We can see 2 of them knocked down behind, and that would mean that PB might be dependent on only 2 players towards the end of this round. But G-Lab, let's not forget about the G-Lab. They still have a full squad, and no one's challenging them on the left.
PBE down to only 2 with 2 bleeding down. I'm not sure if they have the space and time to actually revive that and reset themselves. But team is spotted out by Kai. Oh, that spray. How can you see it through those grasses? How? It's going to be Kai finish off team coming up from APG, leaving all Philippine team for the top 3 here. PBE with 3 players, Enigma with 4 squads, same goes for G-Lab. G-Lab on the run and gun. We're talking about Kai going towards the high heels there, spotted out maybe Enigma just across.
Oh, Enigma just next to G-Lab, but PB, they managed to reset to a full squad. Choo-choo, they managed to reset. Right now PBE just need to wait for the right moment. They could be the third party. This is their opportunity. They just need to play this patiently now.
It's going to 4v4v4. All three teams having full squad, full healthy man to work around with. And now all is about time of the circle as well. We're down to the 6th stage here. QB and Caps trying to actually just get out whatever's going outside. PBE on the other hand, they don't have any much covers to play around with. If you compare with G-Lab, got himself a couple of vehicles to move around it. But G-Lab, they need to make a move. Feels like the Blues are closing on their side first.
Yeah, we're not like 8 to 9 stage circle, you know. We are like 6 to 7, meaning that there's still room to play. But let's see who gets favored by the circle after this. It's still not going to close entirely, but look at the current condition. G-Lab is in a good position. They're not being challenged, but Raimon will be nailed down. And now PBE will be playing as a trio. Enigma putting pressure on the PBE. And that means that, oh, wait a second, Choo-Choo! G-Lab has the circle too!
Oh boy, Enigma, the one that actually have to cut across this. It's going to be just G-Lab waiting for the right time. PBE been bombarded with so many nades, and also the fires being shot at QB alongside with the side of Caps. Is going to wrap it into Rankin!
Oh!
Got 1-over-1 trade, but still can revive it. QB finish off straight away. PBE living with only one player left. Enigma and G-Lab, they don't even have to move a muscle.
Yeah, G-Lab, they're just waiting for the right moment to be the third party. They are just waiting. At the same time, they have this perimeter cover. Just look at the spread at the edge of the circle. They are devouring two teams at the same time.
Enigma leaving only one player left. PBE managed to reset a bit with 2 players remaining. G-Lab on the then going around them, giving them this sort of intimidating aura just to push them forward. Slowly but surely, they're taking one step forward here. And G-Lab, this might be it. This might be the time for them to actually secure one chicken and make a change when it comes to overall ranking. It's Scardy with a Vector, spotted out Cooper, and just going to give it a bit of a spray. Cooper and 416 might actually counter fire at the same time. Kibi managed to reset himself. Kai coming up from behind, and just a bit of a slow over here with a buggy going backwards, but Kai still moving forward. Get out from their vehicle while Newbie pushing slowly for the entry point.
Oh, spooky, 50% health. Dragon's going to come in for the other side. They are covering every angle right now. But at the same time, we can see that G-Lab, one of the players currently down. It's going to be 3v3 for now. Kai shooting from the off angle. Kai will be counter fire upon. Kai down to 30% health. That is very dangerous, Kai. Kai gets knocked down. No one's there to save him.
Spooky having the smokes to buy him some time. The moment the smoke dissipates, everything will be unfolding for the side of both teams here. Either it's going to be G-Lab or Enigma. It's going to be an equal fair playing field. As Cooper managed to just use those bandages to heal himself back up. It's not going to be quick enough. Cooper cooking up the nade, tossing over, and just a couple of smokes more. Just hope the silhouette of Dragon can be seen through.
Oh, he goes!
Scotty almost splat him over, but he got himself in an open field as well. Cooper really low. Is Cooper taking on Dragon?
Scotty!
It's going to be 2v2. Scotty is down. They are leaving this out. G-Lab, they had it going, but they are losing it now.
Oh, G-Lab! They could have got a chicken dinner because they had the circle advantage, but no! It is Enigma that gets the chicken dinner. Enigma beating the odds. No circle, no problem for them.
G-Lab, they were pushing it too much, forcing it to close things up. Oh, they had it in their palm. They just let it slip through their fingers.
Yeah, I mean, if you can't think about it, because they had the circle, they had like the edge of it covered.
They had
and they
four.
kind of hold their grounds.
They had 4.
Yeah, they had 4. If they held their grounds, they possibly got the chicken dinner, but oh man, it just happened.
But nonetheless, still congratulations to Enigma. Definitely will push up their overall rankings there. They fought so hard when it was a 2v4. It's also PBE alongside with that, and Cooper, he secured himself 6 eliminations. There's also one more player. I'm not sure is it QB or Cooper. I think both of them just got themselves quite a number of elimination. Look at the damage dished out. 1,000 over, with also tanking so much just by himself. I mean, that Enigma have been playing as a team in this last map.
It must be really close between them as teammates as well. But of course, damage will be prioritized. Well, Koopa Gangnam Style, they say. Enigma getting that chicken dinner. Just look at the amount of utilities they use. It's like 32 smokes, 29 nades. That's insane. But YG on the other hand, only 4 smokes, but still managed to get the top 4. Okay, efficiency, they say.
thanks to Mana.
Oh yeah.
Thanks to Mana.
True.
He'd been swimming over, barely making it into SMB. The moment he docked himself inside of the SMB, got into the safe zone, he got shot down. He bought so much time for the entire squad.
Yeah, it's like his swimming ability. Like he could join the next swimming competition or something, and will probably get gold or whatever. But PBE, well, gotta give it to them. Today's PBE is actually not too bad today. Yes, one chicken dinner. The rest of them fairly consistent. So pretty good show up for PBE, I would say.
Yeah, but I was really wanting to see if GLAB can secure that chicken dinner for the last one, because they were in the bottom of the list as well. They're putting so much effort in the first few rounds that didn't actually finish off with eliminations. That's the thing with GLAB. They have problems with execution. If only they can execute that. It's all about the closing just now. And PBE, GLAB, and Enigma, that was a really close combat between all those three. It's a three-way war in the first place. Starting off with full squad each of the team. It was 4v4v4.
Yeah, it was. Oh, okay. This is where it got entertaining. During the start, we see a lot of people chasing each other, and like what you say is like, oh, when they see the circles, like we're just like that's it. Let's just play as it is. But yeah, towards the end, we see teams taking it really seriously, really wanting to get the chicken dinner. But at the end of the day, it's just Enigma managed to counter the non-zone. And 27 eliminations, 27 points in total. Pretty nice.
That's quite a number, including also GLAB. This is the first time we're looking at them so aggressive. They managed to secure not just the rank points, they secured themselves 12 elimination points. Two teams got themselves Enigma close of getting that 20 points right. It's like 3 point away just. But PBE at the balance it out when it comes to their rank and also the eliminations. Two teams again, Falcon and FVE, finish off quite early on. Same goes for BG fighting in the blue zone against YG.
Yeah. Again, it's a deja vu, right? It happened before, and we know the result. We've seen the result, and they just wanted, and they do it again. I mean, you gotta learn from the past, right? I know it was a one-game gap, but I'm pretty sure it's in their minds.
Yeah. And just now, Cloud, the overall ranking, the top 5 teams all gone. All gone.
Oh yeah, right.
They're all gone.
That means the top wouldn't change that much.
Yeah, it definitely will not change here. We're still 1 point difference. We're still at that point where nothing changed on the first 2 seats here. But the stretch between the second and third place, that's going to be a bit of a stretch. Already 11 points different, but 1 point differ between KE and SKR. PB and FUD at a tie here. There must be somebody tied up somewhere when it comes to the first page. This is nerve-wracking.
Yeah, for some reason, right? But other than that as well, like with that performance from GLAB, well, at least they are not number 16. So another team went down, which is Falcon. So yeah, I mean, at GLAB, like what, number 16 for the longest time, and finally, at least this gives her a little bit more motivation, a little bit more push that okay, at least I'm not down there. We can still do it for day 3.
Yeah, especially when it comes to up to exactly at Game Lab position here at 13th place. It is still reachable for them to get number 1. I'm talking about not the top 3. Number 1 spot is within their reach. It all depends on their performance tomorrow, really, down to their performance.
Well, I'll be a little bit afraid to say that because we must remember that the top teams will add points as well. So we'll sleep over that. We'll sleep over that point. But YG the only team without a chicken dinner in page 1. But yeah, I don't. Okay, I think. Okay, if you look at it overall, maybe up to number 10 could still catch the number 1.
Yeah, just within a. You mean like with just one map? If we're talking about just one map difference.
Yeah, maybe. I'm giving it to West Point Mall. But the problem is that I want to give it to West Point Mall because of the points. But if you look at the performance of West Point Mall, you would have like, whatever point they are at right now, maybe not. You'd be a bit doubtful.
That's true. And if you look at the overall rankings right now, the most aggressive team as we speak is going to be Enigma. They got themselves 63 elimination points instead of the rank points actually helping them. They are the one with the most point of elimination. Next is going to be SKR. So watch out for these two teams tomorrow because they might be more aggressive than today.
Yeah, there are a lot of names to watch out, right? But speaking about watch out, wow! Welcome to the top of the season MVP race. 2 players from Westport Mamba pushed down, and they have been holding that number 1 spot for the longest time, and finally we see a swap.
Who's the 4th place before? Was it the top or somebody else? I think it was somebody else.
Yeah, it was somebody else. Yeah, it was Michi before this.
No, Michi and Federales are always the first 2.
Yep.
Was it mixed? Back then it was mixed. Astro is always up there for the top 4. But suddenly the top is at the top. I mean, like, yeah, I'm waiting for somebody else to take over it tomorrow, but today has been... You just... Bad circle day is one thing, and we saw the players had enough with the last map, just so it's like they don't give a thought about it, just go for it, you know?
They don't give...
The fastest last game. The fastest last game.
It is. Circle 6, and you're already top 5. So... I mean, that just tells it all, right? But on top of that, so I gotta give it to KE. I mean, KE today, they have stepped up the game. If I were to give that one team that performed today, I'd probably give it to KE. Would you? Or would you give it to someone else?
Man, for me, overall, for me, it's still gonna be GE.
Still GE.
They balance it out with first and second day. They're really good. But don't forget about Austria. They shoot up through the rank for the last few matches of the day. So there's so many teams, even PBE stepping up their match. Yeah, we're talking about so many teams. They keep on taking over each other. What we can say is like so good at this point.
Oh no, I'm having like split personalities now. It's like, yeah, PBE, yeah, Austria, yeah, GE. Oh my god, it's like there's so much for me to process. That is how exciting the wildcard is, and I'm so I'm really happy to get to cast this with you, of course. I mean, it's amazing. But you know what? We're not done yet with the wildcards. We gotta leave this excitement for tomorrow. That'll be all from us today at the Caster's Desk. My name is Sir Cloud, together with the wonderful Choo Choo. We'll be seeing you again tomorrow, same time, same channel. Bye bye.